Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 1 of an awesome What If Deku Had a Resurrection Quirk story. If you want to see part 2, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Now let's jump into the story. Chapter 1. A promise to keep. Like most things, Izuku didn't particularly want to start his career as a vigilante. In the same way he didn't want to go to school every day to quirk his teachers, or how he didn't want to be the victim of bullying and assault daily, and he especially didn't want his mom to run off and abandon him. But there are laws and there are legalities, and in this day and age in Japan, his quirk status leaves more wiggle room than should be allowed. Because child abandonment, as horrible as it is, isn't quite illegal when the kid is quirkless. Looked down upon. Sure. But not illegal. It's something he'd never really understood despite how many times he'd read the laws over, but it was the harsh truth. On the other side of that, vigilantism had a similar situation. The laws stating something along the lines of, a person, or persons, who is caught practicing unauthorized quirk usage for heroic acts, disregarding self-defense, will be prosecuted and may be fined up to dash. Yeah, blah blah, the important part there is quirk usage. And fortunately or unfortunately that didn't apply to Izuku. So yeah, shout out to the universe for throwing him that legal loophole. But circling back to the opening statement, Izuku didn't want to become a vigilante. Though he did technically make the decision to be one, so he can't fully blame the universe for that one. His day had started out simple enough, just like any other day, honestly. Wake up, look at the empty fridge, go to school, eat free lunch, get beat up by Kaken and his buddies, go home, look at the missing furniture, cry in his room, look at the growing stack of mail sitting on floor behind the door, go on a walk to get away from everything. Okay, and maybe that's a sad routine, but it's his and he's fine with that. So that's how it all kicked off, with Izuku walking away from his local convenience store, plastic grocery bag in hand. He hadn't really paid much mind to the people around him as he shuffled down the sidewalk, cicadas chirping at the nearby park. Well, that was until he heard it. Hey! Someone shouted from just ahead of him, a young kid and a woman being ushered quickly into the alley right beside them. Shut up and no one gets hurt. The stranger had muttered while pushing the lady. Please, I'll give you dash. The man slapped a hand over her mouth. I said shut up. He reached out with his other arm and grabbed the kid's shoulder, tugging her closer to him and simultaneously shoving the adult away. That had been enough for Izuku. He decided right before taking off as fast as possible and swinging his bag of groceries as hard as he could, catching the man straight in the side of the head. His bag hadn't been very heavy, just a few packs of instant ramen and a small bag of rice, but it had been enough to knock the guy unconscious before he even hit the ground. He hadn't even attempted to shout or ask the man to stop before attacking, and for that, the teen felt guilty. The guilt had only lasted a moment though, the woman springing back up to her feet and rushing towards the other girl. Oh, baby! She sobs, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. As her voice made its way Izuku's ears, he felt the rush of adrenaline flee his system, followed by the mother barely letting go of her kid and plowing into him with such force that he almost falls. Thank you. She wails, you saved my daughter. You're our hero. Hero. Izuku had liked the words the second they hit his ears. He was a hero. Maybe not his mother's hero, and maybe not Kaken's, but he was a hero nonetheless. After that, he had returned inside to inform the shopkeeper of the unconscious man, and the woman had pleaded to buy him replacement food as his ramen noodles had been crushed. He finally left. And eventually, after a very long walk to get away from everything, he returned home to his empty house. The sound of nothing but the humming refrigerator and the ticking of his alarm clock in the bedroom greeted him. Izuku drops his now 2 bags of groceries, props his back against the door, and slides down the sit on the ground. He forces himself to sift through the growing stack of mail that he'd been ignoring, the pile that stacked itself up behind his front door when the mail carrier slipped them through the slot. One caught his eye, one letter in that oh-so-familiar handwriting, one he'd been wishing to see for a month now. A letter from his mom. It had an American address in the corner, he knew because the words weren't written in kanji, instead the English alphabet they'd been taught in grade school spelled out words he couldn't manage to read. But he recognized his mother's name. He's pretty sure he'd know it no matter what language it was written in: English, Japanese, maybe Spanish. All Might spoke Spanish in a few of his more famous interviews, ones that showed him helping people in America who spoke the language. Though he didn't understand it in the slightest, he's still confident he'd know his mom's name. Because, well, she was his mom. He cared about her, and she cared about him. She cared for him despite the fact that she'd left the house for work nearly 4 weeks ago and just barely tucked a single sticky note into his bento before ushering him onto the train for school. A sticky note that he'd read once and thrown away in the lunchroom trash can, confident that 𝐭𝐿 had written it. But again, he knew her handwriting, and when he'd returned home that night to a stack of cash and a single debit card with a dollar amount written on the back of it, he knew the truth. His mother cared. Even if she left him just shy of his 15th birthday. Right. He ever so slowly pushes the thought out of his mind, forcing himself to gather his groceries as he finally manages to get off the floor. He tosses the envelope onto the island, right smack dab in the middle of the kitchen, somewhere he couldn't avoid forever. But for right now, at least, he'd ignore it. Until then, though, he turns on the faucet and lets his pot fill with water, tossing the crushed noodles in as it reaches a boil on the stove. The minutes tick by slowly while he cooks the ramen, mouth downturned at the lack of seasoning. But, without a steady income, he wanted to make sure he could make his condiments and sauces last as long as possible. That wouldn't be incredibly hard, since he really only needed to properly feed himself on weekends. You know, there's a single upside to being quirkless in this day and age: schools are required to give out free lunch to them. Something about helping unfortunate parents. He shakes his head, dismissing the thought from his mind again, clapping his hands together in a small gratitude before digging in. 3 bites in, Izuku freezes, chopsticks paused midair and mouth hanging open. The noodles in front of him no longer seem appetizing, not after the tears on his cheeks drop down into the small bowl, separating the juice as he sets his utensils down on the table. The boy can't seem to make the sobs stop, not as he realizes that he really is all alone in his last year of middle school. The year just started, so he had at least 10 months before he had to make the decision of which high school to go to, and that's only if he can stay in his school district. He isn't quite sure how long the rent in his apartment was paid for in advance, but he could worry about that later. As long as he can manage until July, he can get a job. He'll be 15 then, and places will have to consider him as a candidate under the Quirk Disabilities Equality Act. Sure, his wage might be lower than others, but at least it'd be a paycheck. He just really had to hope his mom had thought about that when paying the bills. God, the bills. Would Izuku be in charge of the water and electricity? What other necessities did they have? He's pretty sure they rent out the washer and dryer, but he doesn't really need those. He has a sink he could wash his uniforms in. As long as 𝐭𝐿 doesn't burn another hole in said uniform, he stands up from his spot rather abruptly, lips pressed finely together in disgust as he moves to throw his bowl in the refrigerator, not bothering to cover it or move it into a storage container. Instead, the teen rushes to his bedroom, flicking off the only light he had on and burying himself under the covers. And in the safety of his room, he lets himself cry. He lets the sobs escape his mouth just this once as he processes it all, allows the tears to drip down his cheeks, and his nose gets stuffy as he thinks of his actions leading up to now. It was probably his fault. Truthfully, he was quirkless after all. He would never amount to anything, never be anyone, not as long as he was a Deku. He would never be a hero. At the word though, even just the thought of the word, the boy's heart skips. Despite his status, despite his abandonment, he had been someone's hero. And he had enjoyed it too. Izuku makes a promise to himself right then and there, 2 promises really. Starting tomorrow, as soon as he leaves the comfort of his childhood bedroom and treks his way toward school, he would never cry again. Tonight. Yes. But from this point forward, he would be strong, he would be someone's hero. That's a promise. 𝐭𝐿 didn't seem to appreciate his newfound promise, that was clear in not only his actions but his words. Clear in the way he torched his notebook and singed a hole in the uniform he had just prayed that would last. And then his mouth spit a sentence so harmful to a child, one that said to the wrong person could result in something catastrophic. You want to be a hero so bad. I've got a time-saving idea for you. The blonde hissed, and his 2 friends laughed and hollered. Just pray that you'll be born with a quirk in your next life, and take a swan dive off the roof of a building. Izuku stood still, rooted to his spot in the classroom, listening to the words replay over and over again in his head. With a determined nod, though, he marches himself out of the building and straight towards the fountain where his notebook had landed. "That's not food, stupid," he muttered as he shoved his hand down into the water. "That's mine." He shakes his head side to side, curls flopping around as he runs new ideas around in his brain. Who cares what Kaken thought? If he was going to prove his mom wrong by being a hero, there was no way he'd let some bully win either. It's not like the things his old friend said really hurt his feelings. Sure, the burns hurt, but the words, not so much. Izuku stands in the silence of the afternoon air, deciding that not only would he not let Kaken's bullying bother him, but he'd also start his hero training today. Nothing drastic, just taking a longer route home than he usually would. One that would make him travel a greater distance and climb up and down more hills. It wouldn't do much for his stamina, but that didn't mean it wouldn't help kickstart his journey. Maybe he could take another walk to the convenience store tonight and take a longer road there too, or it would make sense, the more he walked, the better his lungs would become. Not that he had an issue with his lungs, but he's pretty confident that the ache in his chest when he runs for too long isn't the best. Besides, if he could take the long way to and from school, and then another walk or jog at night, that counts as exercise until he can get some proper equipment. Or at least it'll help him build up a little bit of muscle so he can start a workout regimen at home. Admittedly, he's not paying attention to his surroundings when he hears the crash of something metal hitting the road beside him. And due to said lack of attention, he doesn't recognize the looming evil hovering over his shoulders until it's too late. "Don't worry, kid." The thing gurgles from behind him, words almost too slurred to understand. "I'm just hijacking your body, it'll only hurt for a few seconds, and then it'll all be over." It's the moment he realizes he can't breathe anymore that he understands it'll all be over means death. He can't die. Not now. Not when he just promised himself he'd prove everyone wrong and be a hero. He attempts to beg, but it's useless. As the oxygen escapes him, second after second, he closes his eyes and pleads internally. "Please." He thinks as trembling hands come up to claw at his face. "I'll give anything. Just let me survive this, and I swear I'll be the greatest hero of all time." His vision grows blurry the moment he tries to open his eyes, consciousness slipping away with every passing gasp for breath. "Please." The next thing Izuku is aware of is a rather persistent and annoying tapping on his cheek. Hey kid." He blinks, heavy eyes open. "Oh, thank goodness. Thought I'd lost you there." Truthfully, he was pretty sure he'd lost himself there too, but since he was clearly still alive, unless this was heaven. Actually, he's pretty sure heaven would have much less pain, and if the pounding in his head and the wheezing in his lungs were any indication, this definitely wasn't the afterlife. Apologies for getting you caught up in that villain attack. Mistakes like that aren't usually my style. But this is a strange land to me, and besides I'm off camera. The person is loud, voice rattling something in his chest as the man shouts. Who was this guy anyway? Surely a hero, but the mentions of the camera was throwing the teen off. His vision was still rather blurry and he hadn't quite gotten a good look at the man yet, but something about him was just so incredibly familiar. I should be off. Pros aren't just battling crime, they are also battling the clock. And it's right about then that Izuku's eyes open fully and the man's voice clicks into place. All Might. He yells out in shock and scrambles to get up, though the weakness in his limbs does make that rather challenging. W8. Can I get an autoga dash? He reaches a shaky hand out to retrieve his notebook, but pauses just short. The book is already open, spine pressed into the ground, and the giant signature of All Might spread across the two open pages. Make sure you treasure that. It could be a priceless family heirloom someday. The hero nods before crouching down. Until next time. Izuku doesn't really think before moving, launching himself forward to grab at his idol. Hold on. I still need to ask you. They're in the air in a matter of seconds, wind so ferocious that the boy is worried he'll lose his grip. Hey now! All Might shouted over the air rushing around them. Such enthusiasm is a bit much, release me. The man's large hand plants itself into the teen's hair, almost trying to push him off, but not with enough force to do much harm. I can't. If I let go now I'll die. The hero seems to come to the realization at about the same time, muttering out a word in English before taking his second arm and scooping him into a tighter hold, keeping him safe. They land on top of the nearest building, its height towering far above any others in the area. Izuku hits the ground with a thud, knees scraping against the concrete rooftop hard enough to put holes in his breaths, so much for trying to repair this uniform. He expects to gather himself and find All Might doing the same, but instead the man in coughing heavily into his hand and preparing to take off again. Wait! He shouts. All Might turns around quickly, frustration in his voice. I will not wait. Just 1 second. Please. He pleads and then spits out his question before the pro could escape. Can I be a hero? Even without a quirk? He looks down to his hands, wishing he could force himself to say more, but his mouth stays shut. Eyes squeezed tightly and fingers interlaced as he clenches his jaw with worry for what the hero will say. There's no sound, not for a long time, not as his breaths become shallow and he begs himself to not spiral into panic. He manages after what feels like hours. I want to be the strongest hero. Just like it's not wrong to dream. His hero interrupts. However, you need to be realistic, kid. When Izuku finally blinks open his eyes, already wet with tears, he finds the man staring at him. His expression is sad, maybe guilt, but his words still hurt the same. The door should be unlocked, but if it's not you can bang on it until someone lets you in. He says, and then, without another glance, he turns and springs off the ledge and disappears into the sky. The green-headed teen stands utterly still, the breeze around him practically ice as he looks in the direction the hero disappeared in. The man is gone in seconds, leaving him completely alone on the roof, just moments after crushing his dreams. Honestly, what did he expect? Sure, the #1 hero is meant to protect and uplift people, but he was nothing more than a quirkless Deku. The hero was probably protecting him this way, it was his job after all. Izuku finds himself dropping to the ground, already scraped knees stinging at the contact, but he can't find the mind to care. Not when he was really alone now. First his mom, then Kaken, and now All Might. It's not that All Might was really there for him to start, but he was the final straw that broke the camel's back or whatever the American saying was. The teen ends up laying there for a while, long after the sun had set and the stars had begun to disappear behind rolling in storm clouds, just watching the sky. Running thoughts through his mind, begging himself not to cry, remembering his promise from just the night prior. As his promise bounces back and forth across his brain, he contemplates just the slightest thought of breaking said promise. It wouldn't be hard, the statistics were in the favor of him just vanishing. No one would even bat an eye. He slowly rises from his spot, peeling himself off the rooftop and barely stretching before padding to the edge of the roof. The green railing bites into his hips as he leans over it, chipped paint and a few metal rods being the only thing between him and a broken promise. The wind around him and the crispness of the late night, early spring air are welcoming, almost peaceful enough to drown out the sound of cars and livelihood in the streets so many stories below. It's tempting, it really is. But Izuku would like it to be known that he's a man of his word. And if he promised he'd be a hero, then he good and goddamn well will be. He spins on his heels, ignoring the ache in his limbs, snatches his bag off the roof, and exits out the door and down the stairs. He had a promise to keep after all. The day after his life practically falls apart isn't anything special. He darned the holes in his uniform breathes and wore his only other spare blazer. He choked down his soggy ramen and managed to attend school without getting any new injuries. He walked all the way to the convenience store and back home 3 separate times before his legs nearly gave out on him and he had to stop. The burn in his calves was almost nice, something to occupy his mind instead of thinking about the million things he now had to do to take care of himself. For example, he hadn't realized it until recently, but he was nearly out of laundry detergent. And soap in general for that matter. And if he really was about to start working out regularly, he can't have his clothes smelling like sweat. Especially if he was going to get a job soon, he doubted anyone would hire someone with bad personal hygiene. Another great example was the papers they had to write and hand in at school next week. They were meant to be papers saying what their goals and aspirations for high school were. Where they wanted to attend, what they wanted to be when they grew up, the whole lot. The part that Izuku was stressing over though, was the signature they were meant to have from a parent saying that they had actually done the research and that they hadn't just thrown a paper together. It was one of their important grades for the last year of middle school after all. So that's how he ended up there, sitting in just a pair of boxers while his uniform hung to dry over the shower rod, pen pinched between his fingers and tapping random dots on a sheet of spare paper. He decided to go grocery shopping after school the next day, since it was a Friday, but he needed to practice his mom's signature if he wanted to be able to turn it in on Monday. He'd manually turned off the water in the half of the house he didn't use and flipped the breakers to his mom's room and the laundry room, that way no accidental power went to them. Not that he's sure that's even something that could happen, but he doesn't have the money to be throwing around in case it could. There are 17 different signatures across his notebook page, though not a single one of them looks right. The ink smudges oddly across the water-stained paper as he drops the pen and slams his forehead down onto his desk, frustration seething from his lips while he grumbles curses. He briefly considers getting a fresh notebook off his shelf, seeing as the one he was using was practically ruined by Kaken's explosions and the fountain it had landed in. Plus, it smelled horribly, though that probably had more to do with the sludge guy that nearly killed him than the possible mold. He still hadn't really unpacked that, hadn't really thought about how close he was to death in that moment. It was scary to think about. To think that he really could have contributed to the statistic of quirkless deaths, specifically quirkless teenagers' deaths. The rates were horrifying, truly, but the majority of them actually stemmed from suicide. Izuku wasn't suicidal. He didn't think so at least. If he was, he could have taken the chance on the rooftop the day prior. That wasn't the point of his spiraling thoughts though. The point was that because he had to save money, he couldn't use any of his fresh notebooks, because he wasn't sure the next time he'd be able to buy a new one, and he only had 2 left. Eventually, his pulled from his mini breakdown by the ringing of a phone. He checks his phone first, flipping it over so that the screen could light up, but he knew it wasn't his. They didn't have a landline anymore, not since Izuku was just a kid, so that left only one other option. He springs from his seat, not wanting the ringing to stop before he finds it. He sprints down the hall towards his mom's room. He had shut the door the day he came home from school and found the house empty, right after he'd gone in and seen the discoloration on the floor from where her bed had been. She'd gotten rid of all the furniture that day, maybe packed it and taken it with her, or maybe she sold it, but it was missing regardless. He hadn't gone further than the doorway that day, seeing the lack of life in the room had been enough for him, but that meant he hadn't gone into her bathroom to see if there was anything there. Not that he expected her to leave anything, but it just hadn't been a thought. Though obviously he'd been wrong, seeing as the ringing was coming from deep within her room. He hesitates for only a moment before pushing forward, not wanting to miss the call or whoever was on the other side. Part of him hoped it was his mom on the other end, part of him prayed it wasn't. He finds the phone plugged into the wall closest to her bathroom door, ringing loudly but not moving in the slightest. He cringes at the thought that it's been plugged in so long and internally curses himself for not checking her room sooner. He's only a few inches from grabbing the phone when it shuts itself off, the screen going completely black and the room silencing. The boy stands frozen, hand outstretched but stopped just short. What if it had been important? Why would she leave her phone? How was he meant to know it was here? Did she want him in her room? Izuku can feel the wave of tears before they actually come. The stabbing at his eyes and the rise of bile in his throat as he tries to keep his jaw from quivering. How could he break his promise so soon? He said he wouldn't cry and here he was, breaking down in his mom's bathroom because he missed a stupid phone call. How was he going to be a hero if he couldn't even do something as simple as picking up a phone in time, pulled from his anger and frustration by another ear-piercing ring? It was louder than it had been the first time, but maybe that was because he was closer to this set of rings. The boy doesn't waste any time in snatching up the device and pushing it against his face, the charging cable smacking him in the jaw as he does. "Hello?" he asks quickly. It's clear that the person on the other end isn't expecting him to answer. Oh, hello." They speak into the line. I'm looking for Midoriya Inko." Izuku's heart drops then, the split-second panic of his mom not being there to pass the phone off to her. "She's not here." May I take a message? Or as who's calling? Of course. The voice answers, my name is EMI, I'm calling on behalf of Himiwari Appliance Leasing. Oh. He had known this was coming, had just thought about it the day prior, but he didn't realize it would happen so soon. My mom, or sorry, 𝐒𝐭𝐻 gave me instructions about that. It felt weird using his mom's given name, even weirder lying to the lady. Okay, well, it is policy that I inform you that your washer, dryer, and refrigerator are all a month behind payment. She tells, the last time we spoke with Mrs. Midoriya, we informed her that if the payment was not made by May 31st, then we would have to send someone out to collect the appliances. His breath catches in his throat then, a failed attempt to not cry. Was it really almost June? Had his mom really left in April? Or had she left later than that? Alright. I still have a key to the apartment. I can let you in if you need to come. The woman on the other end probably thought all of it was odd, he could tell by the tone of her voice. Well, the other option is that you pay the outstanding bill and next month's bill to keep the items. Izuku already knew he didn't have the money for that, but it was less suspicious if he at least asked, right? How much would that be? Your overdue bill plus next month's would be just over 40,000 yen. She says, and the teen feels his eyes big forwards. Oh okay. He whispers. I think that having them picked up will be the best option. What day works best for you? The voice sighs heavily. I can have them come by tomorrow. What time will you be home to let them in? I can be home at 4. If that works. Yes sir, that works. He can hear the smile in her tone, and he wonders if it's pity. You have a fantastic rest of your evening and they'll be there tomorrow. Thank you. Good night. Izuku mutters and she just mimics back the same goodbye before the phone beeps 3 times in his ear. He pulls the device away from his ear slowly, looking down at the screen to check the time. It was late, much later than he expected any businesses to be calling, but he figured if it was a matter of repossession, it could happen at any time. At least they called and let him schedule it, that gave him time to clean out the fridge and make sure the house looked presentable. Who was he kidding? There wasn't enough in the house for him to clean. Maybe he finally needed to go through the mail on the counter, but that's about it. He shakes his head, trying to get the idea out, that was a problem for tomorrow. Right now, he needed to unplug the phone from the wall. If he really was going to try and keep the lights turned on, he needed the bill as low as possible. Plus, if he remembered correctly, his mom always paid the previous bill on the 1st of the month. So he's pretty confident the electricity will stay on for at least a few more days before they call him asking to pay it. That is if they would call his mom's phone. And he's back to the phone again. Why would she leave it? Izuku makes himself tap the screen, lighting up the dark room around him. Truthfully, he hadn't realized the lights were off until just then, maybe because of the rush to find the phone. On the face of the device, the wallpaper has been changed to display a 4-digit code. It's not one he recognizes, nor can he think of any significance behind the numbers, but he knows what they mean. His fingers press the button slowly, 0416 typed into the password bar before the phone opens to a nearly empty home screen. The background photo is a picture of them, one from years prior when they were still a good family. It's him in an All Might-themed hoodie holding a Best Jeanist and Endeavor action figure. His mom is standing right behind him, holding up a cake with 9 candles sprinkled across the top. There's yellow and red streamers around them, blue balloons with All Might's face tied to a few chairs in the background. Izuku remembers this day. Auntie Mitsuki had taken the picture while Uncle Majura had held Kaken upside down by his ankles just beside them. He could tell by the slight blur in the wallpaper that it had been cropped, probably to get rid of the pair in the back. Though, he's pretty sure they used to have a printed copy of the photo with all 4 of them. There's 2 app folders, one labeled Info and one labeled Izuku. The Info folder held only 2 apps, the Contact app with only a few numbers in it. Some of the names are familiar, one is to their landlord, another is to the appliance company he'd just gotten off the phone with, the rest he doesn't know. There's also an app full of usernames and passwords, plus the sites they go with. One linked to the portal where electricity and water could be paid, one to his bank account that he didn't even know existed, a few more he couldn't care to worry about right now. The other folder held 2 apps as well, one being the photo app and one being the notes app. He decided to open the photos first. There weren't any albums or favorited photos, instead just a handful of pictures of them. Some at the park, some at birthday parties, a few at home. And one single photo of Izuku by himself. It was the photo that came on his student ID this year, one that could identify him in an emergency and the once they were meant to submit it they ever needed school documents. He isn't quite sure why she left that one, or any of them to be honest, but he doesn't mind. It was almost as if looking at the photos meant the two of them were still a family. Eventually, he makes his way to the notes app. Not before sliding down the counter and ending up leaning against the bathroom cabinets. The floor is cold underneath him, but not cold enough to be noticeable. Not as he clicks the icon with his thumb and finds a single note written to him. It's dated on the top and suddenly the 4-digit passcode makes sense. Dear Izuku, 0416. Hopefully by the time you found this, you've figured out what's happened. I have decided that you are old enough to take care of yourself. I'm sure you know that legally in Japan, quirkless children are considered as an adult at 15 years old. I know you're a few weeks short of that, but don't worry. I've thought about that. Despite the fact that I'm confident you can handle yourself, the government would probably not be too happy if I outright stopped taking care of you, and so the apartment has been paid for through the end of June. Starting July 1st, you will be responsible for the rent and utilities. I will send you an allowance both next month and in June, but after that, I will not send you any more money. I have linked the payment portals and sites in one of the reminder apps, as well as all the login information. I also created a bank account in your name that I will be sending your allowances to. However, starting the 1st of July I will be unlinking your account from mine and you will need to contact the bank about making sure everything is set up in your name. As for the debit card linked to your account, it can be found in the far left drawer of my vanity, and the PIN code on it will be the same as this phone passcode. Your phone is prepaid for through the end of the year, however, it will not be renewed come January, so you will have to purchase your own. The same thing goes for the phone you are reading this on, it will stop working at the end of the year. I would ask that you do not try and contact me as my numbers have all been changed. I will send you a birthday card once I get to my new place, but it will not have my address and I will be sending it from a post office box. And remember Izuku, you are quirkless, so this is perfectly legal. Please don't go trying to get the police searching for me. I do hope all goes well with the rest of your schooling and I hope you're able to find a relatively good job someday. Maybe you'll be able to pay me back for all the money I've sent your way for the apartment, however, I don't expect you to. Goodbye Izuku, and happy birthday kid. With love, Mom. When Izuku snaps awake to the sound of knocking on his door, he panics. For a few reasons, the room he was in was pitch black, he was laying in just his boxers on the floor, he was probably late for school, and who the hell was knocking on his door? And he pauses, scrambling to find the phone he'd fallen asleep with last night, 4:06 p.m. OSHT. He springs up, rushing to the hallway and slamming the door to his mom's as he does. Coming! He shouts and hopes the person hears. The boy manages to reach his room and throw on a pair of semi-clean shorts and a t-shirt before rushing to the front door. He throws it open with such force that the two men on the other side seem slightly shocked. You can come on in. Sorry about the mess. He nods and takes a step backwards. You don't have to worry about your shoes. I need to clean the floors already. Getting ready to move and such. He chuckles slightly, but the two adults just exchange sideways glances. Thanks kid. Are you sure shoes are okay? The taller of the two asks. Yes. Of course. I've already got most of the furniture moved out, so it's just time for a good sweep and mop. You know. The shorter man smiles half-heartedly, his silver hair flopping down in front of his eyes as he agrees. Anyway, you guys can start in the bathroom, it's just down the hall, sorry if it's dirty. He's pretty confident it's just his uniform hanging over the shower, but he needs them to get the washer and dryer first so he can clean out the fridge. Either he'd stayed up way later than intended to read the note his mom left him, or he was just exhausted. Probably both to be honest, but that's besides the point. He marches to the fridge as the two men move towards the bathroom, pulling the fridge door open to reveal only a handful of things. He takes the almost empty bowl of ramen that was practically mush by now and tosses it into the sink, along with the half-drunk cups of milk that had been there much longer than he'd like to admit. He pauses over the sink as he debates leaving the half-gallon of orange juice or pouring it out, weighing the pros and cons of how much he'd drink before it got warm. In the end, he tossed everything in the fridge except for a few bottles of sauces and condiments that he could use later. The freezer was empty minus 2 trays of ice he'd filled up ages ago and forgotten about. He nearly throws them out too before realizing he could save the ice if he put it in a lunchbox for a while. That way he could keep the condiments cold just a little longer. He's searching for a lunchbox when the men come back inside with the empty hand truck. "It's all ready to go," he informs, and the man with silver hair gives him a small smile. "Thanks for getting it all cleaned out for us, kid. You'd be impressed by the people that don't." "Really?" he asks, and even though he knows it's a joke, it does make him feel slightly better. "Yep." It's the taller of the two that speak this time, and Izuku wishes he'd asked for their names earlier. Eventually, they get the fridge unplugged and loaded into the trailer they had parked outside. The shorter one leans down just as they're about to leave, producing a small business card from his pocket. "If you even need these back, give us a call. I'm sure we could work out a discount of some sort." The boy has to fight the hint of guilt that brings him, the fact that people would be willing to sacrifice their money and time just because he needed something. "Thank you," he whispers and takes the card even though all three of them know he'll never take them up on it. "I'm Hideki, by the way. Just call and ask for me if you need anything." And after that, they bid each other goodbyes, and Izuku is left in his even emptier apartment once again. Izuku decides to wait and go shopping until the next day, for a few reasons. 1. Despite the fact he slept most of his Friday away, he was exhausted. 2. He needed to spend the rest of the day getting all the food that he'd taken out of the fridge to the dumpster. He didn't particularly want the house smelling like spoiled milk and eggs. And 3. He was hopeful that if he waited until May 1st, he might have his second allowance from his mom. Maybe then he'd be able to budget better and figure out what needed to be paid for what was the most important. If he wasn't going to be able to pay the rent for another month, then he needed to save as much as possible from his allowance so that he could either scrounge up the money or put down a payment somewhere else. He's pretty sure a one-bedroom apartment would be cheaper than the house he was living in currently, though he hadn't logged into the site and checked yet. Their landlord was pretty smart. He had the payment set up through a third-party site, that way they didn't have to write checks or pay in cash. And while the man was pretty polite when it came to small interactions, Izuku can't see him excusing late payments. So the plan was, if he could afford another month of rent with the amount his mom sent him, then he'd budget out the rest of his allowance and purchase groceries and such. And if he couldn't afford one more month, then he'd set aside 75% of whatever he had, and use the rest to buy non-perishable food that he could spread out over the next several weeks. And he'd immediately start looking for work, whether that was physical work or online work. Maybe he could finally set up an account to do analysis like he'd always wanted. And it's not like he honestly expected to make a ton of money from that, but maybe it would produce just enough to get a train pass so he could travel for work. So for tonight, the plan was to pull out his old computer, cherish what little bit of Wi-Fi and electricity he'd had left, and set up a new account on the online analysis forums. If he was going to be a quirkless teen selling information on the internet, he didn't want it to be tracked back to him. After his setup at his desk, a single clean notebook open beside his laptop, he starts brainstorming usernames. He needed something he'd never used in the past, something that didn't link to any of his socials or old game accounts. Something accurate, but not enough that someone would recognize him immediately. It takes him a while to run ideas through his head. He didn't want to waste any room in his fresh notebook, but he also didn't want to leave any evidence of anything anywhere else. What he was doing wasn't quite illegal, but he technically needed a permit to be selling quirk information online, something about how it would help regulate villains, but he still had to lie and cheat his way past the authentication checkpoints that the forums usually required, and that in and of itself wasn't exactly legal. So a username that couldn't trace back to him easily, but something that would be recognizable and easy to remember in the future. Izuku pauses as his fingers move across the keyboard swiftly, only pausing slightly when he gets the small warning message. "Are you sure you'd like to continue? Your username cannot be changed later." He presses continue just a moment later, and within seconds, he's typing up his first post. It doesn't take him long to proofread it and confirm that it's all spelled properly. He doesn't expect any responses immediately, doesn't really expect any responses in general, but it can't hurt to try. Eventually, he sets his computer off to the side and crawls into bed. Despite the fact he didn't do much today, and he'd definitely have to figure out some excuse for missing school later, he closes his eyes and is asleep in just a few minutes. He's not awake to hear the tiny ping of notification from the computer just beside him. Response to @𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲0416's post: "Hi everyone, I'm offering small quirk studies for 10 yen. I am new to paid analysis and do not expect any more payment. Original payment will cover 3 paragraphs with 3 to 5 sentences each. Commissions open until further notice." At Puppet 30701, "Dear 𝐒𝐭𝐴0416, I am interested in an analysis, please check DMS. Reply." There's a loud crack of thunder outside his window that wakes him, but at least he's in his own bed this time. He knew he'd have to go back into his mom's room to find the bank card she left him, but there was something so heartbreaking about having to go back in there. What if he found something he didn't want to find again? The first time he found the room empty of life, the second time he found the note she'd left, what would the third time hold? He snaps out of his own brain when his room lights up with lighting, followed by another room shaking thunder. So much for grocery shopping. There was no way he'd be able to trek out in a storm like that, not safely at least. For now, Izuku decides he'll work on setting up an account to send and receive money from. That way, if he does make anything off commissions, he has a way to take payment. Truthfully, he's really doing anything to avoid having to log in and check if his mom had sent him his final allowance, or how much it would be. He's terrified at the thought that he might receive next to nothing and not be able to afford housing. The market in Musutafu wasn't awful, it was leaps and bounds better than Tokyo's, but that doesn't change the fact that he can't afford it. Plus, if he was going to become a hero and attend UA, he needed to be close enough to commute to the school by foot. If he did his math correctly, it would take him just under an hour and a half to walk to the high school, which wasn't great, but it definitely could be worse. And if he kept working out regularly, he's positive he'd be able to cut down on some of that time. Anyway, back to the task at hand. He creates his payment username to match the same one he had on the forums, and while it wasn't anything super creative, at least it would be easy enough to recognize his handle. He finds out that the site he's using will send him 1 free debit card to use with his account, but if he needs to get a second one or replace it, it would cost money. As long as it would arrive in less than a month, he didn't see it being an issue, since he'd be able to get it from the mail before he had to leave. That's if he had to leave. He could still hold out hope he'd be able to afford the place he'd called home for the last 14 years. Once he confirmed he had the right address and information in the system, okay, and maybe he lied and said he was already 18, but who was going to know? He ordered the card and swayed over to the forums he'd left open the night before. There were 3 notifications in his inbox, 1 like, comment, and direct message. Puppet 30701 liked your post. Comment from @Puppet 30701. Dear 𝐒𝐭𝐴0416, I am interested in an analysis, please check DMS. The website gave him the option to respond to the comment immediately, but he had a sneaking suspicion the message in his inbox was from the same person. It doesn't take him long to navigate through the site, finding the button to accept the message and respond to it. At Pup 30701, do you require payment before or after commission? At Puppet 30701, I am looking for an analysis of my quirk to help me apply to work opportunities. Izuku pauses for a long time before responding, and he has to flip over to the payment site first to see if he can receive money before he gets his card. When he discovers that he can, he messages back immediately. At 𝐒𝐭𝐴0416, payment is appreciated before commission. At 𝐒𝐭𝐴0416, 10 yen to payment. Link under the same username. He links his digital wallet in the message, and then it's just time for him to wait. Part of him wonders if he should bite the bullet and go to his mom's room, the other part hopes he won't. Eventually, he decides that now is better than later and he makes his way down the hall. The house is dark, especially with the storm outside that's shielding any sunlight, and it makes the walk seem even longer. When the teen finally does make it to her room, he hesitates much longer than he should, the brief thought of turning away and doing this later stopping him. But he knows better, knows he has to do this. If he can't even walk into his mom's empty bedroom, how will he ever fight villains? He finds a handful of things in the left drawer of her bathroom vanity. One being the card she'd said would be there, a single necklace with 2 rings attached to it, her key to the apartment, a folded sheet of paper, and a small stack of photos. The room is much too dark for him to look at them all there, and he doesn't want to turn on the light, so he retreats back to his own room, shutting the door to her bedroom for hopefully the last time as he does. By the time he makes it back to his desk, his computer screen has gone dark, but it doesn't matter much. He's too focused on the things in his hands to care about a response to his messages right now. He lays out the items on his desk in front of him, first the bank card and apartment key, then the photos and letter, and finally, the chain necklace and rings. He doesn't pick up the jewelry, but he does examine it against the wood, looking at the small initials carved into the 2 rings. The larger ring with his mom's initials and the smaller with his dad's. If Izuku tried hard enough, he could remember being little and holding both rings in his hand, protesting that their initials should be on their own rings and not each other's. They'd both assured him that it was intentional and meant to show their love for one another. He wonders now why they would abandon them both. Or if his dad had left his ring with his mom long ago and given up on them. The teen tries not to linger on the thought for long, instead moving on to the stack of photos. The first picture is one he recognizes, one he'd just seen the night prior. It's the birthday photo of him and his mom, with Kaken and Uncle Majora in the background. He smiles then, cherishing the friendship he once had with the blonde. The next several pictures are of him, one of him watching his favorite All Might video, one of him atop a set of monkey bars, one of him as a toddler with his baby blanket. And then, the very last print is one that makes him freeze up. Tears he'd been fighting off since finding the items break through, and he has to try his very hardest not to let them drop down onto the picture. It's of his mom and dad, but not any that he remembered or recognized, not of their wedding or his 𝐵𝐼 or any significant date. Instead, stamped in orange with the day 04/16 in the bottom right corner, is his parents hugging each other tight in his mom's bathroom. The very same bathroom he'd been in just moments ago. His dad had been here. His deadbeat dad who vanished years ago, had shown back up. Not for him, but for his mom, as she did everything to get away from him. From Izuku. From a quirkless teenage boy who didn't do anything other than exist. The sadness turns to anger quickly, and it takes everything he has to not rip the image in half right then and there. Instead, he forces himself to pick up the folded paper, pressing it flat against the desk and smoothing it out several times before finally composing himself enough to read it. The handwriting is different from his mom's, thicker and much larger than hers. Izuku, 04/16. I know it's been a while since I've seen you last, and truthfully it will be much longer until I see you again. However, I do want you to know how much I love you, because regardless of your quirk status, you're still my flesh and BLD, and you're my son. I know this seems harsh now, leaving you on your own like this, but I promise, someday you'll thank us. When you grow up to be the mature adult we're pushing you to be, you'll understand. I've left you with a few photos, some that I held on to during my time abroad. These are my favorite pictures of you that your mother has sent me over the years, and I hope when you're old enough to understand and come to terms with everything, you'll send me photos of your teenage years. We have also both left our wedding bands for you, as a show of our unwavering love, and I hope you'll cherish them as much as we cherish you. We will send postcards to you occasionally, and you can send letters back to the P.O. box they are linked to, that way we can see how you're doing for yourself. With much love and hope for your future, Hisoshi. Izuku stares at the page much longer than he should. Because how could the person he's hated most of his life be nicer than his mom? The woman who raised him, taught him to read and write, let him sleep in her bed, cooked dinner for him, how could she be the mean one here? He slams his head down against the desk in frustration just as his computer pings and the screen lights up. It takes him a while to crack an eye open enough to read the notification, but when he does, he's up in an instant. At Puppet 30701. Payment sent at Puppet 30701. I will attach a link from a past analysis that will explain my quirk in enough detail at Puppet 30701. What is your turnaround time? At 𝐒𝐿𝐵 0416. I can have it to you by end of day. Truthfully, he's sure he can be done sooner, maybe within 2 hours, but he doesn't want to seem cocky. At Puppet 30701. Attachment. Link at 𝐒𝐿𝐵 0416. I'll get back to you shortly. The person's quirk is interesting, a call and response activation to a vocal question. The analysis is under a year old, and it's nothing fantastic, but Izuku finds himself noting the comment at the bottom. Not recommended for hero course. Hero course made him believe the person was still in high school, maybe middle school. You don't attend hero classes after 18, the commission didn't think it was adequate enough training, plus your body typically stopped growing by then and it was harder to push your limits in practice. Regardless, it wasn't his place to call the person out on age, he was still a teen himself anyway. Even if he legally wouldn't be recognized as one much longer, he pushes the thought out of his head, planning instead to dive into the analysis. In the end, it doesn't take him more than 2 hours to write it all out, but he wants to make sure his grammar is correct and that everything makes sense. If he was getting paid for it, he might as well do it the best he can. At 𝐒𝐽𝐫 𝐔𝐬𝐴0416, Quirk, brainwashing. Strengths may include holding the element of surprise, being able to control attackers or assailants to prevent harm, keep injured persons calm and still until further help may arrive. Stealth work, such as underground heroics, undercover police, or private inspector may be the best options for work. Ways to improve use of quirk could involve trying to hold more than one or previously decided limit, pushing the severity of commands and orders, holding a person underneath control for 30 extra seconds at a time. It could be worth practicing or studying comedy or one-liners in order to help gain reactions from assailants. Quirk drawbacks and overuse symptoms are unknown, however, the assumption would be that it results in headaches or pain in the eyes, possible nosebleeds, muscle weakness, or joint pain. Points of weakness may be intellectual, and recommendation to solve this possibility would be to study and learn how to read and analyze people. This could help to catch a response from person or persons. One thought of something that could contribute to effectiveness of quirk is the kind of response received. Could a more genuine answer, or answer with more emotion, make the connection to said person stronger or weaker? Overall thoughts. Quirk is very strong and well suited for work both inside and outside of the heroics field. Consider speaking with close family, friends, or quirk specialists to see if they would allow you to practice quirk improvement on them. Try resting before each practice session in hopes of receiving best results. Izuku stares at the screen for a long time before pressing send, debating whether or not the paragraphs in front of him were worth 10 yen. Was he overcharging? For someone with as little experience as him, he didn't think he was undercharging. Some quirk analysts charge thousands of yen for something small like his, but he didn't have any schooling to teach him how to do this. He hoped Puppeteer wouldn't be upset or disappointed with his thought. At Puppet 30701, I have never considered the possibility of joint pain or weakness as an effect of my quirk. Could you elaborate? I can pay more if necessary. At 𝐒𝐽𝐫 0416, no further payment is needed at 𝐒𝐽𝐫 0416. My thought is that overuse of your quirk may cause minor misfirings in your brain, which could send signals to the rest of your body to rest. At 𝐒𝐽𝐫 0416, theoretically, prolonged overuse could cause seizures, petite or grand mal, and you should consider consulting a specialist if it's something that concerns you. At 𝐒𝐽𝐫 0416, please don't take that the wrong way, it's just a thought. Depending on your age and how long you've had control of your quirk, it's completely possible that your brain is already used to the misfirings and nothing will ever come of it. He gets no response for a long time, long enough that he considers deleting his message. But just before he's able to, his computer pings once more. At Puppet 30701, Holy SHT at 𝐒𝐽𝐫 0416, is that a good SHT or bad SHT at Puppet 30701? Good Holy SHT at Puppet 30701, Holy SHT at 𝐒𝐽𝐫 0416, I'm glad I could be helpful. I was nervous you'd think my work was bad. At Puppet 30701, bad. This is amazing. You just explained in 5 minutes what I've been trying to explain to my doctor for 3 years. At 𝐒𝐽𝐫 0416, you should get a new doctor. At Puppet 30701, yeah probs, at Puppet 30701. This is probably a personal question so you don't have to answer. Jen at Puppet 30701. Where did you go to school for analysis? At 𝐒𝐽𝐫 0416. I didn't attend school for analysis at Puppet 30701, so you're completely self-taught. At 𝐒𝐵𝐿𝐵𝐿𝐵𝐿 0416, yep at Puppet 30701, how long have you been teaching yourself? At 𝐒𝐵𝐿𝐵𝐿𝐵𝐿 0416, since I could hold a pencil honestly at 𝐒𝐵𝐿𝐵𝐿𝐵𝐿 0416, so 10 years, give or take at Puppet 30701, wait at Puppet 30701, how old are you? At 𝐒𝐵𝐿𝐵𝐿𝐵𝐿 0416, wouldn't you like to know whether boy at Puppet 30701, a Vine reference. At Puppet 30701, you must be really young at 𝐒𝐵𝐿𝐵𝐿𝐵𝐿 0416, understands a Vine reference and uses tone tags. At 𝐒𝐵𝐿𝐵𝐿𝐵𝐿 0416, how's it feel being 14 years old? At Puppet 30701, well DMN. 𝐂𝐩𝐲 𝐔𝐬𝐞, 20,000 yen. His mom left him with a measly 20,000 yen. 10,000 yen a month, 2 months, and that's meant to help him live. If he saved every single cent and didn't spend any, following the market in Musutofu, he'd have to do 5,000 more analysis commission at his regular rate to be able to afford much of anything. Would anyone rent out an apartment to a legal adult but technical teenager? Could he get away with a studio apartment? Maybe just a room in someone's basement. Izuku finds himself sat crisscross on the floor in his room, the same water-stained notebook in his lap, running number calculations. He doesn't usually bring his work to the floor, but today he has the laptop settled on the ground next to him, staring at the list of apartments that would rent to a quirkless kid. The list isn't long, but it exists, and for that he's grateful. Saturday comes and goes in a fit of thunderstorms too severe for him to trek out in, so come Sunday morning, he's got a plan in place to charge more for analysis, and he's set up a page for artwork and hero costume design commissions. It takes more effort than he'd like to admit to make his way to the empty kitchen and look at the one pack of ramen he had left. His stomach lurches at the realization that he hasn't eaten anything more than 1 serving of rice and a half pack of noodles since school lunch on Thursday. So much for making his meals stretch out. He decides it's not worth it to use up his last pack quite yet, and decides maybe it's time to finally go shopping. The teen scavenges around his bedroom for any coins or bills he'd collected over the years, tears apart his All Might-themed piggy bank, and finally changes into the cleanest set of clothes he has. By the time he makes it to the convenience store, the sun is high in the sky. It's hot, but not unbearable, though he didn't bring anything to drink with him and is fairly confident he doesn't have enough money to spend on bottled water. He'd have to wait until he got back home. Home was a funny concept, honestly. Because home was meant to be somewhere you were comfortable and had people to make it special. Izuku wouldn't consider his barely furnished apartment a home. He doesn't realize he's staring at the coolers until later, snapped out of his thoughts by the shopkeeper grabbing his shoulder. You better plan on paying for that. His voice isn't cold, but it's stern. Green eyes glance down to the open bottle in his hand that he hadn't even noticed he'd picked up. I'm so sorry. I don't. The man is older, not ancient, but definitely old. His expression is hard, glaring holes into the teen as he seems to process it. Maybe he sees the shake in his hands, maybe it's the pure exhaustion in his entire body, but his gaze softens. Are you hungry, boy? He's not sure how to answer. Because the truth is, yes, he's starving, but what would answering truthfully get him? A discount. Kicked out of the store. I asked you a question. The man speaks again, this time dropping his hand from his shoulder and letting it hang limply beside them. Are you hungry? Izuku doesn't answer, at least not verbally, but he does nod his head just one. Enough to confirm the shopkeeper's suspicions. All right, kid, come on. Bring the water. His heart aches when he remembers the bottle in his hand. The product he'd just stolen from this business owner without meaning to. Was this his punishment? Was he going to have the cops called on him? Would he be banned? This was the closest, and cheapest, store to his apartment and he's not really sure he can risk losing it. Go on in, take a seat. He looks up to see the man holding open a door behind the counter. One that leads into a small room with not much more than a desk and chair. The desk has a computer monitor, one split into 4 sections and displaying different areas of the shop. Izuku does as he's told, sitting carefully in the chair, jumping slightly when it rolls backwards and he nearly spills his drink. I'm sorry 𝐶, you don't have to apologize kid. The man says, letting the door shut behind him and reaching down under the desk. I know what it's like to be hungry. And with those words, he pulls a small lunchbox out and places it in front of the boy. He knows what it is instantly, a packed lunch brought from home. The man probably made it himself, for his own lunch. I can leave. He offers, I basically just stole from you, you don't have to be nice to me. I can pay. Kid, look at me. The shopkeeper orders and he listens. I'm not stupid. I don't think you are. He clarifies. Hold on. He holds up a finger, I'm not stupid. I know your shoes. And Izuku feels his heart plummet at those words. Not only had he stolen from the man, but he knew he was quirkless too. Just like ever other law about quirkless people, there were loopholes that made it easier for them to get in trouble. This one single mistake could cost him everything, especially if the man filed a report with the police and it went on his record, he wouldn't be able to rent an apartment and they match mine. What? His head snaps down to look at the man's shoes. Deep red that shine like a stain on his image. Something that proves he's quirkless. The man shakes his head side to side just twice. Listen kid, I understand. You probably have it worse than me, times have changed since I was a kid. The green-headed teen doesn't know what to say, doesn't know whether he should cry or laugh. Maybe both. Are you legal yet? The shopkeeper asks, and if Izuku didn't know what that meant, he could have interpreted it wrong. However, being legal as a quirkless person referred to being considered an adult. So the other way to ask it would be if he was 15 yet. Almost. He whispers and then adds on, but I'm on my own already. It hurt to admit, for a lot of reasons. Maybe because it proved that he was handling too much at far too young, maybe because he was admitting he needed help, or maybe because it showed that his mom didn't care enough to stay. How long? He asks, and when the boy doesn't answer, he reiterates. How long have you been alone? April. He mutters. I think. I didn't really, pay attention at first. I'm sorry kid. The shopkeeper reaches over and clicks open the bento, urging him to eat. You can call me Sho. Or Sho-san, if you really prefer the honorifics. The teen glances down at the box, full of fresh food, and he feels his stomach lurch. Izuku. He mutters and then corrects himself. I'm sorry. I mean, you can call me Izuku. No family name. Sho questions. I could ask you the same thing. He quips back before he can stop himself, his stomach growling in hunger. He hadn't realized how hungry he actually was until just now. The man chuckles slightly. Fair enough. He says, to put it simply, I don't have any family left to associate with that name. Izuku frowns, taking the chopsticks from the top of the bento and saying a quick gratitude under his breath. Me too. He tells before digging into the box. Sho nearly jumps out of his skin at the ringing of the doorbell. Stay in here and eat. Drink too. I'll be back. He practically orders before running out to the front of the store, welcoming the guest as he does. Dad. His son stumbled around the corner of the kitchen while holding his head, despite it being far too early in the morning for him to be awake. Migraine again? Shouter asked, and when the boy just nods, he sighs. I'm sorry bud. Come here. The man offers an ice pack from the freezer before wrapping him up in a hug, pulling him close and letting him melt into his arms. The purple-headed boy just pushes himself into Shouter's chest, body relaxing in a matter of seconds. I thought you didn't work today. He glances at the microwave clock, displaying a neon green 3:58 across the tiny screen. Tsukochi asked me if I'd be willing to cover a shift today. One of his teammates has the flu or something. Hitoshi frowns. You're not even employed at the station. Why do you have to work for him? He's my best friend, kid. Shouter sighs. Plus, he'll owe me a favor after this one. Doesn't he owe you a million favors by now? The teen half jokes and his dad chuckles in response. Will you carry me back to bed? He eventually asks. The Erasure hero hums, are you hurting? My knees. He answers. Shouter doesn't say anything, instead, scooping up the boy with ease and walking him down the hall, past his bedroom and straight to his own room instead. Their hearing aids are out, but you know the drill. Wake them up if you need anything. He instructs and opens the top drawer of his nightstand to retrieve a bottle of medication. Sorry I can't stay. Zash should be up in a few hours though. Ask them to make breakfast. K. Hitoshi settles himself into his parents' bed, turning to look at the sleeping blonde before nodding. Okay. I love you. I love you too. 𝐬𝐽 whispers back as he exits the room, scooping up the cat in the hallway and shoving her inside before shutting it behind him. Today was going to be a long day. Izuku wakes to a hand on his shoulder. Izuku, kid, it's time to get up. What does he half snores before shooting up? The room is dim and it's dark out, so he's not quite sure what time it is. You fell asleep, and it looked like you needed it. 𝐬𝐽 chuckles, but I've just closed up shop and I really can't leave you here. I can give you a ride home though. It takes him a moment to process the words, still half asleep. When he does finally understand, he stands up quickly. I'm okay. I can walk. He says, thank you for the meal. I don't know what to say. You don't have to say anything. I know how hard it can be. He responds and pushes a grocery bag of food into the boy's hand. I know how you're going to feel about this, but I want you to take this food. You come back once a week, do a little cleaning around the store, and I'll pay you in food. When he doesn't say anything back, 𝐬𝐽 continues. If you go more than 14 days without showing up, I'll notify the police and make a missing persons report. He explains. I can only do so much for you, but I wish I had someone helping me when I was in your shoes. So I'm going to do as much as possible. Do you understand me? You don't have to dash, that's not what I asked. I wouldn't do anything I don't want to. Now, do you understand me? His voice is stern, one that he couldn't bring himself to ignore. Yes, 𝐬𝐽-san. He mutters while collecting himself, rubbing at his eyes and stretching slightly. They bid each other one more good night and farewell as 𝐬𝐽 locks the door and they part ways. It doesn't take the boy long to get home, not with the pep in his step as he realizes he might not actually be all alone. Visit once a week turns into once a day, and by the end of the following week, 𝐬𝐽-san becomes Oji-san. It hadn't been an intentional SWSH, but 𝐬𝐽 had said something about Izuku being like an annoying nephew, and he quipped back about how that would make him an uncle, and then there they were. After a long week of dodging bullies and working out, the two find themselves sitting in the shop. 𝐬𝐽 sat on a small stool next to the register, and Izuku propped up against the end of the counter. You're a lot of help to have around, you know. 𝐬𝐽 says at some point. The green-headed teen tips the drink he'd been given back and forth a few times before answering. I'm not sure if you remember, it hasn't been that long ago actually. The adult tilts his head to the side, humming a question without words. The two had found out Izuku was a fan of energy drinks earlier that week. He'd come in groggy and tired from the day and 𝐬𝐽 offered him an imported can from the States, one he'd gotten shipped to him to try and sell but they hadn't been very popular yet. I helped you out once before. Kind of. Not you directly. He says and then takes a long swig of drink until the can is practically empty. He sets it down on the countertop, though not before removing the tab on the top and pressing it into his palm. A few weeks ago, a mom and daughter got attacked outside the store. Just by the alleyway. Was that you? The man sits up abruptly, suddenly much more attentive. MHM. He whispers. I made the decision that night that I was going to be a hero. Jesus Christ kid dash he sighs, I wish I had been able to help you sooner. Green hair swings side to side as he shakes his head. It's okay Oji-san. A tiny pause as he squeezes his fist around the can tab, letting it press indentations into his skin. Plus, I didn't realize I needed help until the next day. Did something happen the next day? Well, too late to take it back now. Plus, 𝐬𝐽 was someone he trusted, there was no reason he couldn't share his story. I used to have a best friend. He starts, I called him Kaken. Still do, actually. He stares down at his hands, picking at the side of one of his nails. We used to be really close, our moms were best friends, so in turns we became best friends. And then he got a quirk and I didn't and, well, we started drifting apart. It wasn't all bad at first, mainly just picking me last in games or not letting me use the crayons he liked. But it got worse. 𝐲 listened intently, taking in every word as the boy talked and just praying no customers would come in and interrupt. He doesn't speak, just listens to Izuku talk and hums along where he should. And then a few weeks ago, right after I was here and knocked out that guy he lets out a soft laugh, one that almost turns into a sob. He told me I should jump off of a roof. Said I should pray for a quirk in my next life and he pauses as he looks up at the man, finally drawing his attention away from his own hands. The adult's face is red, angry, and despite the fact that Izuku knows it's not towards him, he can't help but feel ashamed. They sit in silence for a while, not too long, but long enough that the door swings open and they both jump in shock. The man is tall, thin, and bony with blonde bangs that fall down past his chin. Something about the man is eerily familiar, but the green-headed teen can't bring himself to care at that moment. And what? 𝐲 prompts, ignoring the customer who's on the opposite side of the store. What did he say after that? It's not spoken as a question, giving him the chance to deny answering if he wanted. He said to pray for a quirk in my next life, and to take a swan dive off the roof of a building. He knows his own voice is small, almost non-existent as he speaks. The teen pinches the soda tab between his fingers until it leaves indentations in his skin, waiting for something, maybe anything. Eventually, he decides he needs to be the one to speak. I kind of thought about it, not seriously I don't think. But, that same day I was attacked by a villain, and the hero that saved me was someone I really looked up to. Izuku says carefully, not wanting to give away too much. I asked them if he chokes on his words, clearing his throat just once before continuing. I asked if I could be a hero without a quirk. Based on your shoes, I'd hope he said the right thing. The voice is so familiar, the boy nearly gives himself whiplash with how fast he turns around to look at the man. He's tall, at least 6 feet, probably closer to 6.5, and stands towering over him. Excuse me. It's 𝐲 that yells at him. The blonde shakes his head side to side. Quirkless people can't be heroes. The customer says, "What the hell is your problem?" He screams back, "How dare you come into my store and act like that? Respectfully, sir, it's not wrong to dream." The taller man says, and Izuku feels his heart stop, every second of the interaction ticking by slower and slower. But he needs to be realistic. He doesn't really hear the next words that are shouted. Doesn't notice the way the customer's items are dropped to the ground and is shoved harshly out of the building. Doesn't process the interaction's ending until 𝐲 flips the sign from open to closed and locks the door. He grabs the teen by the shoulders, guiding him carefully into the office, a place that had become a second bedroom to him with the number of naps he'd taken there in just a week. Izuku knows there was screaming, knows there were curses and slurs thrown back and forth between the familiar man and 𝐲. He plays the scenario back through his head, multiple times, from the start of the conversation about 𝐭𝐽 to the end where he was told once again to be realistic. Part of him can't decide if he's actually still with his 𝐒𝐲 or if he's back on that thing rooftop, wind blowing past him so ferociously, it might be better to stop fighting it. The other part of him knows 𝐲 is talking to him, trying to calm him down from the clear dissociation and panic that's consumed him. Izuku, kid, come on. Breathe. Though it takes all his energy, he finally puts in the effort to listen. Oh, breathing sounded like a great idea. The boy exhaled sharply, lungs relaxing and allowing him to blink enough times to look up. He can see the fear in the adult's face, can see the anger and fury that's obviously not directed towards him. And despite it all, he apologizes. "I'm sorry," he whispers, and 𝐲 looks as if he doesn't know what to say next. "Kid no, you don't have to say anything." He sobs, the tears spilling over his control. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry you have to take care of me like this, and I'm sorry that he's interrupted by strong hands gripping his, forcing his fingers to curl around the 𝐾𝐽 that somehow survived the whole interaction. Izuku, look at me." And for once, he does. That but had no idea what he was talking about. "You are going to be a hero. Not just any hero, the greatest." He starts, "You're going to prove him and this 𝐭𝐽 wrong. You're going to be the person that quirkless people look up to. You're going to be the symbol of equality and justice. Do you hear me? He just nods his head while listening, the tears continuing to fall, not being able to bring himself to stop. The man wraps him in a hug eventually, whispering small assurances into his ear until he tires himself out enough to sleep. And in the last few moments of consciousness before succumbing to his nap, he hears the man grumble out a rather frustrated, "Who the hell does that man think he is?" Izuku can't help the thought that crosses his mind as his mind slips into a dream state. But he's confident he'd remember it even if he remembered nothing else from that day. That but was eerily similar to Japan's #1 hero, and he'd do everything he could to surpass him someday. It takes 2 weeks of analysis commissions, collecting loose change from the ground, and Sho paying him little hits of money under the table, for him to make barely 2,000 yen. It wasn't much, but it was progress, and Sho had said that if worse came to worst, he could stay with him for a little while. The man didn't live anywhere extravagant, a simple 1-bed 1-bath apartment that he let Izuku crash on the floor of a few times. He'd sold most of the furniture and collectibles in his bedroom, leaving nothing but the mattress of his bed and the best Genist and Endeavor action figures he dug out of his closet after finding the photos his mom left. Part of him desperately wanted to keep his All Might merch, because despite how much he disliked the hero now, he had been his favorite for years. However, in the end, he made just over 8,000 yen selling everything. Truthfully, he could have sold them for much more, some of them were limited edition, but he listed them as make an offer because at least that was he was guaranteed to make a profit. If he did his math properly, he had a little over 30,000 yen in his account, which was nowhere near where he wanted it to be, but it was progress. He'd already upped his commission prices to 50, and he planned on raising them more. Speaking of, he needed to open up his computer today. At Puppet 30701. Deku, let me know when you get this message at Puppet 30701. Nothing's wrong, just need to talk. Oh wonderful, that doesn't leave him anxious in any way. At 𝐒𝐿𝐺 0416, what's going on? At Puppet 30701, I was wondering if you could explain more about the joint pain and weakness and that stuff at Puppet 30701, that you had theorized about a few weeks ago at Puppet 30701. I'll pay double your charging rate at Puppet 30701. You've gone up to 50 yen now, right? At 𝐒𝐿𝐺 0416. Sure. At 𝐒𝐿𝐺 0416. What do you want to know about? He gets a payment notification for 200 yen almost instantly. At Puppet 30701. A little extra BC. I know you know what you're talking about. At Puppet 30701. Could brain misfirings from my quirk cause me to pass out? At 𝐒𝐿𝐺 0416. I appreciate the payment at 𝐒𝐿𝐺 0416. Absolutely. At 𝐒𝐿𝐺 0416. The misfirings could cause plenty of things, passing out, seizures, sickness, etc. At Puppet 30701. DMN at 𝐒𝐿𝐺 0416. Can I assume that means you're experiencing some of these symptoms? At Puppet 30701. Unfortunately. At Puppet 30701. Can I ask you a more personal question? At 𝐒𝐿𝐺 0416. I have no obligation to answer, but sure. At Puppet 30701. Yeroff. At Puppet 30701. Do you think I can still be a hero if I have these medical problems? Izuku pauses for a moment before answering, hesitating in trying to reach out and connect with the other person. Puppeteer was obviously a teen, they'd spoken periodically after their initial interaction, and it was clear. But should he try and pursue a friendship with the kid? Or should he keep work separate? At 𝐒𝐿𝐺 0416. Promise not to block me immediately after. At Puppet 30701. At Puppet 30701. Promise. At 𝐒𝐿𝐺 0416. Do you think I can be a hero with no quirk? At Puppet 30701. My dad says quirks are just a tool. At Puppet 30701. So yeah. I think you can be. At 𝐒𝐿𝐺 0416. Then you sure as hell can be a disabled hero. Shouter stormed into the precinct at 4:30 a.m. one too many days in the past month. Tsukochi, I swear to God come on, listen, I know. The detective frowns and throws up his hands in defense. There's a fresh pot of coffee in the break room though. Hitoshi's birthday is coming up and we better have this case solved by then. He's about to elaborate more, about to complain how he promised his son he'd spend the entire week with him. And if he had to spend one more early morning at the station because of some fuck, I won't ask you to come after today. His friend says, and the man lets his eyes shoot up. I have a feeling this will be over soon. Plus, there's a new hero in town that I've got to put my focus on. 𝐿𝐴 snorts as they walk. You're dropping a case to chase a hero. I didn't say I was chasing him. Oh, I see how this is. The pro sets down his things on the table in the break room once they arrive. You two are dating already. 𝐿𝐴. The detective spins around and stares at him with wide eyes. Naomi-sa. 𝐿𝐴 deadpans with a grin. The two stand in silence for what feels like hours, listening to nothing up the brewing coffee and the ticking clock. And that's what you get for dragging me out of bed 3 days before my son's birthday. The 𝐒𝐲 hero huffs. Now, start explaining. I don't want to be here a second longer than necessary. I have classes to teach today. Didn't you expel your class? His friend asks and he sighs. First of all, I expelled my homeroom class only. I still have other classes to teach, you should know this by now. Second, I re-enrolled all of them the next day. It was just to scare them. He tells. The detective rolls his eyes. I don't understand why you have that job. The commission pays decently and you clearly don't like teaching. I never said I don't like teaching. 𝐿𝐴 snaps back, I just don't like working. And I'm tired. And have chronic pain. And a family to worry about. It's right about then that someone else walks in, carrying a box or pastries. Good morning Tsukochi, eraser. Hello Sangza. Nods the detective as he starts pouring 2 identical cups of coffee. Those look good. They're up for grabs. The cat quirked officer says before turning his attention. How's Hitoshi? Part of 𝐿𝐴 hates that he's at the station often enough for that to be a question, the rest of him is glad. To know people care enough to ask. Good. He turns 15 on Monday. Hisashi and I both got the entire week off from all our jobs, we're going camping. Oh how exciting. Sangza chirps, he hasn't been in the hospital lately, has he? I feel like it's been a while since I saw you last. Well, the man frowns, we actually spent yesterday afternoon there. He passed out and knocked himself silly. His audience shakes their heads, I'm so sorry to hear that. The cat says, I really do hope y'all are able to figure it out soon. Thank you Sangza. Anyways, I'll let you guys get to work, I know you've got places to be. See, someone here listens to me. 𝐿𝐴 grins, grabbing a pastry from the box and the coffee mug from his friend. Let's get started. It's 4:45 in the morning when Izuku wakes up to a notification from his laptop, and he knows it's Puppeteer before he even opens it. At Puppet 30701, are you really quirkless? At 𝐒𝐽𝐵 0416, are you always so nosy? At Puppet 30701, I'm not trying to be mean at Puppet 30701, I'm just curious at 𝐒𝐽𝐵 0416, and I'm sleepy at 𝐒𝐽𝐵 0416, why do you want to know? At Puppet 30701, IDK at Puppet 30701, I'm trying to be friendly at 𝐒𝐽𝐵 0416, by asking about my quirk status. At Puppet 30701, okay I see how that came across at Puppet 30701, I don't have very many friends. And my dads keep saying I should try and make more at 𝐒𝐽𝐵 0416, dads. At Puppet 30701, yes. 2 dads. Who I love very much at 𝐒𝐽𝐵 0416, whoa dude, calm down, I'm not judging. At 𝐒𝐽𝐵 0416, I'm literally the last person that would judge anyone at 𝐒𝐽𝐵 0416, and yes, I really am quirkless at 𝐒𝐽𝐵 0416, and I also need to get up and ready for school so at Puppet 30701, Diamond at Puppet 30701, I forgot it was a school day at 𝐒𝐽𝐵 0416. You're not going to school today. At Puppet 30701, nah at 𝐒𝐽𝐵 0416, why not? At Puppet 30701, could brain misfirings from my quirk cause me to pass out? V at Puppet 30701, Carrot at Puppet 30701, I was in the hospital all day yesterday at 𝐒𝐽𝐵 0416, DMN at 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲0416, have you tried seizure medication? At Puppet 30701, should I, at 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲0416, I'd recommend at least trying it. He closes his laptop before another message can go through, knowing that he only had so much time if he wanted to stop by the shop before school. And he needed to shower first, especially since he hadn't gotten home until late last night and his hair was covered in mud. That was one of the amazing things about hanging out with 𝐂 so often, it kept him away from Kaken and his friends. Most of the time at least. The mud caked into his hair right now from his walk home when he got jumped definitely wasn't making that look believable though. He'd been able to escape the majority of the beatings for the last 3 weeks or so, but they'd caught him just 2 blocks from his house last night, so here he was. 𝐂 probably wouldn't be too happy seeing him covered in dirt and bruises. So he spends his morning in the shower, cherishing the hot water he has left before his housing deadline in just a few days. It was Friday, and the rent would be due on Monday. And God was he stressing about it. He'd ventured out to a local shopping district just a few days prior, sifting through the dumpsters from one of the office supply stores until he found a backpack with a small hole in the bottom. It hadn't taken him long to fix the hole, and truthfully, he knew it was gross. But he didn't want to resort to stealing unless absolutely necessary. The past week had been spent hand-washing the clothes he still had, and packing them carefully into his new bag. If he had to leave, he wanted to be ready. He tossed all but 2 of his notebooks, the one he'd been practicing budgeting and signatures in, and the one he'd been saving for work on commissions with. He hadn't filled up more than 3 pages, but he was working on it. And his laptop and phone fit snugly into his school backpack along with the notebooks, so at least he could get everything without worrying. It's a little over an hour later that he leaves the apartment, all his belongings tucked into the very back of his closet just in case someone were to try and get in. The walk to 𝐂's shop was calm, familiar with the number of times he'd walked it recently. And the look on his face when he walked in just after opening was funny. "Kid, welcome in. Didn't expect to see you this morning," he says while waving his hand in the air. "I just got a new shipment for you to try out." He bows in appreciation as he taps his shoes off at the door. "Good morning, OG-san. Oh, and I know you said you don't mind the energy drinks I already have stocked, but he reached down underneath the counter. "These just got shipped in from the States. I know you prefer them." In the bag sits a variety of imported energy drinks, ones that 𝐂 had seen the price of while doing inventory and cringed at. "Why you didn't have to buy those? OG-san, these are so expensive. Plus you said they didn't sell well. Come on, you do enough cleaning around the store, these are nothing." The man chuckles. "Besides, despite the fact I don't think you should be drinking a ton of caffeine, the American ones have way more. Should get you through a full day of school without even blinking. And who cares if they don't sell well? It's more for you. OG-san." Izuku tries to protest. "Nope. Nah, no OG-san today. It's a gift. He tells, from me to you. And besides, I want to try one too." As he speaks, he picks up a solid white can, one that proudly displays the words "Zero Sugar" across the front. "I've heard these ones are better than the originals you tried a few weeks ago. Plus, they look a little healthier." "Yeah." He finally caves and pops open the top of the drink he'd been given. "Cheers." There's not even a moment of hesitation as the man grins, reaching out his own drink with an outstretched arm. "Cheers." The metal cans clink together and slosh as they both go to take a sip, grins plastered across both their faces. Izuku cherishes the moment like no other, the closest person he had to family coughing and sputtering at the shock of the taste. "Oh my God!" the man exclaims and sets down the can. "You like these?" He laughs hard enough that he has to drop his drink before he spills it. "I guess they are a pretty acquired taste." 𝐂 exhales, composing himself before taking another sip, this one much smaller than the rest. He seems to ponder over it for a moment before finally speaking. "You know, once I was prepared it really isn't all that bad." The green-headed teen chuckles, admiring the man in front of him. 𝐂 wasn't even just family, he was the only person Izuku had ever considered as a father figure in years, not to mention really the only parental figure he'd had since his mom left a few months ago. "I think they're good." He nods, taking another sip. The bell on the door sings, signifying a customer has walked in. Maybe another teen on the way to school, or an adult trying to catch the train to work. Welcome in. Izuku feels himself calling without a second thought. Instead of the usual thanks or good morning that usually follows the welcome, they receive a chilling voice back. Too bad good things never last. Put your hands in the air and don't move. They see the gun in this hand before anything else, but once Izuku really looks, he can see how terrifying the man really is. They both do as they are told, cans clattering to the ground and contents spilling out as their hands shoot up into the air. The boy can see the shake in Shosan's hands, the small tremble of his lip as he very slowly attempts to get in front of Izuku, trying to shield him. You can take anything. He whispers. I said don't move. And suddenly, he's back in that first day he met Sho, an attacker cornering two innocent civilians and ordering them to not move. Except this time, Izuku can't do anything, his life is in danger in a way it never has been before. Sure, there was the time Kaken told him to take a swan dive, and there was the time the sludge villain practically drowned him, but this is different. One wrong move and they are both dead. I want all the money in the register. The man demands and Shosan nods. Do you want me to get it or do you want the code to unlock it? His voice quivers as he speaks and Izuku can feel the fear seeping further into his bones. Is this how that mother felt the day he helped her? Had she been this afraid of losing her child? Izuku was no hero, a real hero would have done something by now. I'll do it. The man spits, what's the code? It's a demand rather than a question, yelled at them as he walks around, his finger pressed up to the screen on the register. 0410 slow down. The man interrupts Shosan, making them both flinch. Turn around, slowly, don't move. This time, when they turn, the barrel of the gun isn't nearly as far away as he'd thought. Instead, Izuku finds the gun just inches from Sho's head. Start over. Slower. There's such force in this words that the team isn't sure he doesn't have a quirk that plays into it. The man swallows harshly before opening his mouth, 040120. Izuku breathes an ever so small sigh of relief, tears still welling in his eyes as their attacker backs away slowly, turning back to the screen before punching in the numbers and the drawer pops open. Bingo! Their attacker opens a bag that had been slung over his shoulder, he doesn't even bother grabbing the money out of the drawer itself, instead opting to just let the entire tray and shove it down into his backpack. A few coins hit the ground as he does, making him shout out a curse of frustration. Where's the cash bag? He raises the gun back up to aim straight at Shosan. I know you have one. It's in the cabinet. Oh, on the left side. They both stand still while he answers. There's a second bag in the office. I, it's locked. B, but there's a key in the BL black cup right there. He stutters out, half pointing to the small cup on top of the desk. The man grins wildly before waving the gun around in the air. If either of you move, you're both dead. He then dumps the cup upside down, and the watcher's small coins and soda tabs clatter to the ground. There's no room for argument in his voice as he turns around and heads into the small office just behind the counter. The moment he's gone, Shosan spins to face him. Izuku, you have to leave. But Oji-san. I don't care what he said. He whispers, you're young. You have a life to live. Please kid. Just go. I'll get help. Izuku tries to promise. Shosan shakes his head and places firm hands on the boy's shoulders. All I ask is that you become a hero. Don't let the world discourage you. You're going to be great. I will be a hero. I'll go get help now. He mutters. Shosan presses his lips together as tears spill down his cheeks for the first time. You're already my hero, Izuku. He says and pushes the teen harshly in the direction of the door. Izuku hears the gunshot before he knows the man is back. His head swivels around to look at the scene in front of him, movement so harsh he practically gives himself whiplash in the process. Oji-san. The man's eyes widen as they both watch Shosan hit the ground, fear displaying itself like he hadn't really meant to shoot. But then, faster than the pool of BLD starts covering the floor, his expression changes into something evil. The look of excitement at the fact that he really had just killed someone. And there was no doubt that he was dead, not with the amount of red that stained his usually silver hair and the complete stillness in his movements. Oji-san. Izuku rushes forward, not really being able to care about the gun still pointed in his direction any longer. His knees hit the ground and his breathes grow warm with the fresh blood seeping into them. You know, I'm not a total monster. The man stepped closer and Izuku feels the head of the gun pressed firmly into the center of his back. Say sorry to your uncle for me, kid. He was face down against Sho's chest in a matter of seconds and he's not even sure he feels the pain before his life comes to an end. Izuku blinks, tired eyes open to the sound of sirens and a hand pressed down harshly against his neck, 2 fingers checking for a pulse that really shouldn't exist. He shoots up with such force at the shock that the person shouts and stumbles backwards in surprise. After the briefest moment of silence, the person lunges forward, grabbing him by the shoulders and snatching him back to face away from Sho. Breathe. The person speaks, voice low and unfamiliar, yet full of comfort. Don't panic, don't look, breathe. Despite his efforts, he doesn't process the words before his turning to the side to vomit, emptying the almost non-existent contents of stomach until not even the bile remains. Izuku coughs and sputters, sobs racking his body as he dry heaves over the puddle of puke on the floor. Even though the man pulled them decently far away, the team can still smell the scene, can still see the blood that's becoming stickier by the second on the ground. Hey, come on, look at me. The green-headed boy does as he's told, even if it takes every ounce of energy he has. He feels slow, feverish and weak, and he has to wonder if their attacker's quirk has something to do with that. Temporary death, maybe, though that was unlikely, but he was sure he'd died. Sure he'd taken his last breath over Sho's body with a gun pressed in between his shoulder blades. Are you with me? This time, he actually listens. Sure, he'd heard the words prior, but had he really listened? It takes energy he doesn't have to answer, so instead he just nods and the man gives a small, tight smile. Okay, good. Listen close for me, okay. The nod he repeats is smaller this time, but clearly still noticeable for the man. The man who he didn't know, the man who wasn't dressed in any police or medical gear, despite the sirens around them both. Was he a civilian who arrived on scene? Was he a hero? Had Sho actually gotten them help? Sho. Where was Sho? I'm a hero, I'm here to help. Well, that answered at least one of his questions. I need to make sure you aren't hurt, so I'm going to take you over to one of the ambulances. My friends are over there to help you out. ʻShirodashi hardly manages and the hero's face distorts into confusion. Oji-san. Izuku reiterates and this time, his face morphs from confusion to realization and finally to sadness. I'm going to check on him next. The hero promises, but your Oji-san would want you to get checked out first. Okay. The teen can't help the anger that bubbles in his chest then. That's his Oji-san, not the hero's. He has absolutely no right to call Sho that. He wants to yell that, wants to scream it out, but he can't. So instead he just nods once more and lets the hero scoop him up in his arms and carry him carefully to the ambulance and EMTs. Izuku attempts to take in his surroundings. The sun is more noticeable now, not just a faint orange glow in the bottom of the sky. And the air is a little warmer than when he first arrived, though not as warm as you'd expect it to be in late June. Paramedics are talking to him, asking all sorts of questions that he's not really paying attention to. He needed to see Sho, needed to see the man get up from that sticky red ground and come join him outside with emergency services. Maybe their attacker's quirk worked differently depending on certain factors. Could it be age-related? BLD type? Exhaustion level? Anything that would keep Sho down longer than him? And then, as he's ignoring the professionals who are attempting to take his vitals, he sees that same hero exit the shop once more. He carries a solemn look, locking eyes with an official-looking man in a hat and coat. Neither of them speak, but the former of the two shakes his head slightly, surely indicating that there was no further sign of life. It's right about then that Izuku really realizes what was happening. He died. He was sure of that. He's confident there's a hole in his school uniform to prove it. But that wasn't the point. The point now is that he has to get the hell out of here. If the officials find out he's not 15 yet, they'll have to contact his mom, and that wouldn't end well. I'm denying medical attention. The boy shouts and catches the attention of the hero and officers around them. Don't touch me. He wasn't stupid. Especially growing up quirkless, he had to learn the rules for medical care. Sure, emergency healthcare may be rather cheap, but that didn't mean admission to hospitals was. Plus, having to contact parents, kid, hold on. It's the hero from before, and it's only now that Izuku really pays attention to him. He's got long hair, stubbly beard hair that probably needs a shave, and yet despite his unruly appearance, he seems safe. You've been in a dangerous situation, you look like you've been hurt. We have to dash. I'm 15, I'm quirkless. I'm classified as an adult. He practically yells. You can't practice any sort of medical care on me without my consent, and I have no family for you to ask otherwise. Every single adult around him either freezes or gasps, some do both. Listen, kid, I dash you nothing. Izuku snaps, I don't want medical care. I want to go home. I have classes to attend today and I need to change. Okay. The hero nods, okay, listen. No medical care. But we need to at least talk to you about what happened. You said you're 𝐂𝐸𝐷. The green-headed boy jumps up, don't call him that. This time, they seem to take him more seriously. Okay. I'm sorry. I hope you can forgive me. Izuku can feel the pounding of his heart in his ears, feel the chills crawling across his skin and the headache stabbing at the back of his eyes. I don't want my name in any reports. He says, and the man frowns. And if you try and contact anyone, I'll dash you have my word. The hero says, hand reaching out as he strides across the scene. On my hero license, I swear. What's your hero name? He asks, but less as a question and more as a demand. Who are you? The hero hesitates only minorly before nodding, Eraserhead. He tells before shaking hands with the teen. Would you be willing to come down to the station with us? To get your statement and everything. Eraserhead asks once again. Izuku watches him, thinks about the handshake they just shared and blinks just once before answering. Sure. But I need my stuff from inside. I can get it. The hero starts. No. Barks the teen and Eraserhead glances backwards at the man with the coat and hat. Said man frowns before sighing and nodding. The black-haired hero hums a breath and drops his head in defeat. All right, but I'd like to come with you. Just you. Izuku bargains, and when all the other adults agree, they move. There's the humming of the fridges and the running of a small fan that 𝐻𝐸 keeps behind the counter, but other than that, the building is silent. He really isn't sure how long he sat in the back of the ambulance, being uncooperative and practically not there, but someone's put a sheet over 𝐻𝐸 by now. The teen spends a long time just staring at the white cloth, stained red in the places where it reaches the ground, and it's not until a firm hand grabs his shoulder that he moves. It reminds him of his first real interaction with 𝐻𝐸, when he opened the bottle of water and the man had come up behind him. He'd been scared then, not nearly as scared as he was now, but still scared. Maybe back then it was because he had just been left alone, and despite his actions, he had no one to disappoint. And now, he really and truly was alone now. Part of him wants to hope that his theory on the attacker's quirk was right. Because how else is he standing here? He can feel the air fluttering through his torn uniform, can smell the copper in the air from the blood staining his skin. He died. He's sure of it. Izuku is confident only a few seconds had passed since the hero grabbed his shoulder, but it felt almost like hours. The effort it took to peel his eyes away from the sheet covering his 𝐂𝐸𝐷 was something he really didn't have. Not with the fever he could feel in his body and the headache that could rival All Might himself. Quirk exhaustion, his brain provides, though he knows it's not the truth. Sure, fever, headaches, weakness, they were all telltale signs of quirk overuse, but Izuku didn't have a quirk to overuse. Not unless he'd randomly gained a power through death, kid. The hero finally speaks and the teen eventually manages to turn around. Your stuff. Alright. They go through the motions slowly, collecting his school bag he'd carefully packed that morning, the small envelope of allowance the man gave him twice a week, and after a long pause, the white plastic bag of American energy drinks left untouched on the counter. The hero looks at him with wary eyes when he collects his money from behind the counter, but he doesn't say anything. The envelope was in the same place it always was, tucked in a small folder underneath the keyboard in the office. There's always multiple envelopes, his name only ever written on one. But this time, Izuku is displayed across two of them. He hesitates, wonders if it's always been there and he's just missed it, or if 𝐲 put it there recently. Truthfully, 𝐲 usually hands him the money, instead of making him fish for it himself, so it could have been there all along. The boy doesn't particularly want the hero to think he's stealing anything, so he grabs the two with his name and slips them into his backpack before exiting the office. "They are mine," he states as he walks around the length of the counter. "I didn't think otherwise." Eraserhead hums. Izuku really can't get a read on the guy. Part of his brain screams quirk discrimination and don't trust heroes, but the other part of him can just tell the man is safe. Something about him is welcoming enough that he doesn't want to immediately run for the hills. Because by God he could, he might not be able to outrun the hero and entire police force behind him, but he was DMN good at hiding. And he was small enough to hide in places they most likely couldn't reach. Sure, the bullying was bad, but it left him stronger in some places. Izuku pauses, eyes flicking between the door, the hero, and the sheet. "Can I say bye? It's not pretty. I won't lie to you." The hero frowns, and I really shouldn't allow it. Tsukochi would have my head. "Is he your boss?" he asks without really meaning to. Eraserhead lets out a small chuckle, he wishes he was. And then, after just a few seconds, he sighs. "All right. Quick. And try not to touch too much." He knows that the hero means not to disturb the scene, but Izuku's heart aches at the thought that this might be the last time he ever sees 𝐲. He pulls back the sheet slowly, the scene underneath disgusting enough to make him GG before swallowing down his fear. The man is laid on his stomach, head turned to the side to display his half-open eyes and mouth. Most of his features are stained with BLD, but that doesn't matter to the teen. "Oji-san," Izuku whispers, reaching out a shaky hand to lower the man's eyelids down. "I'll keep my promise." He knows the hero behind him won't be happy that he'd touched 𝐲's body, but he didn't care. There's no way in hell he'd leave him here without at least making sure he's at peace. "I swear." After that, Eraserhead guided him back out of the store with such confidence that he doesn't even try to fight it. He walks with his head down and hands gripping the straps of his backpack, ignoring the adults talking around him. He doesn't quite process them ushering him into a police cruiser, but he knows they put him in the backseat. Logically, he knows it's because he's a child, and there's only so many front seats, but his brain yells that it's because he's quirkless. By the time they make it to the station, the sun is all the way up, and Izuku is sure he's missed at least homeroom, though he doesn't actually know what time it is. He could pull his phone out of his bag, but that would entail setting it down and having to dig through the pockets, leaving him open to adult eyes. He knows they won't actually take his stuff, not after Eraserhead promised. Because in the end, despite his mind telling him that heroes can't be trusted anymore, his gut seems to like the dark-headed man sitting across from him. "Are you with us now?" "What?" Izuku looks up, eyes locking into the man in the coat. The man's frown deepens. "Are you sure you don't want to get checked out? You seem a little spacey." "Detective!" Eraserhead snaps from beside him. The green-headed teen was sat on a bench, a table separating him and the two men on the other side. "Right. I'm sorry." He clears his throat. "I'm Detective Tsukochi, and I believe you've already met Eraser." He nods just once, waiting for one of them to speak. He knows they want to know what happened, but he doesn't want to be the one to start it. "Before we go any further, you should know that my quirk allows me to tell if a person is lying or not. It is constantly active and will not turn off." Tsukochi tells, "However, I will not make note of anything that does not pertain to this case, unless it will put you, myself, or my colleagues in direct danger. Do you understand?" Izuku pauses, considering what the man had just said. "Yes." It's hardly a whisper, but they all hear it. "Can I have one of my drinks?" The hero and detective look at each other just once before the former answers. "Of course." He ever so slowly lets go of his backpack for the first time, reaching out across the table to where Eraserhead had set his drinks down. He'd offered to carry them when they'd arrived, and Izuku couldn't find it in himself to say no. His hands are far too shaky to open the can by himself, so when the hero once again offers his help, he agrees. He takes several long swigs of drink before the detective starts again. If at any point anything becomes too much and you'd like to stop, we can. He just nods and the man continues. I also recognize that you don't want your name shared, and we will respect that completely, but is there a name we could have? Just so we know what to call you here. Izuku. He whispers. Do you have a last name with that? Or just Izuku? Tsukochi asks. He wasn't stupid, he knows that despite the promise to not share his information, that doesn't mean they won't go looking for it. He's in his old Dera uniform, and his name wasn't rare, they'd find him if they wanted to. Just Izuku. Please. The man nods, of course. Alright Izuku, would you be willing to recount the events of this morning for me? He presses his lips together, inhaling sharply through his nose before speaking. I usually stop by Sho's place on my way home. But I woke up a little early today, so I thought I'd say hi. He just got some new drinks for me. He says while gesturing to the can on the table. Sho didn't like them much, they're kind of an acquired taste, so I couldn't really blame him. You can take it slow. Erasure assures even though it doesn't really help. He took another sip, and he said it was actually kind of good. And then, Izuku pauses, biting down on his lip harshly as he reaches out to his drink. Then the door opened and this guy came in. He must have heard the end of our conversation because he said that good things never last. It takes every ounce of strength Izuku has to not break down into sobs again right then and there. He had a gun. And he told us not to move. And Sho gave him the pass W word to the register and the office. Tsukochi is writing things down, scribbling them into a notepad so quickly, Izuku isn't sure they're even real words. Eraserhead is nodding along beside him, not speaking, but taking in everything being said. When he was in the office, Sho told me to leave. He has said I have a life to live. It's only as he speaks that words get harder to say. Like his mouth is full of glue that won't let sounds through. He made me promise I'd be a hero. And did he want to get that personal with these two men he'd only just met? Did he really want to tell them that his Oji-san had cried in front of him and said he was already his hero? Do you need to take a break? It's the detective who talks, pausing from his writing and looking up at the teen. Izuku shakes his head before opening his mouth again, taking a large breath and attempting to continue without sobbing. The guy came out of the office and shot Sho. And then he told me he wasn't a monster, and that I'd have to say sorry to Sho for him. He pauses there, because there's no way he could tell them that he got shot. No way he could say he's positive he died. They'd call him crazy. Maybe even go back on their word to let him leave. My phone alarm went off. The one I usually leave for school too. But I was early today. He just had to hope his lie was believable. It scared him and he shot B but it missed me. I must have passed out B because that's the last thing I remember before Asa showed up. He watches the pinched look sweep across the detective's face. Watches the way he pauses his pen just millimeters above the page. Is that everything? He asks and Izuku feels his heart jump. He had assumed that the detective's quirk worked with yes or no answers, not statements. Or did it work based on heart rate and body cues? Yes, sir. He manages and hopes it comes out as real sounds. There's just the slightest moment of hesitation before the adult sighs. All right, well, is there any way you'd be able to give us a description of the man who attacked you? Honestly, looks was the last thing he'd thought about. The man was tall, because he had to crane his head up to even get a glimpse at the guy right before he'd been shot. But did he remember what he looked like? Hell no. I'm sorry. He mumbles, I know he was taller than me, and I think he had dark hair. I don't remember. That's okay. It's the hero that speaks this time. It was a traumatic event, it's common for you to not remember. I'm still sorry. Izuku whispers to the two adults. If I had, he said, he can't help the tears that keep him from finishing his sentence. I could have saved him. I could have been his hero. He has said I was his hero but I'm not. Tsukochi tries to open his mouth and say something, probably in an effort to console. The teen, but he doesn't get a chance before he's speaking again. I'm just a worthless, quirkless, dash is interrupted by the bench on the other side of the table scratching against the floor, and the detective throws his arms out in surprise as Eraserhead stands up. The man rushes around the corner of the table, wrapping his arms around the boy and pulling him into a hug. Izuku, kid. He hushes, pulling him closer into his arms. You're okay. You're not useless. Quirkless or not, you are not useless. He decides he must have passed out after that, because the next thing he knows, he's got a jacket strewn across him and he's sitting on a love seat in the front lobby of the precinct. He vaguely remembers walking past the furniture, 2 love seats and a small couch to give a welcoming appearance. Though as he didn't remember getting up and walking over there, he had to assume that he was probably carried there. Truthfully, he didn't love that idea, but he couldn't do anything about that now. There's no one around him, not that he can see, but he can hear people talking somewhere close by. Izuku takes the chance to grab his things and leave, carefully standing up and spinning in a circle until he spots his backpack and other belongings. He debates for a moment trying to shove the bag from Sho into his already full backpack, but decides against it in the end. He collects everything before glancing down at the jacket he's discarded to the floor. He wasn't really sure who it belonged to, besides, he couldn't remember anyone wearing a jacket earlier. Plus, it looked far too small to belong to any of the adults he'd met. He folds it carefully, placing it down on the chair he'd just gotten up from before turning around to leave. The boy is met with Eraserhead standing directly in front of him, arms folded and eyebrow raised. Feeling better. If he hadn't been so incredibly tired, he probably would have jumped out of his skin right then and there. Instead, he blinks at the hero and inhales sharply. Yes. I'm sorry for bothering you all this morning. He says with a small bow, careful not to tip the open can in his hand. You'll have to forgive me for going back on our deal. The hero says, and Izuku's mind races. Had he found his last name? Or called his mom? Was he in trouble? Oh God, we checked your temperature and heart rate. A few other small things, just to make sure you were okay. He explains, I hope you can forgive me, but I just couldn't in my right mind let you leave if you were hurt. He's upset, of course he is, but Izuku can't find it in himself to be mad at the pro. Thank you for looking out for me. He hums, this time without bowing. You don't have to thank me for showing basic human decency. Eraserhead says, oh, and keep the jacket. You seem cold. He was right, Izuku hadn't really tuned into it yet, but he was ice cold head to toe. The boy just nods in appreciation and attempts to reach back down to retrieve the folded article of clothing, but the hero beats him to it. Can I tuck it in your bag? Izuku hesitates for only a moment. Despite the fact the hero had provided him medical care against his wishes, everything he'd done had been for his benefit, so he really didn't think the man would do anything bad. Yeah. Thank you. The pair both walk to the door, silence suspended in the air around them until they step outside and can hear the commotion of traffic and people. I already told Tsukochi that I'd take you home, but I know you're probably not comfortable with that. Eraserhead explains, so this is a train pass that's good for the day, and this is a card with both mine and his numbers on it. If you remember anything, you can call us. He says, get home safe. Izuku takes the items with caution, glancing down at the 2 cards in his hand. Thank you. For all your help today. Anytime. He says before turning and walking in the opposite direction. And I meant what I said earlier. He waves a hand in the air while still walking further and further away. You're not useless. Izuku had decided nearly a month ago that he didn't like pros anymore, and that they were liars only to look good on television. But for the first time in weeks, maybe even in years, he had a new favorite hero. He didn't go to school that day. He laid in his mattress on the floor and watched as the phone his mom left him rings with an absent notice from Aldera. He didn't have the energy to do anything other than lay there and cry, and truthfully, he didn't have much energy to even do that. The 2 envelopes Sho left him sit loosely in his hands while he stares, and nothing in particular, the way of the heavy despite their actual contents. Izuku decided that at some point today, he'd open them, but not yet. His backpack and the jacket he'd been given were thrown across the room, only after he took his computer out, of course. That, he'd carefully set up and plugged in on the ground. he needed to do some research if he ever found the motivation to get up. Sooner or later, the teen knew he'd have to move on and function again. He'd be homeless in less than 3 days. But for now, he'd grieve the loss of the only family he'd ever gotten to choose. 𝐿𝐿 really hadn't planned on working a robbery gone wrong at only 6:30 in the morning, but as his luck would have it, he hears the gunshot while on his way out of the station. It's a few streets over, and it's quiet, but he knew what it was. Logically, he should have ignored it and just gone to work, seeing as any delays on his way to UA would have him late for an early morning meeting. But he was a hero, and that meant helping even when he didn't have to. He had called back into the precinct doors just before sprinting off, catching the attention of 𝐒𝐿𝐲, who passed on the information. It didn't take long for him to find the scene, just 3 blocks away in some little convenience store with a shattered front glass window. The sight was ugly, to say the least. He was sure both victims were dead, but when the boy shot up and started panicking, he clearly scratched out that thought. And then the boy had shouted out that he was quirkless, and right then and there, 𝐿𝐿𝐲 knew his day was going to be eventful. The boy answered every question they asked before passing out, most likely from shock and exhaustion, but then that left the adults to wonder. Izuku had claimed to be 15, and even though he looked younger than Hitoshi, he let it slide. That didn't mean he didn't wonder, but he was a man of his word, so when he made the promise to not dig into the boy's background, he had to keep it. He did check him out a little, a small fever, elevated heart rate, dilated pupils. All signs of shock or even just day-to-day life. It also could have been side effects from his attacker's quirk, since they still weren't sure what that was. It takes several hours for Izuku to build up the strength to even get out of bed, but in the end, he knows he has to. He pads slowly to the kitchen and opens up the one cabinet that has anything in it, staring at the 2 cups of noodles, stack of protein bars, and the handful of candies, all of which he'd acquired from 𝐿𝐿𝐲. He decides that despite how he feels, he needs to eat the most sustainable thing. He pulls the singular pot he has left out of the cupboard and fills it halfway with water, setting it on the closest burner to him and turning it on high. The boy watches as the flame flickers underneath the pot, tiny bubbles clinging to the bottom but not yet rising. He slips his phone out of his uniform pocket, which he had yet to change out of even though it was stained and dirty, and opens up the search browser. Can you randomly get a quirk? The first answer was no, followed closely behind with a few articles about kids getting quirks even if their parents were quirkless, but one link at the bottom of the page grabs his attention. Can you spontaneously gain a quirk even if you've never had one? Yes. He clicks on the thumbnail and waits as his phone loads and transports him to another page. The layout is odd, unlike an blog he's been on before, but that doesn't matter. What matters is the title of the article. False negative or stress manifestation. How to tell? It hits Izuku suddenly that those were real options. He really could have spontaneously gained a quirk, and if that was the case then he's interrupted by the sound of hissing, snapping his up to look at the water boiling over the sides of the pot. He drops his phone down onto the counter and lunges forward, turning the heat down just enough to halt the mess. He drops the noodles into the water and gives them one good stir before turning back to his phone. He could multitask, he needed to read this. In this day and age, quirklessness in children and teens is uncommon, but possible. The HPSC does its best to put a cap on discrimination, however, it is common for people in the quirkless community to encounter bullying of all sorts. In some unfortunate circumstances, this can lead to suicide attempts. While this is graphic, it's the sad truth. But in some cases, the body and brain will fight to stay alive, and it can cause spontaneous quirk manifestations. There are only 4 reported cases of this in Japan in the last 2 years, however, it could happen more regularly and not be documented. Last year, a boy who wishes to remain anonymous was bullied into jumping off of a ledge, and his body manifested a flight quirk. After multiple sessions of quirk counseling and medical appointments, professionals came to the conclusion that his quirk manifested in a moment of fear, and he would keep the quirk forever. As of 2 months ago, the boy is living happily with his quirk. This is not the only case reported. 8 months ago, a 7-year-old girl who had been diagnosed as quirkless was hit by a car going nearly double the residential speed limit. On impact, her body manifested a quirk that turned her bones into metal and protected her well enough to come out of the accident with only minor injuries. Her quirk, however, stayed permanently and left her bones metal 100% of the time. As of currently, she is still attending quirk counseling and physical therapy to help her body adjust to the manifestation. False negatives, while more common, though still very rare. Children who are labeled as quirkless could have an underlying quirk that isn't noticeable until later in life. One instance of this is a 14-year-old boy who was born blind. None of his family had any eye-related issues, so it had been HD on their family. At age 5, he was officially diagnosed as quirkless and lived his life as such until just after his 14th birthday. The boy had decided to go skydiving for his birthday with a group of friends, and while he was falling, his body reached the conditions it needed to allow the quirk to show. His diving instructor said that there were no signs that anything was wrong until the boy was suddenly gone. His quirk is now labeled as bat, and after several months of counseling, he is now able to transform into a bat at will. He is able to use echolocation while in both his human and bat form. Izuku stops reading then, glancing up to see his finished pot of ramen. He transfers the noodles into a different bowl before retreating to his room, setting his food down on the ground and waking up his computer from sleep mode. He forwards the link from his phone to his laptop before sifting through his backpack for the empty notebook he'd been holding onto. It takes a long time for him to actually start writing in it, because what if he's being insane? There's no way he randomly manifested a quirk after all these years. Right after his mom left him because he didn't have one. Insane. But that didn't mean he couldn't hope. He ends up snatching a permanent marker out of his bag first, scribbling a title across the front of his notebook before actually flipping to the first page. Hero analysis for the present. It takes 2 days of reading and writing and studying the entire internet for Izuku to come to the conclusion that he had in fact managed to spontaneously get a quirk. And what made it even crazier is that he realized the shop hadn't been the first time. He had died to the sludge villain so many weeks ago. He was sure of it by now. So for now, he'd labeled it as an immortality quirk. The specifications needed to activate it were unclear, but what he did know is that both times he was highly emotional, and both times he'd been begging to live. Izuku wonders if he died while hoping to die, would he reset or would he actually die? Reset. That was a good word for it. He also needed to find out how long it took for him to get back up. He wasn't sure what time it was when either incident happened, but he also wasn't going to go around testing that. Because what if he had a set number of resets? What if they only happened when he was killed by another person? Would it be different if he died to something else? Like drowning? Or maybe falling from a great height? He'd probably get to test that at some point or another, but for now, he needed to gather as much information as possible. Life had given him a second chance, and now, he had another promise to keep. He'd be Sho's hero no matter what. Even if that meant going about it a different way. Logically, even though he had a quirk now, he couldn't walk into UA and tell them that. First of all, how would he prove it, and second of all, how could he use it in heroics? So for now, Izuku decides that his best option was to do more training. If he could build up his strength and skill, he could get into UA while legally quirkless. He's sure of it. Until then though, he needed to keep working hard. He had no reliable income now, and this was the last night he had in the apartment. He spent the better half of his night picking up the last few things instead of sleeping. The rug in the living room had been rolled up and stood neatly in the corner. He'd folded the 2 extra blankets and laid them carefully on his mattress. He had a single bag of trash that needed to go out with him when he left for school in a few hours, and his 2 backpacks full of belongings were ready to go by the front door. The teen had done his best to write the most professional note he could for when the landlord inevitably came looking for payment, explaining that they'd moved to America to live with his father and how they were sorry they hadn't put in notice for breaking their lease. It was only half a lie, honestly, but Izuku's heart still ached as he signed his mother's signature at the bottom and set the 2 sets out house keys on top of the note. The fact that hardly 3 days ago he was a quirkless teen living in his family home was odd. Especially now that none of that was true. His final night in the house went by in a blur, and before he knows it, he locks the door behind him and pulls it shut. The walk to school that Monday is longer than ever, the 2 backpacks that carry everything he owns weighing his shoulders down significantly. He doesn't even notice he's taken the longer route to walk past the shop until he's standing beside a boarded-up window, and part of his swears he can hear 𝐲 inside getting ready to open. 𝐒𝐫𝐽 pushes the thought out, forcing his feet to move faster, his bags feeling like rocks, and he gets further and further away from the store. He makes it to school with just enough time to run to the gym and shove his second bag in his extra locker. He had a padlock on that one and it was less likely to get broken into, especially since 𝐭𝐾𝐲 didn't like changing in the open locker rooms, so he hopefully wouldn't mess with it. Classes themselves are fast, and he feels like the one day he missed covered the entire curriculum because he's positive he didn't learn any of this. Or maybe he did and he just didn't remember it. Regardless, it takes everything in him to take notes and focus. Today might be the first time ever that he'd been grateful the teachers didn't like him enough to call on him. 𝐭𝐾𝐲 and his followers cornered him during their free period, 6 or 7 people shading him from the teachers as the blonde calls him Deku and throws an explosion into his face. His skin stings at the heat while the teens yell insults at him, though he really can't care to pay any attention. In the past, he'd fought back, argued until free period was over, squirmed under the explosive boy's grasp. This time though, he lets it happen. He didn't have the energy to try and run this time, not with the lack of food and sleep. Besides, he didn't have a second to spare planning where he was going tonight. His heart longed to be able to show up to 𝐲's apartment and get wrapped in a hug like always, but he knew better. And besides, 𝐲 wouldn't want him in his apartment unannounced, right? It hits 𝐒𝐿 suddenly then, that he still had 2 envelopes from 𝐲, unopened but pressed between 2 books in his backpack. In his deep dive into his quirk and stress of leaving his house, he'd completely forgotten he'd tucked them away into safety. Okay, so at least he had a plan now. As soon as school's over, get somewhere safe and open the letters, then go from there. 𝐒𝐿, happy birthday. I know you didn't specifically tell me when your birthday was, so I did some snooping. I'm sorry for that, I realize it may have broken your trust in me. However, I need you to know that you're cared for. Loved. I love you 𝐒𝐿. Like a son. We're family now, despite only having known each other a few months. Quirkless people have to stick together. Your birthday gift is something I put a lot of thought into, which is why I'm writing it all here instead of saying it. Sorry if I use up all the space in this birthday card. Anyway, I've decided to add you as a co-owner to the shop. I know, that's a big ask. But I need someone reliable to take over. I'm not getting any younger, you know. That's why I've included a copy of the store key inside this card, and you can come and go as you please. If you need somewhere to crash for the night or even just to get away from the stress of adulting, you can always stop by. Literally, anytime, even if I'm not there, the whole place is paid for yearly instead of monthly, so it's a place to stay until at least January. But I'm hoping to help you find your own place by then. I know you don't necessarily want the help, but goddamn it, kid. You deserve it. You deserve it all. Every last ounce of it. 𝐒𝐿, you deserve the world. In a way that I've never seen before. You're such a kind and compassionate soul, and you risk everything time and time again for people that treat you like 𝐻T, pardon my language. The point is, you're a blessing to have around, and even if you don't realize it, you matter. I don't know what I'd do if you stopped helping around the store, you do so much for me. You're already my hero, kid, but I know someday you'll be the world's hero. Quirk status or not, you're going to be someone amazing. Keep training, keep fighting, and 𝐒𝐿, keep being you. One last time, happy birthday, kid. 𝐒𝐿 tucks the now damp birthday card into his backpack carefully, the weight of the metal key that had come with 𝐒𝐿 in his palm. It hadn't been too long since school ended, but he'd found a corner of the public library and read the note close the 5 times now, and the words still hurt more than anything. 𝐲-san, his OG-san, believed in him, so he had to keep going. First things first, he needed to go back to the station and find Eraserhead. He needed to make sure he had the legal rights to be in the store so that he wouldn't get in trouble for trespassing or anything like that. Then, he'd need to go to the shop and get the office at least cleaned out enough to lay a blanket or something out. Okay, first stop, Eraserhead. Second stop, home. I want to talk to Eraserhead. 𝐒𝐿 demands at the small window inside the precinct lobby. There's a man on the other side that he doesn't recognize, but that doesn't matter. Eraserhead is a hero. He doesn't work for the police force. The green-headed teen scowls, but he said that 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 wished he was his boss. He groans when the words don't come out the way he wants them to, more confused and whiny than he'd hoped. I want to see 𝐂𝐳𝐴. Kid, listen. The man sighs, rubbing his face. Even if he did work here, he's not here right now. And I can't just dash Izuku. He doesn't know the voice, but he WHPs around to look at the person who spoke. They're less of a person and more of a cat, green slitted eyes and orange fur making an odd expression at him. Thank God, Sangza, you know him. The man behind the window says, and it takes everything the boy has to not give him a stare. Not really. 𝐂𝐳𝐴 and 𝐶ukochi have been looking for him though. The cat must understand quickly how bad that sounded, because he turns his attention to the teen. Not seriously, they just, there was a legal matter with the shop that required your presence and they, OKF. Let me just call 𝐶ukochi. Izuku watches as he fumbles with his phone, finding the number he was looking for in a matter of seconds. It rings only once before the familiar voice of the detective can be heard on the end. There's a little back and forth between the two adults, something about vacation, Izuku's name a few times, and eventually, a defeated sigh. Finally, the cat-quirked officer turns to look at him. 𝐶ukochi is going to give him a call, but until then, you can come and sit in the break room. We've got some food if you're hungry. Part of the boy knows better than to accept food from people he doesn't know. The other part of him can't decline an offer for a meal, especially now that he's got no reliable food source other than school lunch, and truthfully, Kachan had dumped his tray one too many times for him to count on that as a regular meal. So he follows the man, eyes trying to grab every detail around them as they make it into the so-called break room. There's a couch up against one of the walls, a desk in one corner, a table in the middle of the room with different types of snacks and treats, and a basic kitchen set up on the side opposite of the couch. You can sit wherever, any food on the table is up for grabs. He explains, I'm not sure if 𝐶ukochi or 𝐂𝐳𝐴 will be here first, but neither of them should take too long. Are you just going to leave me here? Izuku asks as the cat turns to leave. He pauses, glancing at him, are you going to do anything worth supervising? No. Sangza thinks about his answer for only a moment before nodding. They'll be here soon then. And with that he disappears through the open door. Izuku just stares at the assortment of pastries and snacks strewn across the table, glancing back and forth between the food and the bottles of water by the sink before finally reaching and selecting one of the treats. The flavors melt in his mouth and it's somehow the best thing he's had to eat in days. The boy ends up settling against the furthest end of the couch from the door, just in case he needs extra time to escape for any reason. Not that he thinks he'll need to, but he did just willingly walk into a police station and demand to speak to someone who isn't even an officer. He's really not sure how much time passes as he sits there, doing nothing but holding the key to the shop in one hand and the letter in the other, but eventually, after what feels like hours, the detective walks in. Hey there Izuku, how are you doing? There's concern in his voice, but it's not real. It's that same rehearsed tone that he used during the statement interview just a few days prior. I'm okay. He nods, where's 𝐂𝐳𝐴? The man in front of him frowns. He's on his way, but it'll be a while. He explains, why don't you talk to me some? Izuku stares at him for a long time before finally answering. You're not 𝐂𝐳𝐴. And I've got plenty of time. The other man lets out a heavy sigh of defeat. All right, well, slide over. He says even though the boy is as far over on the couch as possible. Might as well get comfortable if we're waiting. 𝐶ukochi hangs up angrily, frustrated that Taokochi called on the 1 week he'd taken off for Hitoshi's birthday. The man had sworn not to call unless it was an absolute emergency, and while this was definitely important, it didn't feel like leave your family vacation important. But here it was, a call barely a day into their week-long trip. The hero frowns as he steps back out onto the porch of their cabin. Hisashi practically glows in the late afternoon light, admiring their son as he fishes down by the small shore. Hitoshi had begged for them to take a long trip out to his favorite campground, and it has taken over a year of planning to get both of them off all 5 of their jobs. The boy hadn't seemed to mind how long it had taken, but 𝐶ukochi knew he'd be upset regardless. He places a kiss on his husband's cheek as he comes up behind them, outdoor shoes padding softly against the ground. Zash! He greets after the small kiss. Welcome back. The blonde says with a little too much energy for how long they'd been up. Is 𝐿𝐼 panicking because you left him? 𝐿𝐼 lets out a sigh and his partner sits up immediately, eyes studying the tired man. Don't tell me Izuku's at the precinct asking for me. He tells, I'm sorry honey, I really wouldn't go if I didn't feel like it's important. Hisaashi's face drops, but there's compassion in their expression. I know. It's okay, I'm not upset. But you are going to have to break it to Hitoshi. I know. He doesn't quite complain, but there's a little bit of a groan in his voice. Hey Tosh. Come here kid. Hitoshi whispers around to look at the couple, a grin plastered wide across his face. Coming. He calls back before turning back to the water and reeling in his line. He jumps slightly in shock at something and takes a step backwards, pulling the fishing rod with him. I think I've got something. The teen wasn't necessarily bad at fishing, but he wasn't great at it either. Honestly, none of them were, and since this was the first fish any of them had caught on the trip, they all whoop and holler until he reels it all the way in. It's a trout of some sort, but much too small to even consider eating, so after wrangling it off the line and a few quick photos of the boy holding up his prize, they release it back into the lake. The group laughs for a while, making jokes back and forth about the size of the fish before eventually promising Hitoshi that they were still proud of him despite how small it had been. Hey Tosh. 𝐿𝐼 asks after probably too long, I need to talk to you about something. The boy doesn't answer verbally, but he hums a quick response while he baits the hook on his rod again. 𝐿𝐼 called me a little while ago. The man was like an uncle to Hitoshi, but that didn't mean he loved him all the time. He needs me to come by for a bit. Their son looks up at them with these angry eyes, but, you said, he pauses, groaning and composing himself, and when he opens his eyes again, they are more sad. You said this week would be just us. It's my birthday trip, we planned it, you took the time off. He's whining more than he should and the adults can tell he's frustrated. I know kid, I'm really sorry. 𝐿𝐼 says while resting a hand on his son's shoulder, but it's really important I go. Do you remember that boy I told you and Pa about recently? The one from the store? Yeah. He's at the station asking for me. The man tells, he's all by himself, he's just a teenager like you, and I need to help him. You are going to adopt him too? Hitoshi asks and for the briefest moment, there's fear in his expression. Hisashi interrupts from where they'd been sitting just a few feet away, no honey, you don't have to worry about that. He's right. 𝐿𝐼 nods, he just needs a little extra help, he just lost someone very close to him, and I can be that person for him right now. There's a long moment of hesitation until the boy finally sighs and nods his head. Can you bring dinner when you come back? 𝐿𝐼 glances down at his phone screen momentarily, it's going to take me a few hours to get back to the city, and I'm not sure how long I'll be there. So why don't you and Pa make something for dinner, and I'll bring back something good for breakfast. You're going to be gone all night. It's his partner that asks, standing up and walking the short distance between them. It's at least a 2-hour drive both ways, I won't get there until 8 or 9, and I'm not sure what all they need from me. He sighs, 𝐿𝐼 said something about paperwork. You know how long that takes. Hisashi exhales just once, taking a small step backwards and stretching out their arms before clapping. All right, Hitoshi, me and you are in charge of getting ready for the fish fry tomorrow. So, let's let 𝐿𝐼 get on his way and get started on some proper fishing. Can you bring pancakes? Like American-style breakfast? Hitoshi asks. I'll even bring coffee. He assures. I'm sorry I have to leave bud. It's okay. He takes a step backwards and 𝐿𝐼 can tell he really means it. Help him out, okay? Okay. He promises. Happy birthday Hitoshi. I love you. He nods just once, I love you too dad. It's nearly 10 by the time 𝐿𝐼 makes it to the station, a now cold cup of coffee in hand and a small bag in tow. He didn't usually carry luggage, but since he'd come straight from the campsite and wasn't in his hero costume, he needed a few things. The precinct is quiet, the lobby lights are dimmed and there's no one at the front desk. That's pretty usual for the overnight shifts, but it frustrates the hero. If he had to leave his family and travel all the way out for work, why didn't the others? Logically he knows he wouldn't have come if he didn't actually want to. Of course he was upset he had to leave Hitoshi, but the kid had been stuck in his head for a few days now, and making sure he was okay would help ease plenty of worry. Besides, they needed to get in contact with him about the will they'd found. They'd had to look him up, find out him legal name and all that, in an attempt to locate him. However, they hadn't reached out to any of the 4 adults listed on the school records they'd found. 𝐶𝐲 was a man of his word, and even though he didn't want to leave the kid on his own, he had promised. He pulls his wallet out of the backpack he'd slung over his shoulder, searching for his hero license. Underground heroes had certain privileges in certain cities and areas, and with that he could just waltz into the precinct without waiting for some cop to come in and do their job and open the door. Okay, and yes, he can understand how mean that was to the officers that spent their lives fighting crime, but heroes and police all bend to the will of the commission. And if 𝐶𝐲 wasn't already on his second strike with the commission for vigilantism, he'd have some stronger words to say about it. He walks down the hall to the break room, intent on filling up his cup with fresh coffee before setting off to locate the detective. The second he turns the corner and sets his gaze on the coffee pot though, he's met with wide green eyes. Erase ahead. Izuku. 𝐶𝐲 levels back, composing himself before continuing his path to coffee. Is the detective asleep? They both look back at the man, hunched over the arm of the couch in a surely uncomfortable position. He fell asleep like 2 hours ago. The boy shrugs, but 𝐒𝐿, I think was his name. He came and sat with me until 30 minutes ago or so. He just left. Ah. That was nice of him. He nods. We didn't really talk much. He just sat with me since the detective was sleeping. That's fair. He agrees while pouring his old drink out and topping it off with the relatively fresh pot. 𝐿 usually works mornings, and he worked a double last night, so I'm sure he's wiped. The teen tilts his head to the side slightly. 𝐿 𝐶𝐲 hums while taking a large sip. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 𝐷𝐿. We were friends in high school, so we call each other by our given names. What's your given name? Izuku asks, and the hero almost lets his expression change to shock. But it made sense, he knew the boy's given name, and it's not like telling him would change anything. 𝐶𝐲. He says, 𝐼𝐵 𝐶𝐲. Neither of them say anything for a while, but eventually, the younger of the two speaks. That's a cool name. I picked it myself. Okay, a subtle hint. Oh. Izuku lets his gaze drop. Wait, I didn't mean that in a bad way. He gets louder, I meant it like I'm not transphobic, I swear. 𝐶𝐲 takes a step forward. Breathe. He says while placing a gentle hand on the boy's shoulder. It's alright, I didn't take it that way. They fall back into silence, this time more uncomfortable and drawn out. So, you wanted to talk to me? Yeah. He backs away, letting the man's hand drop. 𝐶𝐲 left me a letter, and a key to his store, and said that he wanted me to help take care of it. He says everything clearly, but the words obviously don't come out how he wants them to, his face tired and frustrated as he backtracks and attempts to start over. I don't know what to do. Do I need to sign anything? Or is it not actually legal because what's the word? Because it was just in a letter to me. Not official paperwork. Or pause. 𝐶𝐲 almost demands, calm down, why don't we sit? He gestures to the table in the center of the room. The boy glances back at the sleeping detective once more before agreeing and sitting down at the table. Why'd it take you so long to get here? The change in topic is blunt, but the hero is pretty sure it's to help the boy's anxiety, so he doesn't mind. It's my son's birthday, we were on a camping trip out of town. Izuku's face drops instantly, eyes fighting back tears in a matter of seconds. I'm sorry. He starts while sipping at his ice. I'm sorry I made you leave him. I wouldn't have come if I didn't feel like it was important. 𝐶𝐲 assures, wrapping his fingers around the paper cup. You deserve to have someone on your side, kid. I'm not a kid. Right, and I'm not a seasoned pro hero. He answers with a smile. There's nothing wrong with needing help. I don't. Izuku starts but is interrupted. Need help. 𝐶𝐲 finishes. You might not need it, But you deserve it. Even if you're legally considered an adult under Quirk laws, you still deserve to be a teenager. There's a long moment of silence before the boy finally speaks again. What's the legal things? What do I need to do to be able to use the building without getting in trouble for trespassing? We were actually trying to get a hold of you for that reason. 𝐤𝐻𝐸 sighs. Mr. Kobayashi had just recently updated his will. And he added you as his legal heir to inherit all his belongings and properties. Why would Izuku asks cautiously, hesitating before starting again. Why would he do that? Kobayashi-san had his emergency contact information written down in his wallet, and it led us to his doctor's office. Why? The boy nearly whispers. The Erasure hero frowns. We found out from his doctor that he had recently been diagnosed with early-onset dementia. He told us that he recommended Kobayashi-san update his will and contacts, because it was challenging to know how fast he'd lose the ability to function on his own. So, Izuku starts, eyes tearing up slightly, so Ojisan knew he was going to forget everything, and he left it all to me. Looks like it. The man hums. But, we've only known each other for a few weeks. He nearly cries, obviously willing himself to not. Why would he leave everything to me? 𝐤𝐻𝐸 can tell the kid is hurting, and he wishes there was more he could do to help. Sometimes you meet someone and instantly consider them family. The green-headed boy looks up slowly, one palm rubbing at his eyes. But I'm not worth -- he stops himself, maybe because he's realized he's said something he should have. Stop listening like that. He demands instead. Sorry. Nao whispers from where he's just sat up on the couch. I wasn't trying to -- eavesdrop. He practically hisses. Same way you haven't been trying to look me up. I told you that was -- for safety reasons. Izuku snaps back. I heard you the first time. That doesn't mean you didn't break your word. 𝐤𝐻𝐸 takes this as his chance to speak again. Take a breath. He grabs both their attention. Tsukochi, we agreed that you wouldn't do any more looking into Izuku's past. Eraser, he's got a bow. The detective tries to argue, but with a single flash of the Erasure hero's quirk, he clicks his jaw shut. Legalities. He sways the topic back. We can have some papers printed out, and you'll just need to sign them in order to have access to the building. A crew has already been sent in to clean up the scene, and we got word from the landlord that the store has been paid for throughout the calendar year. Izuku nods, but it definitely looked like he wasn't very content with it all yet. Is that everything? Like I mentioned earlier, he left all his properties to you, that includes his apartment. However, he pays monthly on a 12-month lease. Meaning you'll have to contact the landlord about taking over payments or terminating the contract. He explains, Tsukochi can get you his information. Okay. He hums, that's it. I can use the building. Yep. 𝐤𝐻𝐸 agrees, we can help you out with getting all the contacts for leasing and property management, and utilities as well. You can't do any major construction without a permit from the city, and I'd really recommend trying to take some classes in management if you want to continue running the business. But other than that, it's all up to you. The teen doesn't say anything for a while, just sits there, playing with something in the palm of his head. Thank you. He whispers, for all of this. No need to thank me, kid. I'm not a -- he tries to protest. You're the same age as my son. You're a kid. He says, no if that's all of your questions. It had gotten late, much later than any of them had realized. What were you going to say earlier? Izuku eventually asks, turning just enough to look at the detective who had taken a seat beside them both. It's not important. The adult tries to fight, tiredness in his expression. It was clearly important enough for you to go behind my back and dig up info on me. The demands, this time a little more aggressive. What were you going to say? It's not a question this time. Kid -- now opens his mouth before letting his jaw click shut at the kid's yell. I'm not a thing, kid. Izuku shouts and both adults show just the slightest bit of shock at the outburst. I'm sorry. The other apologizes. Izuku, listen, if you really want to know, we'll tell you. But you need to be prepared. 𝐤𝐻𝐸 frowns, I know you've got a lot going on right and -- just tell me. His voice is whiny, desperate, and the Erasure hero knows right then and there that he can't protect this kid. He sighs just once before speaking. When we were trying to find you, we came across a post on an online forum. He drops his head slightly, glancing down at the almost empty cup of coffee he'd been sipping on. It's a sub-forum dedicated specifically to allowing people to lose all connections with quirkless family members and friends. So like, to break legal ties. Or something else. The teen's voice trails off. Your mother put out a bounty to keep you from reaching out. Shouter eventually says as fast as he can, eyes scanning the boy to see how he reacts. Or dealt with in other ways that would keep you from ever contacting her again. My mom Shizuku stops, breath catching in his throat as he fights back obvious tears. Wants me dead. He had two options. Witness protection or thug it out on his own. There were pros and cons. For one, witness protection would keep him housed and fed, plus he'd get to be placed in a new school away from Kaken and everyone else. Cons, however, it would open an active case against his mom and dad that he'd have to fight for every step of the way. He'd also have to give up his access to the shop and apartment, at least for the length of the protection. In the end, Izuku decided against it. It wasn't worth the hassle and emotional energy that would be required. So after ignoring all suggestions from the two adults in front of him, he signs the papers needed for him to have access to the shop, and takes down all the information for utilities and property owners. He leaves the station. Part of him is happy it's over with. He never has to go back to the precinct and never has to interact with the detective and hero again. Another part of him is frustrated that he just walked away. If he'd just said yes, if he'd done anything other than leave, he could go back to being a normal teenager. He wouldn't have to be a homeless kid living in a corner shop, finding food from who knows where, and dealing with bullies and parents that would rather see him dead than happy. But once again, there were legal loopholes, and in just 2 weeks, he'd be an adult and wouldn't even be able to get help if he asked. When he finally makes it to the store, the streets are empty. There's no sound of life in cars driving by, no buzz of the electricity overhead that should be lighting up the shop, and most importantly, no show to greet him at the door. The key is heavy in his hand as he tries to unlock the door, fingers trembling slightly as he attempts to turn the lock. Finally, it clicks open and pushes in with ease. The bell over the door rings just once before echoing off the silent walls. If Izuku really focuses, he can almost hear his Oji-san's voice welcoming him in. The shop is quiet. Home is quiet. He washes his hair in the bathroom sink with some of the travel-sized products that he finds in the store, staring at himself in the small mirror over the sink. He wants to sleep, but the small pallet they'd made him on the office floor was cold, and he can't do anything other than shiver. Izuku wonders what to do next, why Sho had to go and leave him by himself. Why he suddenly had a quirk after all the years of bullying and abuse because he didn't have one. Why did he have to be all alone? He must be more tired than he thought, because despite the chill in his bones, he wakes up to a dimly lit room with cars and people walking by outside. The sun is higher than he was expecting it to be, but not high enough to instill any fear of being late to school. But nonetheless, he pushes himself up off the ground and trudges his way to the small bathroom in the back of the store once again. The mirror is dirtier than he remembered it being the night prior. Cloudy and tarnished is the way old silver ages, and the harder he looks at it, the more realistic it looks. Had it been this tarnished the night before? Had it always been made of polished silver instead of glass? He shakes his head after splashing a little water on his face, rubbing at his eyes with the palm of both hands as he traces steps he's walked hundreds of times. But instead of the clean tiled floor his feet usually pad across, he's met with sticky floor tiles that try to glue his shoes down to the floor. Despite how much he tries to free himself, his shoes get progressively more stuck as he trudges forward, as if he was walking across a sticky fly trap. Izuku finally pulls his hands away from his eyes after what feels like ages, and as he glances down at the floor, he's met with that same horrid scene from just a few days ago. The ground is covered in that dark, slimy red that pools just a little too long in the creases of his soles and makes them squeak, holding him in place as his eyes trail to the source of the BLD show. Sho is there again, in front of him, sprawled out across the floor, glossy eyes staring straight up at the ceiling. He can feel his heart racing in his throat, can feel the tears that sting at his eyes and force their way over his lids. His vision spins in circles that make him increasingly more dizzy as he strains to move forward, but the BLD keeping him sewn to the floor stops him. It takes every ounce of strength he has to pull his shoe up from the floor, and once the force keeping him down is gone, his body flies forward. Izuku practically catapults up from the cold floor, a scream ripping itself from his throat as he spins around to check all around him. He's still in the office, still in his wrinkled school uniform from the day prior and shoes still on from where he plopped down last night. There's no red staining the soles of his feet, and the boy just sits there for a while. He examines his shoes much longer than he needs to, fingers tracing each individual crevice and coming back with nothing other than dirt. A nightmare. He knows that's logically what it was, but it had felt so real. He pulls his hands up to his face, dragging his palms down his eyes and cheeks and groaning loudly into the silent air around himself. The room wasn't completely dark, not with the streetlights outside that were illuminating the room, but it was definitely still early. That doesn't change the fact that Izuku was fully awake and was not in fact going to go back to sleep. So instead, he mimics the same steps he's performed in his nightmare, except this time he walks much slower through the store, eyes sweeping the ground as he does. The hero had been right, a team had come in and done a phenomenal job of cleaning the place, you almost couldn't tell anything had been askew. Izuku could tell, of course. He could tell by the way one of the shelves had clearly been pushed over a few inches and the discoloration of the floor could be seen. He could tell by the way that half the tiles were much brighter in color than the rest, a clear sign that they had been scrubbed deeply recently. He tries to ignore it, tries to just walk past to the bathroom where he could properly wash his face and hands and wake up a little more. The boy finds himself standing in the restroom, watching himself in the mirror that's clearly clean and unbroken, just looking and examining himself. There was the faintest difference in his skin tone than he recalled from the last time he properly looked. When was that? When was the last time he truly had time and energy to examine himself thoroughly? The longer he stood there, the more he noticed. The slight bags under his eyes, the more visible cheekbones, the barely noticeable translucency in his skin. He looked ghostly, sick, and he can't help but wonder if that was maybe somehow part of his quirk, or if it was just the fact that he hadn't been eating or sleeping properly. He shakes his head, splashing water on his face and shaking his hands dry before turning and stomping out of the bathroom. He grabs one of the protein bars off of a shelf as he walks past before pulling open one of the fridges. He glances at the bottled water and hydration drinks before shutting the door and sliding over a few steps. He opens this door a little slower, eyes scanning the variety of energy drinks that he'd helped Show pick out in a stock order a few weeks prior. There's only 2 tubs of American drinks, and he hesitates only a moment before reaching for one of them. The can opens with a hiss as he walks back toward the office to find his phone. It's early, much earlier than he thought it would be, not even 4 in the morning, and he almost pauses mid-sip to contemplate trying to go back to sleep. In the end, he decided against it, pushing his phone down into his pocket and snatching up the store keys from where they'd fallen on the floor. Izuku double-checks that the front door is locked before making his way out the back. It's not cold out by any means, but it's not warm either. The teen shivers briefly in his uniform breathes and undershirt, having discarded the blazer sometime in the night, and eventually, he takes off. He really doesn't have a plan for where he's going, just walks, maybe in an attempt to clear his mind, maybe just to get out. Eventually, after what feels like hours even though it can't have been more than 2, he finds himself in a dead end. He stares blankly at the brick wall and green dumpster that lives there, turning himself in a quick circle to try and figure out where he was. He knows he's still in Musutafu, but maybe on the outskirts. The boy is just going to leave the way he came when he spots a fire escape attached to the side of whatever building he was next to, and without another thought, he scales the old ladder. The metal is cold and the bars rattle underneath him, but as he makes it up to the 3rd floor, he can't find it in himself to care. The empty can in his hand falls as he places a foot into the firm roof, fresh sunlight hitting his face, and he pulls himself up all the way. Sunrise, Izuku realizes, is appealing. From up high. He's late to school, head down and eyes following nothing as the teacher goes on about lunch detention for the tardy, but he doesn't mind. At least he would properly eat instead of having to worry about Kaken throwing his tray on the ground for the millionth time. He's tired, but he takes the quiet PRD as a chance to pull out his notebook. Hero analysis for the present stares up at him as whatever teacher glances towards him to make sure he wasn't doing anything worth calling out. She doesn't seem to mind though, instead just turning her head down to go back to whatever paper she was attempting to grade. Izuku's sure he's died twice, other than that, he doesn't think he has. Okay, so 2 deaths, 2 different ways, once by suffocation and once by being shot. Or would it be BLD loss? Was there a set number of times he could die before the resets before they stopped working? Was he really willing to test that? Okay, 10. Let's say he gets 10 resets total before he stops coming back. Not that he really plans on dying that many times, but just to be safe, yeah. He wonders though, what can he get away with? Obviously if he did too much, he could still get hurt. But he's been hurt plenty before. He could deal with that. As long as he knows he can't actually die. Okay, so it's a plan. Well, not really a plan, but a thought process at least. Maybe he can't go throwing himself directly into the way of people, but he could step up to help with small things. So what if he can't be a proper hero? Sho believed in him, so he'd help as many people as possible. What was the word for that? It's not hero, it's he pulls out his phone, tapping a few questions into the search bar before the answer appears on the screen. Midoriya. His teacher snaps, her eyes burning holes into his chest. You know better than to have a phone out. I'm sorry. He ducks his head, prepared for the punishment sure to follow. There was always something, another detention, maybe confiscating his phone and notebook, sometimes classroom humiliation. And today, don't let it happen again. She whispers, eyes flitting back down to her paperwork. The boy almost lets his shock show. Almost. Instead he leans back down and goes back to scribbling away in his book. Vigilante. Izuku could be a vigilante. He ends up terminating the lease with Sho's apartment complex. He really didn't want to, but the month's rent was already overdue, and he couldn't afford it. He sold the furniture on the same forum he'd sold his own belongings, and he scheduled dates with the leasing company that the apartments worked with to come pick them up. Handing in the key he'd been given so many weeks ago was hard, but he understood that he had to. Izuku didn't take much from the apartment. He sifted through the closet for some clothes before donating the rest, and anything in the pantry and kitchen he'd packed up into boxes and taken to the store with him. It was hard to see the place he'd been so warmly invited into empty, but in the end, he knew it wouldn't last. He'd had that hope for so long, but logically he knew. Everyone always left in the end, even if it wasn't his fault. Whether it was a freak accident that took someone's life, or a parent realizing their kid would never amount to anything. Everyone always left. Moving the few boxes he'd collected from the apartment and his backpack he'd left at school into the shop took almost no time at all. It wasn't like he was bringing much. In the end, the building he was considering home did its job. His first patrol wasn't anything special. And it definitely felt silly calling it that when it's just him walking around in a hoodie and watching for anything super suspicious, but until he got better at what he was doing, he wasn't going to risk it too much. He hoped to get a proper mask of some sort by the end of the week, and work out at least twice a day before and after school, but he wasn't sure if that would happen. He supposes that if he counted his patrols as workouts, that could be fair, but since he really isn't doing anything yet, it didn't feel like adequate exercise. So until then, he'd walk down to the same rooftop in the mornings, and after school he'd make his way to the outdoor playground by the old beach. Dagobah Beach was something. Trash piled up practically everywhere you could see. In fact, he isn't ever sure where the trash ends and water starts. It's always been like that, as far as he can remember at least. There was just the tiniest walking trail carved out, though you couldn't see the sand. It was more so just a small footpath where people had walked often enough to compact the trash down. If he followed the longing line long enough, he'd come across a small pavilion on the far side of the beach. Far enough outside the line of view from the road and parking lot that no one could see him. He isn't sure how long the playset had been there, but the jungle gym and money bars were rusted with salt water that had kicked up over time. Izuku didn't care much, he was already walking through the trash beach, who cared about a little natural rust. The first time he jumped up on the high bar and attempted to do a pull-up, he'd been quickly humbled. Palms screaming at him to get down as his arms shook. He didn't weigh that much, but the lack of proper nutrition and the stress from being a homeless 14-year-old didn't really help his muscle strength. It took 2 weeks of push-ups on his knees and pulling himself up halfway to be able to accomplish anything substantial. He practiced handstands in the back of the store, and every time he climbed the ladder up to the rooftop he tried to put a little more weight into his hands. But finally, after what felt like ages, he managed 3 proper pull-ups in a row. They aren't great by any means, but progress was progress. Workout started showing, and the ramen bowls and granola bars he was eating were helping to build muscle he hadn't had before. Nothing was defined by any means, no strong biceps that showed through his uniform top quite yet, but he could tell they would come. So back to the task at hand, walking carefully through the dimly lit streets of Musutafu. It's dark out and half the streetlights don't work in the district he's in, but that doesn't mean it bothers him. In fact, if anything, it motivates him more to watch closer. The boy's ears feel strained as he listens to the nothing of the night, and he almost regrets his middle-of-the-night antics. Seeing as he has to be up for school in just 4 hours, he has a feeling patrolling at this time of night probably wasn't the best idea. Until of course he hears a small shout from somewhere nearby. It isn't anything loud or drawn out, maybe just a gasp that was meant to be a little quieter, but he heard it nonetheless. Izuku picks up his pace, leaning forward in a stupid-looking pose to try and pick up even the slightest noise to tell him where to go. He feels lost, feels almost stupid as he spins in a circle and groans in frustration when he doesn't hear anything. Can we just hurry up? He finally hears, snapping his head to the left and taking a step backwards. The teen hadn't noticed the 2 people tucked into the back of the alleyway, too far back and just the tiniest bit too small to see unless you were properly looking. We have places to be, says the second, and Izuku realizes suddenly that there's a third person standing above them both. He's perched on top of something, maybe a dumpster, maybe some sort of discarded trash item. But he's tall, threatening in a way that Izuku's never experienced before. My time is valuable. He hisses, you'll learn to respect that. I'm sorry, sir, says a fourth voice, this one much smaller and almost non-existent. Please, they didn't mean it. It's a girl, young, probably no older than 4 or 5. Right. You didn't mean it, right? The first person speaks again. I don't know why you'd bring a Fing kid along. The woman is gone in a matter of seconds, her shadow disappearing into nothing but a shriek of pain. The other shadow seems to jump back ever so slightly in surprise, yelling out a string of curses. Just forget it. I'll pass. Did I not just tell you my time is important? You'd really waste it like that. No, wait, I'm sorry. They half choke back a sob, we'll pay double your asking price. Triple even, just, let me go. You know how important it is that I report back to my sources. The man seems to pause for a moment to think, ping his head to the side until finally nodding. My asking price is firm. I don't care for anything extra. He hums, your filthy money isn't my top priority right now. Of course. You'll run along and follow your end of the deal. Pass them out, make sure you're hitting the heroes. Says the man, and remember, this isn't like any old trigger you're going to pick up on the streets. Be careful with it. The person nods, but Izuku can see the way her body shakes in its spot. I'll remember. Good. He agrees, honey, give her the case. A gloved hand reaches down and pushes the small girl forward. Be polite, tell the woman your name. Yes, sir. She nods and passes off a small silver briefcase. She's tiny, much tinier than he'd expected based on her enunciation of words and grammar. Here you go. I'm A, what's your name? As the other person steps into the sliver of lighting, Izuku can tell that this person is significantly younger as well. Not nearly as young as the child, but at least high school age. I'm Himiko. She says. I'll be off now, sensei won't be happy to hear you killed one of us. Your sensei doesn't get a say in who I do or don't kill. The man snaps back. Carefully, Chisaki. Himiko growls. You're not the top of this food chain. His lungs don't seem to work properly. Not as he sprints off in the furthest direction he can manage. He'd wanted to do something, wanted to maybe jump in and try and help the kid in the middle of it all. But that was murder, clear as day. And what the hell was Trigger? Obviously a drag of some sort, but a drag worth getting killed over. He can hear the feet behind him as he runs, light and practiced like they'd done this hundreds of times before. Izuku spares a glance backwards, eyes locking just briefly with the blonde girl chasing after him. He catches sight of a fire escape just a little while away and makes the split-second decision to lunge for it. The teen has to jump slightly to reach the ladder since it isn't pulled down all the way, but it seems like the training he'd been doing was working, seeing as he was able to pull himself up to the next few rungs. The girl, Himiko, grumbles something under her breath, tucking the case in her hands as securely under her armpit as possible and picking up her pace just slightly. She clears the jump almost effortlessly, only stumbling when the silver case tries to slip out from her grasp, but recovers quickly. Izuku feels the panic building up in his chest. There's nowhere to go. Had he really planned on climbing to the roof and then what? Jumping to the next building? He wasn't that high up, maybe only 3 stories, but that was a pretty solid jump and he wasn't positive he could make it. Adrenaline would help, of course, but the loose gravel rooftop shifted under his feet and pulled his footing out from underneath him. "Please," he begs as the girl finishes her climb. She doesn't say anything at first, just stands there, breathing the slightest bit heavy and examining the boy. Her chest rises and falls as her eyes study him, sweeping from his head to his toes, taking him all the way in. "You're that kid," she finally mutters. What?" Izuku stutters, "What kid?" Her face flashes the tiniest hint of compassion before switching back to that determined look she'd chased him with. "Your parents have a bounty out on you," she explains, and he cringes at the thought. It's a pretty hefty balance too. The green-headed vigilante in training can feel his heart skip a beat. Just because he can't die and stay dead doesn't mean he wants to be killed. "Please, I didn't do anything." "I know," she whispers. "You do?" He asks back, dropping his guard ever so slightly before swearing at himself and picking his hands back up. "You know, the bounty doesn't have much info on it," she tells, "not about you at least. Just says you're quirkless and to kill on sight." Izuku takes a half-step backwards, tiny rocks settling under his shoes as he comes to the edge of the rooftop. "I didn't do anything to her. I'm her son." "Huh?" Himiko's yellow eyes slit in confusion. "Oh. What do you mean, oh?" He half snaps at her before remembering that she literally clocked him the second that Chisaki guys disappeared earlier. She frowns, "You need to leave," she states. Izuku just stares at her, head pegged stupidly to the side. "What? Oh my god, just go before I change my mind," she hisses, "and don't get caught again." He realizes that she's letting him go, and Izuku, despite what his teachers and classmates think, was not stupid. He turns on his heels, and with as much momentum as he can manage, launches himself off the rooftop. He can see the fire escape of the next building over, and he almost manages to land perfectly, but the story drop onto the rickety landing send him falling another several feet. His chin hits the handrail and he feels his head snap back in pain as he bites down on his tongue at the impact. His butt eventually lands on the concrete ground and Izuku groans in pain. His feet take the brunt of the impact, but even from the pain he feels, he knows nothing's broken. That's thanks to his knees, shins, and elbows that slowed his descent as he tumbled the 2 floors down. Okay, so, can't die. Yes. But can still get incredibly hurt and experience pain. Double yes. He'd love to lay there longer, the thin alleyway's concrete flooring underneath him cooling him down and easing his pain just the slightest, but he knows better. The girl, Himiko, had told him to run, and he wasn't going to look a gift horse in the mouth. Or whatever the American saying was. The fall had not only scared the SHT out of him, but knocked his breath out as well, and he had to give himself just a few seconds to gasp for air, trying his hardest to bring in enough oxygen to calm down. He keeps an eye on the rooftop over him, waiting for his attacker to peer her head over the ledge to look down at him. However, when she doesn't, he takes that as his opportunity to peel himself up off the ground and limp cautiously away. The green-headed teen's entire walk back to the store is spent favoring his right leg and watching over his shoulder every few seconds, double-checking that he wasn't being followed. When he's sure he's made it alone, he palms the key into the lock on the back door, opening it just enough to allow himself to slip inside. He doesn't even get the deadbolt locked back behind him before he slides down against the metal of the door, letting his head lean back and rest against the white-painted frame. He'd need to check and see if he'd put his ice pack back into the small ice cream freezer, but until then, his first step would be to pull his socks and shoes all the way off. It takes more effort than he'd wish to admit to untie the laces, pulling the red shoe off and chucking it loosely to the side. He rolls his foot in a circle, testing the limits of his slightly swollen ankle and groaning when it's worse than he'd thought. Izuku slowly manages to pull himself across the floor to one of the shelves, the small section stocked with medical supplies he tried not to touch much. In theory, he could continue to run the shop and do order and inventory and all that kind of stuff and keep the business running. But he was still technically a teenager, training to be a hero and attending school, and literally when on watch would he have time to do that? He'd done his research. As long as he didn't do any serious construction in the building, he could do almost anything with it. He had recently bought a can of house paint and painted the inside of the windows so that no one could see in. It was dark, but it was safe, and it kept him moving knowing that his privacy wasn't being watched every second of the day. He needed to do a second coat at some point, maybe put up some different lights or curtains or something to make it a little more homey, but he hadn't gotten there yet. And honestly, he wasn't going to get anywhere if he didn't get his fed-up ankle under control. Right? Medical supplies. The shelf wasn't necessarily full by any means, but it had some stuff he could use. Pain medication for starters, but also some self-adhesive bandages that he could wrap around the joint. He spends quite a while on the floor, testing his limited movement before finally pulling himself up off the ground. His limp to the bathroom isn't anything pretty, but he manages. He's in the bathroom for what feels like ages, taking it as an opportunity to wash his hair and body. He keeps his breathes on, but his hoodie gets discarded over the small table that he'd set up in there to keep shampoo and conditioner on, and he dunks his head under the running water. His hands are rough as he scrubs his hair and face, wringing his hair out slightly but still letting the water drip down to his chest as he cleans under his arms. The boy lets the faucet turn off as he pulls a hand towel out from the small cabinet under the sink. He's lucky in the fact that the bathroom was decently sized, and after he'd had to pack up everything from Show's place, he'd been able to stock up on a handful of necessities in the shop. He towel-dried his hair as best as possible, patting his face dry and throwing the towel over his shoulder before exiting the room. He'd forgotten to turn on the overhead light when he'd barged in, too overwhelmed by the excruciating pain and adrenaline coursing through his body, but there's a little shock when he steps out of the bathroom and finds a small light illuminating part of the store. He had his phone on him, and while he'd used his flashlight when he first came in to light his path as he wrapped his ankle, he turned it off after making it into the restroom. He's confident in the fact that he'd been there long enough to know the layout by heart, and there's no way he'd leave a light on like that. So that really only left one other option. Someone had to be in the building. Izuku crouches down low, careful to not make any noise and just hoping his ankle doesn't give out on him. He might not have any weapons on him right now, but he's pretty sure he could handle himself to a degree. It takes a long time for him to manage his way around the shelves and towards the bobbling light, and he can hear the shuffling of feet and heavy breathing from just around the corner. It sounds like they're sifting through merchandise, in the aisle with snack items and granola bars, the aisle that Izuku himself had found himself in time and time again recently. As he rounds the turn, ready to pounce on the person, he comes face to face with a teenage boy. His bright red hair whisks around and he locks onto his dark eyes and sharp teeth staring right at him. The boy lunges forward, throwing a shoulder into Izuku's stomach with more force than he'd thought was humanly possible, especially for a kid his size. They hit the ground, both phones and flashlights clattering to the ground and the lights turning off. They tumble around on the ground for a moment or two, shouts and exclamations spilling from both of their mouths, bumping into a shelf that sends an assortment of packaged goods onto their heads. The redhead is screaming something incoherent, yelling something that sounds familiar to English, but the other wasn't fluent enough to understand it. Izuku pulls his knees to his chest, bucking them out as hard as possible and letting out a shout of pain when his bare feet hit something rock solid against the other chest. It still sends the boy flying backwards, yelping as he hits the ground and slides back until he hits the refrigerator behind him and shatters the glass. "Wait!" the green-headed boy pleads, throwing his hands up as the glass rains down onto the other. "Stop, please!" he begs. The redhead frowns, shaking his head side to side as if trying to get rid of some disorientation. Who are you? The boy hisses, pulling himself off the ground and stepping carefully over the shards. Izuku mimics him, shifting onto his knees before standing carefully on his left leg and keeping the other just barely elevated. Me. He nearly laughs. I should be asking you that, since you broke into my store. He reaches down carefully and picks up his phone, flipping it over and turning the light back on. Your store. The color drains from the other's face before his expression shifts to determination. No way. You're just a kid, this can't be yours. It is. He snaps. And you, and whoever else you have in here, need to leave. Yeah, he wasn't stupid. He could see the other wobbling light from the other side of the store. If you're going to walk over here, hit the light switch next to the back door. Izuku demands as footsteps start walking closer. The other boy swallows harshly, yeah. He nods in the direction behind the quirkless teen, probably as permission for the other person to listen. You're kind of chill, considering. Well, you didn't just break into my shop and attack me. So I could just call the cop. No. He yells just as the lights flick on. Please don't. We're sorry. We were just hungry. It's right about then that the second person comes into frame, a girl with black hair but the same matching eyes. She's trembling in her spot, eyes flicking back and forth between who's probably her brother and Izuku. Izuku just sighs, stepping forward and offering a hand out to the boy. I know your shoes. He whispers to the girl standing just a few paces beside them. The redhead snatches his hand away. Leave her alone. Did you come in the front or back door? He ignores the demand and asks instead. The back door was unlocked. He mutters, we just pushed it open. The boy just stands there, examining the shiny pieces scattered across the ground. Then you should have noticed my matching shoes when you came in. He feels like show. Honestly, he's not sure if that's a good or bad thing, but he knows he can't help but feel the pang of hurt in his heart as he speaks. You're quirkless. The boy half snaps, but there's no real threat behind it. Yes. Izuku fights back the tears in his eyes before stopping and looking back up at the pair. Are you hungry? The two teens share a small look before the clearly older of the two nods. Yes. He answers back. There's ramen bows on the next aisle. And hot water by the coffee machine over there. He points, make food, and then we can talk about payment. We don't have any money. The boy hesitates. I didn't say money. Izuku responds, I said payment. Now go get some food ready while I find a shirt. The two glance at each other for a while before finally moving, and the green-headed teen takes that as his opportunity to retreat back to the office to grab a change of clothes. He'd cleared out a little bit of stuff from the office, one of the extra shelves and the small filing cabinet. He'd moved them all to the small storage room on the back of the store. He hadn't gotten rid of the computer that already belonged there, but he had moved it to the side and set up his laptop so he could work on commissions. The office was tiny, small enough that he hadn't even been able to get a real futon or anything, but instead he'd bought a small crib mattress off a second-hand online shop, and stuck it perfectly into the corner. It was a tight fit, and he had to curl up in a ball to sleep most nights, but it was his nonetheless. He'd stopped by a drive for the needy and picked up a handful of pillows and blankets, and if you ignored the size, the makeshift bed was actually really nice. He'd also spent a little extra money on a dark window tint for the little window on the office door. It was comforting to know that no one could see in, but he could see out if necessary. He bent down and fumbled with the tiny safe under the desk, typing in that same code he'd hear shows say all those weeks ago. Inside wasn't much, the photos and rings his parents had left him, the birthday cards he'd received, and a small stack of cash and coins he'd come across recently. He tosses his wallet inside before shutting it back and making sure it locks all the way while reaching over with his other hand to fish out a t-shirt. It's nothing fancy, just a grey shirt that hangs a little too loosely on him. He'd picked it up from Show's closet when he'd had to clear the place out, and since he wore a uniform to school most days, he really only used the clothes he'd gotten as lounge wear. Everything he's done so far has been on one foot, and he winces as he attempts to put the other down on the ground. It's bad, but not unbearable. After he'd kicked the other boy, it had gotten significantly worse, but he could wait until after they got everything settled to worry about finding an ice pack for it. Finally, After what feels like ages but really isn't more than a few minutes, he emerges from the little room and finds the two teens sat on the floor, whispering to each other in English while eating the ramen bowls. "What are your names?" Izuku asks, and they both jump in surprise. "I'm a hero," the boy eventually says, "and this is Imiko." No family names. He prods even though he knows he shouldn't. A hero frowns, putting his food down and scratching at the back of his head. "None that we care to be associated with." "I get that." He nods. "I'm Izuku. I'm sorry I scared you guys earlier." "You had every right to, we broke in and stole from you." "You were hungry." Izuku sighs, limping closer to them. "I can't fault you for that." The redhead looks down at the ground. "Thank you for not calling the cops on us." "Don't thank me yet, I've got conditions." He starts, and the other two look as if they might faint on the spot. "Calm down, it's nothing crazy. I have a few questions first. How old are you?" "I'm 14. The boy answers. "She's 9. "Does she talk?" He prods. It takes a long time for the other to answer. "Sometimes." "Why aren't you guys at home?" "It's late." He gestures towards the windows before realizing they were blacked out, sighing as he drops his head. He tries to tap his foot to the ground, but when the motion sends a jolt of pain all the way up his leg, he gives up on it and decides just to take a seat. "We're foster kids. We got kicked out for the night." A hero explains. "We can't go back until after school tomorrow, and she woke up hungry." The green-headed teen frowns. "Where were you guys sleeping?" "We'd kinda just stopped in an alley a few blocks down. But I'd remember this place had shut down a few weeks ago and I just thought maybe there'd be food left." He tells. "The back door was open so we just, you know." "Right." He hums, because he really does understand. 9 years old in the foster care system, and quirkless. That wasn't a good combo. "Alright, here's the deal. You can stay here whenever necessary, you can lay out a pallet anywhere, but we can figure out better accommodations some other time. Any food is up for grabs, but I don't have a steady income of stock, so don't go too crazy." We can't do that. I can't afford dash. You'll work for me twice a week. 3 hours a day, helping me remodel the store." He doesn't demand, because honestly, there's no real intention of making either of the kids work for him, but he knows that it'll make them feel slightly better about taking the help. "Got it." "Yes, sir." A hero salutes. Izuku practically flinches at the words, "Don't call me that. I'm not ever that much older than you." "How old are you?" The girl speaks up for the first time and both sets of eyes spin to look at her. He pauses, flipping his phone over to check the screen as it lights up. July 15, 3:48 a.m. 8 new notifications. At Puppet 30701. Happy. At Puppet 30701. Do you think? At Red, payment. Link attachment. At the Blandin Feedback 05. I'm looking. At Mystery. Misery. Hey, how long? 3 new message request. I'm 15. Izuku says as he sets his phone back down. "I'm gonna go see if I have any blankets or anything you guys can lay on. I can't promise anything though." "Don't worry about it, we've slept on worse." A hero nods. "Thank you for all of this. I really can't thank you enough." He hums while pulling himself up off the ground, doing everything in his power not to collapse the second he puts weight on his leg. Sometimes you meet someone and instantly consider them family. The teen turns and walks himself to the bath of the store in hopes of finding some sort of bedding in the storage room. Quirkless stick together, right? It takes about 2 weeks of remodeling in the store to make it what he envisioned. No major construction of course, but moving the shelves to one side and reorganizing them, and it takes another week to make enough in commissions to fund the tables and chairs he wants to buy. He orders 2 large futons from a second-hand site and sets them up in the storage room, after cleaning it out best as possible of course. Izuku spends as much time as possible researching new merchants to help stock the shelves. As much as he hates to pick quantity over quality, he needed to get it for cheap. "So, remind me again why you're setting the place up like this." A hero questions from his spot painting stars on the inside of one of the blacked-out windows. "I mean, it's cool as hell and all, but I don't know if you ever explained what your reasoning was." You know that sign I just got delivered the other day? He asks back. The one that says Quality Service Hour. What's that even mean? Izuku had traded services with someone online, an analysis for the storefront sign. It felt wrong removing Show's Corner Shop sign from about the double doors outside, but he'd been planning it for a while now. The QSH for short. The red-headed teen stops and steps down off the crate he was standing on to get a better look at the other. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say there's probably a different meaning for that. Quirkless safe haven. He tells while peeling the adhesive off the LED lights he'd ordered. I always wanted a safe space to go when I was younger, so now that's what I'm making. Oh. But it's not just open for anyone. Only quirkless people and well-trusted family or friends. Izuku explains, it'll look like a random storefront, but people from the community will know. I've heard of one of them, Imiko mutters from the ground where she'd been sitting and watching. There was one in Tokyo a few years ago. The green-headed teen nods. Yup. It's not necessarily a chain store, but they all use the same name so that no matter where you are, you can still recognize us. Dude, that's actually so cool. A hero responds, pumping his fist in the air. The place looks so cool so far. That's all thanks to you guys. I wouldn't have been able to do half this SHT with my ankle fed up. He'd spent the money on a good brace to help with his recovery, and focused on upper body strength and stamina instead of legs while training, and his ankle was almost good as new. The boy dips his paintbrush back into the small bucket. They'd spent time planning how to decorate the inside to make it as safe and welcoming as possible. The storage room had been turned into a sleep space and the bathroom had been stocked with an assortment of different soaps and shampoos, and while neither room was massive, they did the job. The main area only had 3 shelves left, all pushed up to one side and stocked with non-perishable food and medical supplies. The rest of the shelves he'd attempted to sell, but when they didn't get any interest online, he put them out by the dumpster and they were gone the next day. The space that had opened up had turned into a lounge, 2 relatively nice table and chair sets and an assortment of mats on the floor in case anyone was more comfortable there. The wonders were blacked out and painted with tiny stars and other fun shapes on the inside to make it more appealing, and the outsides had been plastered with a few boring posters of time management reminders and furniture sale ads. The only thing on the outside of the store that could possibly give it away to anyone who didn't already know was the small decal he'd gotten. Quirkless stick together printed in just the tiniest letters so you wouldn't see it in case you were actually looking. It was discreet, but it was there. A small sign that proved none of them were ever truly alone. So when are you opening up for business? A hero asks and Izuku's head snaps up to look at him. He hadn't really realized that he'd stopped properly listening, instead envisioning his store up and running and thinking about all the kids he could really help. Hopefully it will all be finished before the end of the month. I was thinking about opening properly on the 1st of September. That's so soon. Only like 2.5 more weeks, right? Yep. He nods, but that means we have to finish everything quickly. The boy paints another star before stepping backwards and admiring his work. Well then, we need a list. What all needs to be done? Okay, Imiko, can you go grab a notebook from behind the counter? There's a white one with scribbles all over it. Izuku asks and the girl nods before jumping up and running off to do as she's told. I wasn't sure which one. She whispers after she comes back, holding out 2 nearly identical notebooks. One he asked for, white with little hero doodles all over it, and one a little more familiar, hero analysis for the present plastered across the cover. His heart skips a beat for only a second, worried for just the slightest moment that his secret was so close to being out there for anyone to learn. Part of him pushes the thought away, confident in the fact that he's kept his secret well enough already that there's no worry. The other part of him ever so briefly wishes that someone else would find out, and that way he didn't have to do it all on his own. This one. Thank you. He selects the former from her grasp and she nods a little hum before running back and returning the other book. All right, let's see what all needs to be done. Dad. Hitoshi calls from the hallway door frame, eyes slow and movements lethargic. Are you in here? Hey bud. He answers back, setting down his coffee and leaning backwards slightly to try and get a better look at the boy. What's up? The teen doesn't answer, Instead just blinks slowly at him while leaning against the frame. Are you alright? hm. Hitoshi. It's more of a demand this time rather than a question, letting go of his drink completely and discarding his chair. Sprout, what's wrong? Hitoshi stares tired purple eyes at the man, eyelids droopy and knees shaking ever so slightly. 𝐻𝐸𝐻 has seen it happen time and time again, seen the weakness just before he dropped. The man rushes forward with just enough urgency to wrap his arms around the teen and keep him upright. Are you okay? Yeah. It's more of a whisper than anything else, but it's an answer nonetheless. What's wrong? Hurting? He asks again, this time supporting his weight until he's able to stand a little better. The boy nods. I was really dizzy. 𝐻𝐸𝐻 hums a silent response before moving. How about I go grab some water, and you sit down? Okay. He waits just another moment to make sure the teen can walk on his own, watching him pad slowly over to the couch and plop down next to one of the cats. It doesn't take long for him to retrieve the drink, and by the time he returns, the orange ball of fur had moved into Hitoshi's lap and begun purring. Here. The boy practically chugs the cup, leaving only a few swallows left in the bottom of the glass while holding it tightly with two hands. Thanks. He half breathes, using the back of one of his sleeves to wipe his mouth. Of course. He assures, feeling better. A nod, but I didn't pass out again, so that's a win. It was meant to be a joke, but they'd all noticed of Hitoshi's episodes. He'd passed out 6 times since his birthday just a month ago, and they'd been in the hospital for it twice. Once for a small concussion he'd gotten from a fall, and once when he stayed unconscious for over 5 minutes. Both times had been scary, and it was taking every spare second of time they had to work on helping him. They'd tried changing his diet first, took him for allergy screening, got him on some meds that help with his insomnia, even got him into physical therapy for the pain he was in. But nothing really seemed to work, maybe temporarily, maybe for a day or two, but in the end, every few days he'd pass out while doing something. The 2 adults had tried managing, and Hitoshi really acted like he didn't mind it much, but they could see it. Dad. hm. 𝐻𝐸𝐻 snaps out of his thought, what's up? The boy looks guilty, eyes looking down and slightly watery. I need to tell you something. Okay. I'm listening. He tells, pressing his lid together in silence to highest the teen the stage. Okay, I know, hold on. He says as he scratches the cat behind the ears, pausing to compose himself before starting again. I commissioned an analyst online to analyze my quirk. He says it fast, as if his worried 𝐻𝐸𝐻 would jump up and run away. Okay. He hums back, why? Why, you're not mad. Not unless you spent an arm and a leg on it and gave out your home address. He says it with a chuckle, the laugh carefully placed to ease the tension. Less than 300 yen total. I've commissioned him a few times now, I think. The boy tells while looking down at the cat, I know you and Pa keep telling me that being disabled doesn't matter and that I can't still be a hero, and I know that Pa is a disabled hero already. I guess I wanted to hear it from someone else. 𝐻𝐸𝐻 just stares at him for a second, giving him the chance to add anything else, but when the teen doesn't say anything else, he speaks up. I get that. You know, there's only 2 openly trans heroes in Japan. It took me a long time to believe that I couldn't be one too. His son just blinks at him. I'm not upset, kid. Promise. Now tell me what this analyst said. I think you're really awesome for being an openly trans hero. Hitoshi whispers before anything else. It's brave. Thanks, Sprout. Neither of them say anything after that. Instead they just sit in silence and listen to the hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen and the cat purring in between them. Eventually, the teen speaks again. They recommended I try and get on seizure medication. Without me telling them anything about the drawbacks, they thought maybe a mental quirk could cause misfirings in my brain, and that could cause seizures or similar symptoms. When 𝐻𝐸𝐻 doesn't say anything immediately, he continues. They also said that I might be experiencing like joint pain or weakness since brainwashing could send the wrong signals to the wrong parts of my brain. Or, kinda like that. Does that make sense? The hero pauses for a long time, closing his eyes and scrunching up his temple in thought. That makes a lot of sense actually. I had a student 2 years ago with epilepsy that experienced a lot of the same issues you do. Really? Yeah. Xiaota nods. I'll make an appointment with our doctor first thing in the morning. Neither of them had really seemed to notice how late it was until then, the clock ticking just after 2:15 a.m. being their only indicator since they didn't have their phones on them. Thank you, Hitoshi hums, for believing me. I'll always believe you, kid. The man reaches out a hand as comfort. Now come on, let's get you back to bed. Okay. The boy nods as his dad guides him down the hallway. Are you getting home or leaving? The pro frowns. I'm headed out, it's only a short shift though. I should be home by 6 to drive you to school. He leans down and kisses Hitoshi on the forehead before backing out of his room. I love you, kid. I love you, dad. Good night. Good night, Sprout. The first time Izuku met Eraserhead as Deku was scary to say the least. It had only been 4 days since the store had opened to the community and he'd been itching to get out and work out some. The past month and a half or so he'd been working out really didn't feel like much progress, but the difference really was there. Suddenly sprinting was easier and jumping from fire escapes was slightly less scary. He didn't stick the landing every time, and he sure as hell hadn't learned to properly handle himself against an attacker, but he was getting there. Mostly, he took care of small things, if an animal was locked in a car or a homeless person was being jumped. Little things that most people wouldn't pay any mind to no matter how bad they really were. But he was doing it, and he felt good. He'd done his best to stay out of anything involving Trigger. The little research he'd done so far had only helped him so much, but he'd poked around a little online and pulled out a few IOUs from Quirk analysis to get more info. Right now, all he knew is that trades were taking place between 2 villain groups. One that called themselves the League of Villains, and one that called themselves the Shy Hasaikai. He recognized the Yakuza group, he'd read about them plenty in the news, articles about violence that typically came from the members and how they were growing in size. He didn't recognize the League as any big name, but he'd done his research on the girl who'd chased him. There was a missing persons report on her, at least he had to assume it was her. The picture matched the girl he'd met that night on the roof, and even though he couldn't be 100% sure, he was pretty positive. Regardless, he knew if they were involved with the Shy Hasaikai, it couldn't be good news. The point was, while he'd done his very best to avoid it all, he'd somehow ended up right smack dab in the middle of a deal. Who the hell are you? A tall masked man asks as Izuku steadies himself. Ah, well, glad I could drop in. He chuckles nervously as if he hadn't just called off the second-story fire escape above them. I'm just going to get going really if something small and metal flies past his faces, pulling his attention up to a second person. They're shorter than the first, a mask covering just his eyes instead of the majority of his face, and small metal balls surrounding their head. He asked you a question. Who are you? Okay, I tried. The teen. Size, I'm Deku, and your worst nightmare. And yeah, okay, that will never not be cringy. But as the 2 masked men look back and forth between each other, it gives him just enough time to shoot forward and drive a shoulder into the shorter man's stomach. He stumbles backwards and the metal around him drops to the ground, bouncing just a few times before rolling off somewhere unseen. He hadn't really realized it until a moment later, the sound of something heavy hitting the ground and breaking, but by the time he sees the syringe digging into the second guy's shoulder, it's far too late. Izuku spots the open briefcase, 5 full syringes and an empty space, and as the guy he'd just tackled stands back up straight, he understands what it was. The man's entire body bulks up just slightly in a matter of seconds, his muscles becoming more defined as he coughs and hacks and laughs maniacally. It doesn't take long for him to throw a hand out to his left and the entire dumpster beside them rises up from the ground. Metal manipulation. A cool quirk. But with the wrong user and especially under the effects of Trigger, it was dangerous. Come on, if you guys just let me leave I'll pretend I never saw anything. He knew it was far too late for that. In fact, it was far too late the second he tripped trying to jump to the next building. He hadn't been prepared to fight anyone tonight, his ankle was barely healed and he had a test in gym the next day, plus he's got 3 analysis due by the weekend and he really didn't have the time to handle this. You didn't answer my question. The drugged man yells, I want to know who I'm burying. He grins while throwing his arm forward and the dumpster flies through the air. I'm good. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 hardly dodges, diving to his left and rolling over his shoulder before popping back up on his feet. He knows that logically, he doesn't stand a chance in this fight, not with the amped-up Quirk and the unknown guy a few feet away, but he follows the tactics he'd seen online anyway. His right foot is closer to his attacker, so he shuffles forward and plants a sideways kick into the man's groin. It's not as powerful as he'd hoped it would be, but when the man stumbles backwards and falls against the brick wall behind him, he gains a little more hope. The first guy groans and lunges forward, a hand flying much farther forward than the rest of him body, clocking the teen hard in the side of the face before recoiling back to the man's chest. "How'd you like that, smartass?" he shouts, "and I'm not even drugged up. I'm this good all on my own. Can you shut the F up?" The shorter man says while straightening up. "Let's just finish this, we're gonna have our butts shot for loosing a vial." He lifts up the dumpster again, this time with less warning than the first, and with the slight swelling 𝐒𝐬𝐽 can already feel in his cheeks and eyes, he doesn't get much time to move. He's slammed between the dumpster and the alley wall before he can think. It feels as if the metal is bending around him, creating a perfectly 𝐒𝐬𝐽-sized dent in the side of the trash can. His lungs ache, and for just a moment, he's worried he might die. The teen can't see over the walls, can't gather anything other than the smell of garbage and the deep green walls that almost match his hair to a T. It's not until he's almost out of breath that he hears something other than the two men on the other side. There's the sound of metal rattling and something hitting the ground, and if he really focuses, he can hear something akin to fabric swishing through the air. One of the men shouts out in surprise and another one screams out in pain before the dumpster pinning his in place finally lets up. It's not much room, but it's enough that he's able to wiggling his hands into a better position and push the item away from him. The second he gets air other than dumpster waste, he tunes in a little closer to what's happening. There's a hero on the other side of the dumpster, someone protecting him even after all this time. It wasn't like he could really die, wasn't like he really needed the help, but here he was, taking help from some pro that was probably just as shitty as All Might. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 peeks his head out just slightly, dropping low to avoid the hero's eyesight. Because despite the fact he's not a fan of heroes, he's still technically doing something illegal. He uses that term loosely, of course, since vigilantism was defined by an authorized quirk usage, and since he was legally quirkless, he couldn't be charged with the whole vigilante thing. But he could still get in trouble. The hero is tall, moving swiftly with some sort of white support weapon, black hair moving wildly as he spins and throws an elbow at someone. Red eyes flash just once and it had to be Eraserhead. Alright, he just had to run into Eraserhead. That's just perfect. It's not like he had intentionally done his best to avoid the only pro that ever actually paid him any attention. And now, here he was, crouching just a few feet away from the hero with absolutely no way to hide his identity. He'd been considering it, getting a mask of some sort, even beefing thought about dyeing his hair, but it hadn't been at the top of his priorities yet. And now he was paying for it. Come on 𝐒𝐬𝐽, think. He's only a few minutes away from Eraserhead turning around to check on him. The pro wasn't stupid, even if he stayed ducked behind the dumpster until both criminals were tied up, the pro would still know he was there. He sweeps his hands around the dark ground, looking for absolutely anything that could help him look less recognizable. There's a pair of orange sunglasses pressed against the wall, one lens cracked and covered in dumpster goo. He hesitates only briefly before putting them on, cringing internally at all the germs he just put on himself before staring at the green paint on the trash can and debating what else to do. Green. His hair is bright green, his recognizable. Eraserhead finishes the fight on the other side of the barrier. He can tell by the silence followed by a sigh of relief from the hero, and then, "Are you hurt?" He mutters a string of curses under his breath while groaning mentally. The teen reaches down and scoops up a handful of the mysterious alleyway dumpster goo and slaps it straight onto his head, wincing at the thought of what he's doing while slicking his hair back to be less noticeable. "Hello. Are you there? I'm a hero, you can trust me. I'm fine." He darts out from behind the can, keeping his eyes low and trying not to grimace at the smell. "I don't need your help, Eraserhead. How do you know who I am?" the man says, and 𝐒𝐬𝐽 face palms internally. "I'm a thing nerd, or whatever." He mutters much quieter than he'd wanted to. "I do my research." Eraserhead frowns and takes a step forward. That doesn't change the fact that I'm meant to be a rather unrecognizable underground hero. His hand reaches up to grab at his capture weapon. Who are you? It's a demand, not a question. I'm Deku. Deku. Yes, sir. He snaps back, this time louder. The pro doesn't love yet, but his eyes flash red for just a moment. As in useless. Yes, sir. It said identical to the first time, loud and snappy, so the other doesn't doubt him for a moment. How'd you end up in the middle of this? He finally says after a while, gesturing back to the two half-unconscious men behind them. Izuku briefly wonders if lying would benefit him or not before eventually shrugging. I fell off the roof. You dash. The hero pauses, eyes widening just enough to show his shock. Fell off a roof. For the third time, he answers in the same way. Yes, sir. Oh my god, you're going to be a handful, aren't you? Only if you try to get in my way. He clarifies. Eraserhead doesn't move, instead he drops his hands down to his side and adjusts his stance. In your way of what? You've got a lot of questions here. He asks, and honestly, he's not sure where he got the confidence to argue with the hero. Considering that everything you're saying to me in adding up to make you a vigilante, yes. The man nods. I'm not a vigilante. Izuku almost yells. The hero just stares at him. So you're just falling off roofs into the middle of drag deals at 2 in the morning because open quotation, a person, or persons, caught practicing unauthorized quirk usage for heroic acts, disregarding self-defense, will be prosecuted and may be fined PRD, end quotation. The teen quotes, grinning internally as he watches the hero's face change. You had to say the punctuation and everything. Eraserhead exhales, and when the teen just nods, he continues. Regardless, you clearly know the law. You can't. Vigilantism is classified as quirk usage, eraser. He sticks up a finger, and guess what little old me doesn't have? The pro's expression seems to go through the 5 stages of grief right then and there. Okay, right, got it. I see how this is gonna work. He steps forward, hands reaching down to retrieve something from his belt. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and not if you can't catch me. Izuku doesn't just move, he leaps out of the hero's grasp and sprints in the opposite direction. Can't leave them alone. He calls behind himself and watches as the man pauses, frozen between chasing some random kid or preventing 2 drag dealers from possibly escaping. The teen is free and gone several blocks away before Eraserhead ever seems to make a decision, his breathing and breathless, but he's free nonetheless. When he's finally confident that he's safe, he almost cries. How had he managed to run into the one person he'd been trying to avoid, and with that, then how'd he manage to get away? He's sure the hero let him go intentionally. There's no way a vigilante of a month or so could outrun a seasoned pro. But that's besides the point. For now, he had to get back to the shop and shower, and hopefully not wake 𝐒𝐻ero and 𝐒𝐿𝐼 in the process. Both of them had taken to staying regularly, sometimes just for the afternoon after classes, and sometimes for the night. They both kept a spare change of clothes, and Izuku had acquired some donations that they were welcome to dig through whenever. The boy had managed to gain some pretty strong connections as Deku, so when he posted on the forums about a safe haven opening up in the area, people had flooded his inbox with donations. The place wasn't always packed, but there were at least 2 or 3 people at all times, and since the shop had technically only been open a few days, he was really hopeful it would just get busier from there. Puppeteer had seen his post and sent a pretty hefty balance, as well as some food and clothing donations which they'd been asking to drop by for a while. He probably needed to actually respond to him soon about that, but the thought that someone could put together the fact that Deku was Izuku was scary. He already needed to get a disguise, and of course he trusted Puppeteer, but they were still an internet stranger, so he was pretty hesitant. Okay, not the point for now. Right now, shower. He slips through the back door, shedding his jacket and shoes as soon as he walks in and padding as quietly as possible to the bathroom. He'd jerry-rigged a small shower setup that screwed into the sink faucet and added a little basin to stand in. It wasn't pretty, but it was functional, and until he could afford something nicer, it would do. He's tired by the time he finally changes into something clean and sneaks back to his little room, and as he settles onto his small mattress, He can't help the feeling of excitement that builds up in his chest. Tonight had been scary, but exhilarating. He needed more practice for sure, but today felt like a real step in the right direction. Maybe running into Eraserhead hadn't been the worst thing ever. After several hours of internet scouring, he comes across a black neck gaiter and a yellow visor. An odd combo, he knows, but the yellow would cancel out the green in his eyes so he couldn't be as easily recognized. When his things arrive just 2 days later, he feels stupid. Staring at himself in the small bathroom mirror, he finds himself dressed in what feels like the most stereotypical anti-hero outfit ever. Black cargo briefs, a fitted black long-sleeve shirt, neck and face cover plus beanie and visor. No doubt about it, he looked stupid. The night prior he had dyed his hair. Nothing really dramatic, just dyed the roots to a solid black color. Honestly undetectable underneath the mop of green until his hair was pulled back, meaning when he went out on patrols he could pull his hair into a ponytail and shove it under the hat and have completely normal hair. With the entire look put together, he was practically a different person. It takes a week and a half after that for him to get recognized for the first time. "Hey guys, what you got there?" Izuku asks after throwing a solid punch to a guy's face. His hand hurts like hell, but it was a good hit and the man drops to the ground. The 2 other people in the alley try to scatter, one scrambling to grab the metal case the first man had dropped, and the other turning to leave as fast as possible. "It's the Thing Mule dude, run." The teenage vigilante scoffs and drops down to grab the case, wincing slightly as his ankle pops. "I do have a name, you know." He stands up, jumping backwards and scaling the closest fire escape before clicking the case open. Inside are full vials of what must be trigger, bright red and shiny, at least more than double what Eraserhead had confiscated a few weeks ago. "It's Deku, by the way." The 2 men still in the alley look between each other, one bleary-eyed and obviously trying to stay upright. "You're gonna pay for this one, Beach." The one not fighting unconsciousness speaks. Yeah, still not my name. Run along and tell Chisaki that I've got his 𝐒𝐻𝐻, and he can have it back and never. Normally, he'd rather get the men taken out and call the police anonymously to have them picked up, but this amount of trigger felt way too dangerous to possibly lose again. He clicks the case shut before tipping an imaginary hat to the 2 and jumping up to the next escape. He's across 4 roofs before he pauses to take a breath, ducking behind an air conditioning unit and taking a second to regulate himself and figure out what direction he needs to go. The station isn't far, but he's also a vigilante, so it's not really like he could really just walk just straight in. Or maybe he could. He wasn't technically breaking any laws, but it was hard to explain that. Especially since he would have to explain himself to the authorities and then they'd probably try and find out who he is, and there's only so many quirkless teenagers in Muzitafu. But that's besides the point, he wasn't safe to be carrying around this much of any drag, let alone trigger. He'd done his research, he knew who Chisaki was, the shy Hasaikai was no joke, and he'd put himself on their radar multiple times. So realistically, he had 2 options. Take his chances with the legal loophole and go to the precinct, or take his chances with the biggest underground villain ring in Japan. Eraserhead it is. "Hello." Izuku calls out to the empty precinct desk. There's a small bell that says ring for service, but he'd pressed it twice now and no one had shown up. "Hello." He asks a little louder this time. "Coming." A woman's voice comes from somewhere relatively far away. The teen stands there, rocking back and forth on his heels until a girl in a wheelchair turns the corner. "I'm sorry about the wait." Well, now Izuku felt like the butt for being impatient. "Is Eraserhead on shift today?" he asks, and the woman locks eyes with him for a long while. She seems to be debating what day it is before finally shaking her head. "He's out today. I can take a message for the detective though." He shifts his weight back and forth between his feet, the case in his hands tapping lightly against his knees. "So the detective isn't in either then?" "No sir. But as I said, I can take a message." She's kind, but that isn't what he particularly needed right now. He half pauses, letting his eyes shut as he thinks, "Is Sangza here?" The woman hesitates, eyes him up and down for what feels like the millionth time before giving a half-hearted sigh and reaching over to tap a button somewhere he can't see. It makes the tiniest clicking sound before she speaks into what must be a microphone. "Sangza. would you be able to come up to the front lobby? I'm on my way now. The Catman's voice comes through with a scratch. If you'd like to take a seat, he'll be right up. She nods and Izuku thanks her with a silent bow before taking a few steps back. He examines the room around him, the same lobby he'd been in before, designed to be cozy but professional. He finds himself wandering to the chair he slept in when Eraserhead brought him by, his mind racing as he runs through what he's going to say. It's not necessarily that he was more comfortable with the hero, he'd be nervous regardless, but there's something about the cat-quirked officer that worries Izuku. He can't decide how he feels about the man. He's a cop, yes, but he'd also trusted him when he was here several weeks ago. So maybe, just maybe, this was another adult he could trust. Hello. The voice speaks again, this time not distorted by the intercom. Hi. The teen nods, not making any fast movements but still getting up from his seat. Do we know each other, kid? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 asks and Izuku lets his green eyes narrow behind his visor. I'm not a kid. He snaps back, because according to his legal quirk status, he isn't. And you don't know me, but Eraserhead told me I could come to you or the detective if I ever needed help. Okay, and yeah, it's a lie, but what else is he meant to say? The cat stares at him, whiskers twitching as a clock ticks somewhere from the other side of the room. Alright, do you want to talk in here or would you like to go to a private room? Izuku doesn't respond immediately, instead he looks around the room again. Studying the area, watching the woman still sitting at the counter and memorizing the brand name of the coffee maker in the far corner meant for guests. Here is fine. He eventually says, bouncing the case against his knees. Okay. Would you like to sit back down? Do I have to? He asks and to be honest, he really isn't sure why. The officer shakes his head, only if you want to. I asked because I know it's late and you might be tired. Izuku glances at the clock, catching 2:47 a.m. just as the second hand passes the minute mark. Okay, we can sit. He finally says, only making his decision when his ankle throbs from his fall earlier. Good choice. My legs hurt. The adult says and Izuku can't help the tiny bit of relief that floods through him at the joke. They settle in chairs opposite each other, the teen grasping at the case in his arms for dear life as 𝐒𝐭𝐲 smiles softly at him. I need to ask that I won't get in trouble. You came here looking for help, right? The cat asks and Izuku just nods. Then I can promise you now, unless you are in direct danger or you are going to harm someone right after this, I promise I won't let you get in trouble tonight. Really? I promise you, kid. Sorry, I know you said you aren't a kid. Do you have a name I can call you? He stops himself for only a moment before answering. Deku. Okay, Deku, I promise that no matter what you say or tell me tonight, I will let you walk out of our precinct on your own with no strings attached. Izuku glares at him. How can I know you're telling the truth? You can't. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 says blankly. But I can hope that if you could trust Eraserhead enough to come to me, you can trust me to help you. The two look at each other for a long time before the vigilante finally nods. Okay. I'll trust you. Thank you. He hums. Now would you like to tell me what brings you in so late tonight? I'm a vigilante. Izuku blurts before clicking his mouth shut with a pop. Not really. Not technically. Vigilantism is defined as an authorized quirk use, and I don't use nor do I have a quirk. I'm quirkless, so I can't be charged as a vigilante. But some people view me as such. Okay. So you're a vigilante, not vigilante. The cat reiterates, just to confirm he's heard right. Yes. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 nods. All right, keep going. I was just out and about tonight, he starts, leaving out the part where he jumped in and attempted to beat up a group of people, and I pulled this off some guys. He tells and slides the case across the ground with his foot. The officer stares at it, seeming to contemplate the safety of grabbing it before actually doing so. He lifts the case and places it gently in his lap, clicking open the latches before opening the lid and scanning over the contents. His face drops immediately, pupils slitting and whiskers twitching in shock. Is this trigger? Yes. Izuku says again before diving into his explanation. The 𝐔𝐬𝐽 is trying to distribute this to a group calling themselves the League of Villains. I haven't been able to get much info from them yet, but this has been going on for a while now. At least a month if not longer. Okay. Thank you for turning this in, Deku. Sangza nods. In the wrong hands, this could be extremely dangerous. I know. He agrees, that's why I knew I had to bring it to you. Or, well, Eraserhead. The cat smiles softly. I appreciate you doing so. I'm glad I was here tonight. I'm only on night shifts every other Tuesday and Wednesday, and I'm not sure how much you really would have wanted to leave this with someone random. Well, I know I'm random too, but I'm glad you were able to trust me tonight. Izuku almost wants to say that is not random, almost wants to mention the fact that they have met before, but he doesn't. He keeps his mouth shut and interlaces his fingers to keep his hands from shaking. Thank you for listening to me. Of course. There's a long silence that stretches between them, quiet other than the ticking of the clock and the sound of a lone car driving by. I'll keep my end of the promise, by the way. You can leave whenever you're ready, and nothing will happen. He pauses. Can I go now? Of course. Sangza nods, gesturing to the door. Take your time, there's no rush. And the door is always open if you need us. The vigilante doesn't waste any time in exiting. He does one quick glance around the room to make sure he didn't leave anything for any reason, and then he's out the door. Despite what the officer said, cops and heroes can still lie, and Izuku won't risk it. He's gone in a matter of minutes, triple-checking he was followed before finally making his way to the shop. He was exhausted, his ankle was screaming at him from earlier, and he desperately needed to sleep. He could worry about everything else later. Okay, let me get this straight. Shouter picks up and sets down his coffee mug for the third time without taking a sip. The vigilante that the underground world has been talking about for the last few weeks walks in unannounced and gives you a case of, what, 15-20. The cat corrects and the pro just sighs. All right, 20 vials of trigger. He waits for a nod of confirmation before continuing. And you just let him leave. Sangza's left ear twitches slightly, eyes narrowing in that cat-like way they do before doubling down on his answer. Yes. Shouter just looks at him, watching the way his whiskers twice ever so slightly as the two hold the world's laziest staring contests. His coffee mug gets moved for the fourth time before the hero just sighs, God admit Sangza. Deku the vigilante was good at what he did. It had been a little over 2 weeks since he had last encountered anyone with trigger and spoken to Sangza, about a month since he'd opened the shop, just under 5 months since he'd realized he had a quirk, and he was doing good. He wasn't rich by any means, but he kept the QSH open with just enough money to spare to put aside to pay for the next few months of business. He'd been able to convince Puppeteer to meet up with a hero to drop off his donations, who had reported back that the teen was tall with purple hair and eye bags to rival Izuku's own. He hadn't been able to hide his grin when Puppeteer had messaged him to rave about the QSH and said that it was really cool he was supporting a business like that. The teen was proud he'd been able to keep Deku and Izuku separated between school, work, and vigilantism, but that didn't mean it wasn't hard. Not only was he constantly exhausted, but his body ached. He wasn't sure if that was muscle growth and training finally showing off, or if it was the regular tumbles he took while still trying to get his footing atop roofs. Just because he considered himself good didn't mean he was great. He was able to jump rooftops for a pretty long time without getting winded, and he was DMN good at defending himself against up to 2 attackers at a time, but that didn't mean he didn't get the SHT best out of him regularly. He might not be dealing with trigger every day, but muggins, assaults, trafficking, there was an abundance of other things going on that he could throw himself at. Typically he could handle himself, but then there were times where he got his butt beat and it took days of recovery to heal. But nothing up to this point had been anything like this. He knew death was inevitable, of course he knew. He was 15 years old with no proper training, tossing himself into situations that pros would usually handle. But sitting on a roof, stomach screaming and BLD oozing out from between his fingertips as he tries to keep pressure on the wound. He'd been stabbed while trying to keep a girl from being grabbed on her way home from work. He'd met her a few times before, and even though he didn't know her name, she knew him as Deku and they met up every Tuesday and Thursday night after her closing shift so that he could walk her home. She'd been assaulted once, months and months ago, so when the man snuck up behind them and Izuku had whipped around to stop the attacker, he'd thought he was ready. But the knife he had was significantly larger than he anticipated and was faster than he expected. In the end, the woman was gone and he was left pulling himself along the ground to the nearest fire escape. The climb up to the roof had been exhausting, but he'd rather see the stars as he died than anything else. He'd never really had a choice before, never been able to create a comfortable environment for himself as he breathed his last breath, but the stars were nice. He'd imagined it several times in the past few months, pictured himself bleeding out, maybe suffocating, sometimes starving. But living it out was different. When he died the first time, he'd confident it was relatively fast. Sure, it was scary, having all the air blocked from his lungs as his vision went blurry, but after some point, it stopped hurting. And then with 𝐲 everything had happened so fast, he really hadn't had time to process anything until after the fact. So now, the slow and painful ache that crawled up his spine and wrapped around his lungs and made his eyes heavier and heavier, was more than he was prepared to handle. The seconds stretch from must be minutes to what might be hours, and somewhere in the quiet realm between life and death, Izuku finds himself standing in the middle of nothingness. It's white, for as far as the eye can see, vast whiteness. It's both painfully bright and calmingly dull at the same time, nothing like he'd ever seen before. Despite the light stinging his eyes, nothing hurts. He pulls his eyes down to his hands, stained pink, but not bloody, and he pulls up the waist of his shirt to find nothing but a ghostly pale scar, large and jagged, but healed. His ankle that had been bothering him for months wasn't throbbing for the first time in ages, and the yellow tint from his visor was non-existent. Izuku! A voice calls and the boy feels his heart jump out of his chest. He spins, nearly tumbling over the chunkiness of his shoes. Who's there? Well, I didn't think it had been that long. Izuku forces his eyes to focus on the figure standing out in the emptiness. Oji-san. He's got a faint glow and transparency to him, obviously a ghost. And if the teen didn't actively have a revival quirk, he'd think he was hallucinating. There you are. 𝐲 grins, his toothy smile brighter than anything around them. He doesn't process the fact that he doesn't know what's happening, he just runs. Just plows straight into the adult with tears streaming down his face. I'm sorry, MSOY. He sobs, hiccups interrupting his words. Oh kid. 𝐲 whispers while patting a hand over the boy's beanie, it's okay. Don't cry, it's alright. You didn't do anything wrong. But I promised you I'd be a hero and I couldn't save you dash. The man pushes Izuku away from him. Look at me. He demands while keeping his hands on the teen's shoulders, you are a hero. You're helping people. I'm a vigilante, and not a hero. He says sadly, waiting for the adult to frown and berate him. Are you saving people? Sometimes. He answers honestly, eyes falling to the ground where he glances at his hands again, staring at the pink and trying everything he can not to think of the woman he couldn't help. But tonight I let her get hurt, I don't know where she is, and what if his Oji-san frowns, breath zoo. He tells, you're a kid. I'm not a kid. He only half argues back. Sure you're not. 𝐲 hums back, giving them just a moment of silence before speaking again. You save people. Even if it's not all the time, even if it was just once, you saved someone. You're a hero. Izuku looks back up at the man, looks up at the man he called family for just a few weeks. I love you. They'd never said that before, never really thought too hard about it. Never considered that they wouldn't ever get a chance to say it. 𝐲 pulls him back into a tight hug, and as the teen lets his eyes close and body relax into the embrace, he hears his missing family member speak once more. I love you more, kid. And for the first time in months, the boy didn't fight the name. Izuku was cold. Not just early October cold, but like being dunked in a frozen lake and held there to drown cold. The stars aren't nearly as pretty now, not as he shivers violently and tries to wrap his arms around himself in an attempt to warm up. God, dying was cold. Dying was always cold. He isn't sure how long he lays there, it could be hours, it could be just a few seconds, but eventually he gains just enough strength to pull himself off the Gravely rooftop and start his journey home. He didn't bring his phone with him, he never does. Realistically, he needed a second phone just for Deku, but until then, he just left it at the shop. It was probably dangerous, just for instances like this, and sometimes he wonders if maybe he should have an emergency contact for moments like this. Dying alone was scary, but waking up alone was almost worse. Maybe a hero. Or puppeteer. Maybe even Eraserhead or Sangza. But unless one of those people jumped out of the sky right now to help fight the loneliness of revival, the thought of an emergency contact would be just that. A thought. Speaking of, Izuku lets himself think back to the time he spent in the White Realm. He wishes he had another name for it, maybe a real explanation of what the place was, but for now, he would consider it something akin to heaven. The only person he's really ever considered family. No pain. Nothing he must work towards. No deadlines, no responsibilities. Just him and his Oji-san. Yeah. He'd consider that heaven. It's right as he reaches a roof that's a little taller than he expected that something happens. It's not that he can't make the jump, it's a 2-story drop instead of 1, he'd made those before, but with the amount he's shaking, he isn't completely confident. He slowed down, dropping down to his knees, giving himself time to breathe a little deeper as he scanned the perimeter of the roof for any possible escape routes. But no fire escape, no access door, not even a lip to grab onto. All right, jumping it is. It's not a far gap, the alleyway no more than 5 feet, not even enough for a small dumpster, but the drop is what worries him. He takes a step backwards, bracing himself for the leap he has to take, preparing for the landing and just praying he doesn't F up his ankle for the 1000th time. Come on Deku, you can do this. He whispers and rushes forward. He dives over the ledge, trying to stretch himself out as far as possible to make sure he clears the gap. The free fall is terrifying, 15 feet that fly by in a matter of seconds before he finally tucks his knees ever so slightly and plants his palms against the roof. He half ducks his head to one side, rolling over his right shoulder while trying to keep enough momentum to rotate all the way around and make it back to his feet. He's half successful, feeling his spine make contact with the concrete ground before realizing that the gravity pulling him downwards was much more significant than his jumping distance. He hits the rooftop harshly, skidding a few inches before finally coming to a solid stop and gasping for breath. The fall had hurt, not nearly as much as he anticipated, but still more than he was hoping. Nice landing. Izuku hears the semi-familiar laugh from somewhere close by. F me. The teen groans, closing his eyes and just wishing he could be anywhere other than here. Eraserhead's voice gets closer, no I'm good, thanks. The man chuckles, you need to work on your distance if you want to make that landing better. The vigilante doesn't move, instead just lays there and tries to catch his breath. He's somehow colder now, and his vision is ever so slightly blurry, making the clear stars above him double. Are you here to take me in? He stumbles over his words and just has to hope that the pro doesn't notice. Are you alright? Well fine. God, why can't he stop stuttering? The chattering of his teeth don't help as he tries to sit up. Are you hurt? Eraserhead asks, coming into view from the teen's left, eyeing him up and down. Do you need help? He reaches out a hand that the vigilante swats away, forcing himself to sit upright and wrap his arms around himself. I said I'm fine. He repeats, just sea cold. You look more than cold. The adult says, crouching down to meet his eyes, you're pale and you look feverish. I'm okay. Izuku tries again. The pro stares at him, gaze following his moves. Are you diabetic? Anemic? Anything like that? I told you I'm fine. He shouts back before realizing what he'd done and pausing, shrinking in on himself slightly. I'm just really cold. The hero doesn't say anything, instead he slowly removes the scarf over his shoulders and places it gently on the ground before pulling off his black long sleeve to reveal a second long sleeve underneath. Izuku watches as the pro adamantly tries to press the shirt into his hands. Come in kid, take it. He takes it begrudgingly, hands shaking as he attempts to pull it over his head without removing his visor. Still not a kid, Eraser. I know. The man tells as he watches the teen pull off his visor to slide the shirt on. It's times like this that Izuku was grateful for the mask and visor combo that he'd come up with. Why do you have T2 shirts? He asks. One's thermal. He explains while grabbing his scarf again. Especially when the weather starts changing and I work nights, I try to always wear it. Eraserhead settles backwards on his, but as he continues. I try to tell my students to think ahead when planning their costumes, especially when the weather can impact their quirks. You're a teacher? He asks and the pro nods. I teach high school students. The hero course at UA, actually. Hey. Izuku hums back. You're helping me. It's not a question, more of a statement than anything else. The man spreads his feet slightly, leaning forward just enough to rest his arms on his bent knees. Everyone deserves help. Despite what you think. I'm quirkless. The vigilante spits out. I know. Then why the hell dash he stops mid-sentence, body shaking violently as a wave of cold overtakes him. He's almost confident that he hears 𝐂's voice in his head, reminding him of his own comment about an emergency contact just a few moments prior. Why the hell do you keep coming back? Why do you keep saving people even when you don't have a quirk? The hero's voice is level, calm in a way that Izuku hasn't heard an adult's voice be in months. Because he stops, really pauses to think about the question. Because everyone deserves help. And if I can help, I want to. Exactly. The teen doesn't say anything. He just sits there, reveling in the tiny bit of warmth that the second layer brings him, sliding his visor back on and bringing his knees up to his chest. Okay. He responds, thinking back to the words he'd just thought to himself earlier. Unless one of those people jumped out of the sky right now to help fight the loneliness of revival, and that's exactly what the hero had done. I'm sorry I keep snapping at you. The hero just shakes his head. You don't have to be sorry. He shifts his position and uses one hand to push off the ground. Now I'm going to ask again, are you diabetic or anemic? No. Izuku answers, frowning while trying to stand up and failing. Stay down, kid. The man says, and if he didn't get that warmth in his chest at the term of endearment that reminded him of his OG-san, he would argue back. When's the last time you ate? Have you had anything to drink? The boy didn't have to think for long, he knew. He remembered the way Katsuki had cornered him at lunch and set off an explosion right against his left hand, causing him to jerk his arm away and drop his tray and food all over the cafeteria floor. Breakfast, this morning. All right, listen. Eraser sighs, why don't you come with me, and we get you something to eat? Where are you going to take me? The hero opens his mouth the answer but pauses, letting his jaw move a handful of times before actually speaking. My house. If you'd be willing to follow. Why? Izuku nearly snaps back, not yet trying to get up again. Well, for starters, I need my shirt back. It's part of my uniform and I only have so many of them. He shrugs. 2. My house is only a few blocks from here, and technically my shift is already over. And it's time for me to head home and get my son up for school and breakfast. Plus, my husband is already planning on making a good breakfast, so I'd really appreciate it if you'd join us. He takes a moment to process the words. Was it really that late? Or early? If he really tried to focus, he could see the faint orange-pink glow on the skyline just east of them. You could leave whenever, there's no obligation to stay or eat the whole meal. We can lend you some warm clothes that we've already been planning on donating, and you don't have to take off anything you don't want to. The adult explains, you don't have to take the offer, but I'd love for you to. Why are you offering me all of this? The vigilante asks once more and the hero's face drops just enough to be noticeable. Because I had the opportunity to help a kid like you several months ago, and I didn't. And I wonder every day how he's doing. Eraserhead speaks softly. Izuku feels his heart beat against his rib cage as he opens his mouth. Why didn't you help them? He was adamant that he could handle himself, and despite the fact that his parents were actively searching for him to harm him, I let him go. He tells, I think he works on the opposite side of Musutafu now, but I promised him that I wouldn't reach back out. So I have to keep my word. He's quirkless. The teen asks even though he knows the answer DMN well, and when the pro just hums and nods back, he continues. What's his name? The adult doesn't answer immediately, but eventually he speaks. If I tell you, will you let me help you? Izuku has to think about it for a moment. Really has to consider how risky it's going to be for him to walk into a hero's home and expect him not to have his identity figured out in a matter of minutes. But on the other hand, knowing someone truly cared so deeply was a hard pill to swallow. I promise, he finally says after what feels like way too long. His name is Izuku. The man says fondly, a half smile on his face as he seems to truly speak from the heart. Now come on, Deku. There's toast and eggs, maybe some grilled fish too, but if you don't like that, we always have rice made. The adult reaches a hand out to him, eyes full of just the tiniest bit of hope that he'll accept it. He takes the man's hand without another word, and after a minute or two of composing himself in an effort to not fall over, they're off. Tall, purple hair, eye bags to rival the vigilante's own. Fing Puppeteer was sitting across from Izuku at the breakfast table. He was actively wearing the teen's clothes. The jacket that the other had complained about losing months ago was sitting in the office at the shop from where Eraserhead gave it to him all that time ago. Literally, what are the odds? Deku, this is my partner Hisashi, and my son Hitoshi. Eraserhead gestures, snatching up a cat from trying to jump on the table while offering another piece of fish. And you're more than welcome to call me Shouter when I'm not on patrol or working. Right. Izuku eyes the purple teen across from them, their gaze locked onto each other. I'm not telling you my name. The blonde man attempts to jump in there. No, of course not. You don't have to. Shouter is just trying to give you a chance to get to know us a little more. He says, maybe ease the tension some. It's okay, we already know each other. Puppeteer Hitoshi half snaps. Isn't that right, Deku? Oh, you son of a beach. Izuku hisses just seconds before the table erupts into chaos. The two adults don't get the say much as the teens yell at each other. Oh, I'm a beach, but you'll follow my dad home after knowing him for 5 minutes. Well, you didn't say your dad was Fing Eraserhead. Izuku screams back before receiving the smuggest smile he's ever seen. Actually, my dad's Fing Present MIC. To say the blonde man next to them squawked would be an understatement. His voice seemed to reach a decibel Izuku hadn't known was possible for a human to make, and very quickly the vigilante puts the other's comment together. Oh my god. He facepalms, smacking the pair of yellow glasses he'd been lent so he wouldn't need to wear his visor indoors, and suddenly it makes sense as to why they just had said glasses lying around. They belong to the number 37 Pro Hero Present MIC. I'm going to Fing kill myself. I just walked into the home of 2 pro heroes. So one's the limit. Hitoshi snaps and the green-headed teen feels his face grow hot. Hitoshi. Eraser tries to intervene before getting cut off. Purple eyes glare at him across the table. No, Dad, you don't understand. His being and butt. I'm the butt. Izuku half shouts, you're trying to blow my cover. There's no cover when you just Fing waltz into my house. He says back, voice laced with venom. The vigilante scoffs, eyes darting back and forth between the 3 family members, no covers. He half laughs, then do they know your puppeteer? Who's puppeteer? The pro he'd followed asks. Oh, so they don't know. Do they know anything? About my shop? About me at all? He continues, at this point, how am I meant to know you're telling me the truth about anything? How can I trust that I'm actually analyzing your quirk and not someone else's when I can't even trust you to keep my cover under wraps for 5 Fing minutes? He swears over the yelling from the other adults. Hitoshi's face settles into this angry expression, one full of hatred and disgust. It's my quirk UPP. Izuku's mouth gets heavy, eyes burning as they fill with a cloudiness almost similar to tears. He can't speak, can't move or do anything other than think to himself. If he tries really hard, he can hear the conversation happening around him. Hitoshi, breathe. Present MIC says, chair scraping across the ground as he must rush to his son. You need to breathe. Sprout, please. Eraserhead's voice sounds strained, as if he's fighting off emotions he doesn't want to focus on. Hitoshi's breath sounds strained, wheezy and quick. I didn't mean Vi dash his clearly crying, erase it. Please. His begging at this point. Tosh, No, I'm not erasing your quirk. The man responds. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I should have warned you better. Bud, we should have given you more time to prepare. The other adult says, we didn't think bringing him would affect you so much. I didn't think he would actually come. Eraser tells, but that doesn't change the fact we weren't fair to you. Izuku's heart is in his head, pounding at an alarming rate as he listens, and for just the briefest moment, it's as if he's back in that white space between life and death. The fogginess of what genuinely must be the purple boy's quirk is oh so familiar to the blankness of the space he'd just been in hours before. I shouldn't have. I panicked, Dad, please. His desperate voice cracking as he pleads for his father to erase his quirk. Please, Dad, I did. The pro doesn't speak, but he must make some sort of movement meaning no, because he follows up next with instructions. Hisashi, grab us some water, 2 cups. I have a feeling Deku is going to be cessed. The other man gives a quick acknowledgement before he continues, Hitoshi, Sprout, listen. You had every right to freak out, I get why you did that. It wasn't cool of him to question your quirk, your pa and I both know how defensive you get over it, but Deku didn't know, okay? Okay. The boy responds after what feels like ages, words still wet with tears as he sniffles. When you're ready, I want you to try dropping your quirk. I know it's hard, if you can't do it, I'll help, but I want you to try first. The man speaks again. And remember, Present MIC speaks up again, surely returning from his mission to get water. He's most likely never been under the influence of a quirk like this, he's got every right to freak out. He lets out a few more shaking breaths. Okay, I'll try. Whenever you're ready. One of them says, but Izuku can't really tell who it is. There's a SWCH in his surroundings. It's sudden, really, and it takes him from their kitchen table behind a clouded lens to that same white space he'd almost longed to go back to. It was warm, and for just a moment, he couldn't remember if this place was warm or cold last time. He'd remembered being cold, yes, but how much of that had been dying and how much of that had been the space itself? He heard the footsteps behind him before anything else, heavy and slow, but familiar all the same. He spins around again, an almost identical scene to his time on the roof, turning with enough force to tip himself over had he not been prepared. Show. Hey kid. His Oji-san smiles, hasn't been too long now, has it? How are you here again? He asks. The man just shrugs, I'm not sure. I know it has to do with that quirk of yours. I don't want this quirk. Izuku whispers, tears forming in his eyes. Sure you do. Sho hums, if you didn't have it, we couldn't do this. He gestures around him, and the teen almost flinches at the thought. If I don't have this quirk, we wouldn't need this. He says, hoping his point gets across without having to explain it any further. Sho's silhouette flickers slightly, and the man's voice becomes almost illegible. Don't say that. He hardly hears. What's happening? His Oji-sen opens his mouth to speak, but before anything can come out, Izuku feels himself get yanked backwards forcefully, landing harshly on his but as tears roll down his cheeks. He has to blink a handful of times to gather the scene in front of him, Hitoshi sitting across from him at the table, hands shaking slightly as grips at a cup of water. Present MIC has a hand rested carefully on one shoulder, squeezing just enough to be comforting to his son. Eraser is sat in his own chair, a little closer to Izuku himself, a hand reaching out just enough to grab at the vigilante if necessity, but not threatening. They're expecting a fight, he realizes, and if it weren't for the sobs caught in his throat, he might laugh. Instead, he chokes out a tiny cry, a hiccup catching on his tongue as he tries to do anything. No. It's quiet at first, but he doesn't stay that way. No. No, no, no. You can't, you beach. He shouts, pushing himself away from the table, slamming his hands down as he stands up and his chair hits the ground. Why the F would you do that? He screams, and Hitoshi flinches back. Deku, take a breath. The pro tries, hand moving closer to him just slightly. Let us explain. You didn't, why would you dash, I'm sorry. The other teen speaks, and it's just loud enough that it stops Izuku dead in his tracks. His breathing, the mask he'd yet to take off, felt suffocating against his face, preventing him from bringing in enough air. Why did he have this stupid mask? Why couldn't he just say no to Eraser's offer for food? Why'd he have to go and F everything up by yelling at Puppeteer? He brings his hand up to his face, pulling the mask away from the bridge of his nose just enough to take in a large gulp of air. Eraserhead was standing now, half posed to grab the vigilante, but not yet moving to do so. We're sorry. The pro apologizes, please just sit back down. You shouldn't have. Izuku pauses, watching the three in front of him waiting for him to move. Who did it? Who did what? Eraser asks back. Who pulled me out? He tries again, dropping the mask back down onto his face once he'd taken enough breaths to not hyperventilate. Did you drop the quirk or did you erase it? He doesn't point or address either of them, but they all get the point. The adult shifts his stance ever so slightly, eyes darting back to look at his son. I erased it. Izuku wants to scoff, wants to laugh in the hero's face and run out the door, but he doesn't. You're a thing but. He settles on instead, leaning down to retrieve his chair and settling down carefully. The family looks at him in shock, all three of them staring, bug-eyed, waiting for the next move. You had every right to freak out. He tells. I'm sorry. You're sorry. Hitoshi half repeats, you didn't do anything. He doesn't say anything, instead just stares down at his plate, rice and eggs and a cold piece of toast sitting untouched, and his stomach lurches. I shouldn't have come. He whispers. Yes, you should have. It's Eraser that speaks. I asked you to come, I'm glad you did. But I shouldn't have. He frowns. The purple-headed boy sits up just a little straighter. Then why did you? There's no anger behind his voice, not like the first time he'd asked. Because I'm a homeless teenager, and I was hungry. And a warm meal and clothes sounded too good to pass up. He says, honestly this time. But that doesn't mean it was smart. Realistically, this was stupid. Even if you're all good people, it wasn't smart. Do you know me? Eraserhead says, gesturing to himself. And truthfully, he kind of did. He'd met the hero multiple times as both Izuku and Deku, and yet, that didn't change the fact that it was a stupid move to make. He could have gotten found out, he could have walked into a trap, and instead, he saw show. I think I should go. He stands back up, leaving his untouched plate and taking a few steps backwards. Kid, come on oh my god, how many times do I have to say it? He half yells, I'm not a kid. And you said I could leave whenever I wanted to. Presentacy speaks up for the first time in a while, his right, shouter. The voice hero tells, the agreement was that he could leave whenever. The dark-haired man opens his mouth to protest, but nothing comes out, and eventually, he drops his hands in defeat. You can keep everything you're wearing, like I said earlier, they're all donations anyway. Izuku glances down at the clothes he has on and then back at the door where his shoes and old shirt are laid. Your shirt. He whispers, trying desperately to recall if he'd kept the man's shirt or returned it. It's okay. Eraser nods, and in the moment, it doesn't look as if he's sure either. Hitoshi hasn't moved from his spot since the last time he spoke, eyes wide with what might be fear or what could be regret. Thank you for the meal. The vigilant bows just slightly, showing off the formal thanks that they were all taught as kids. He's got his shoes mostly on, halfway out the door as he tries to pull the heel onto his foot. Deku, wait. The hero calls and he pauses for just the smallest second. Let me give you my number. Izuku doesn't let him finish talking before he snaps back a response, no. He tries to make sure there's no room left for negotiation, but the hero tries again. Please. I said no. He repeats, leaning down to grab his visor and discarded shirt, his knee being the only thing between him leaving the family alone. What don't you get? He screams this time, much louder than anticipated, and he catches himself flinching backwards at his own words. I fed up. I should have come. Please, just let me leave. The door is more open now, not intentionally, but ajar in the frustration of the moment. He glances towards the purple-headed boy just once more, his expression a mix between something scared and something sad. Izuku pauses, closing his eyes to see the blackness in his own head. Can we do this again sometime? He's not sure the words are intelligible, but eventually, Eraser speaks. You're always welcome for a meal. Anytime. The pro says softly, eyes full of a sadness that almost hurts to see. No. The teen answers back, I mean, he locks eyes with the other boy he's known for months now. Can you brainwash me again sometime? The room seems to fall quieter than ever, the entire apartment silent other than the cat meowing just once at something. Sure. Hitoshi mutters in shock after what feels like too long. Thanks. The door clicks shut, and Izuku only stops to listen to the stillness on the other side. For just a moment, he wishes he could have kept his composure and enjoyed the meal. It genuinely would have been the first real family breakfast he'd had in years. Not that he really considered the pro family, if anything, that was hero and Imiko. But warm clothes, a hot meal, two adults smiling at each other with real love and affection in their expressions, it was something Izuku would give anything to experience just one more time. But until then, he has a store to run, a vigilante identity to keep under wraps, and school to attend. Family meals would have to wait. At Puppet 30701, can we talk? At Puppet 30701, Deku please at Puppet 30701. I know you're mad, just hear me put at Puppet 30701, out at Puppet 30701. Okay, I'm gonna KMS what the hell typo at Puppet 30701. Alright, listen, I'm not stupid, I know when to take my leave. If you want to talk, I'm here at Puppet 30701. And I'm sorry, Jen. Izuku stared back at the army of messages looking at him. He had his phone tucked into his desk and his head laid in the crook of his arm so he could read it without being caught by the teacher, but that didn't mean he didn't want to just get up and leave. He was angry, but at himself, not Hitoshi. He could have just sat and not said anything and enjoyed a nice warm meal, and instead he threw another teenager under the bus and blew up on a family that tried to welcome him in. Despite the fight he always put up about being grown, he was nothing but a child. And a dumb one at that. The bell rings and Izuku nearly throws himself out of his desk with how hard he flinched. Someone's jumpy. One of Kaken's friends sneers. He knew the boy's name, but he couldn't find it in him to care enough to remember. Leave me alone. He whispers while grabbing his bag off the hook and trying to escape to the courtyard. What the hell did you just say to me? The teen says, turning his head just enough to show off his trying to listen. Izuku really tries to go back and forth with himself to determine the pros and cons of walking away, and in the end, his bag hits the floor right as he throws a solid round punch to the other's jaw. The teen hits the ground hard. A sickening crack and the sound of books clattering to the ground are the only things to be heard as the entire classroom goes silent. He'd fought back before, when they cornered him at lunch or free period, he didn't just stand there and take it anymore. But he'd never started it. Midoriya. Their teacher calls just seconds before the classroom erupts into chaos. There's a handful of quirks being grown around, people shouting and screaming his name along with every other insult in the book. It was so loud that if he hadn't been waiting specifically for the blonde's voice, he wouldn't have heard it. What the hell, Deku? You want the next hit? The vigilante hisses. If you think you can threaten me, you've lost your DMN mind. Kaken barks back. Izuku thinks back to the night prior, the knife in his stomach and the endless cold that froze him in place to die. The blonde beach in the back of the classroom wasn't scary in the slightest. Let's do it. He steps forward, over the legs of the boy who hadn't quite managed to get up yet. It's nothing cinematic, but for the school's most useless student to put up such a fight against the school's golden boy was something else. Kaken walks away with a black eye and a definitely broken wrist. Izuku gets dragged off by two teachers and rushed to the principal's office with a freshly re-sprained ankle and a broken nose. The blonde gets followed by an entire cheer team of congratulations and applause, and he gets a slap on the wrist and a written disciplinary notice. Izuku storms out of the office with a 3-day suspension notice in his backpack and a growling stomach. He should be limping, at least trying to favor the injury, but instead he's nearly sprinting to the same rooftop he'd been on earlier. The one Eraserhead had found him on and convinced him to follow him home from, the same roof he'd died on and seen his Oji-san on, the same roof he would make another stupid decision on top of. He'd decided it the moment he'd left Eraserhead's house, thought about it practically every second of the rest of his day. From running back to the shop to change into his uniform to the messages from Hitoshi to the melted ice pack the nurse had haphazardly thrown at him in the principal's office. He'd made up his mind hours ago, and even though he knew he would break his own promise, he really didn't care. He'd known he wanted to try this the moment 𝐲 called out to him the night before, but he'd been hesitant. He'd tried to find some reason to not, tried to find any reason to just go back to the store and not be stupid. He couldn't find one. Not after he'd fed up the one good chance he'd been given to find someone who cared. The roof was higher than he'd remembered, but that didn't stop him. He misses the first few steps on the fire escape, slipping just enough to send him sprawling to the ground and biting his tongue in the process. His ankle throbs and there's tears mixing with the dried blood on his face that make it just a little bit harder to get up. Eventually though, the vigilante pulls himself up from the concrete and scales the rusty ladder, doing his best not to be too loud even though the building looks as if it had been condemned years ago. He finds the blood stain on the rooftop. It isn't hard to miss, truly. Deep red and splotchy in places, a handprint that drags ever so slightly and a few bloody footprints that fade out as they get further away from the stain. Izuku sits down almost as carefully as he can, lined up to be as close as possible to his original position. He pulls his backpack off first, the bright yellow bag nearly blinding in the midday lighting, and sets it down just inside his reach but far enough away to not touch the puddle of red. He pulls off his uniform blazer next. It's already stained on the sleeve from where he'd wiped his nose several times, but that would be significantly easier to clean than what he was about to do. His white undershirt comes off next, tossed lazily to the same pile on the side. He reaches into his pocket, feeling his hands meet something small and cold, and for just a moment, he hesitates. What if his theories about only coming back after being killed by someone else were correct? What if it took too long to come back and someone found him laying on top of the roof? What if he didn't come back at all and 𝐻ero and 𝐼𝐼𝐾 and Hitoshi never heard from him again? Would 𝐲 be mad? There was no one to take over the QSH, no one to run the store and make sure quirkless people had a place to go. It almost stops him, really, it does. But the thought of his Oji-san embracing him in another hug was too hard to turn down. Izuku pulls the metal item out his pocket, eyes staring at its shiny sides and think back to the note it had been folded inside of. Do us all a favor, it was 𝐒𝐽𝐻𝐿's writing. He'd known who wrote it the second he found it on his desk last week. And yet, that didn't stop him from snatching it out of the trash can where he'd tossed it and slipping it in his pocket that morning. This is for you, Oji-san. Whiteness is the next thing he sees.